Let me just share this quickly.
All right, we're going live now.
Yeah.
Okay, let me start. Can you see my screen, the Florida AI?
Matthias, can you give maybe a countdown, like before you go live?
I think we are live.
Okay.
Yes, we're live.
Yeah. Okay, so let me say a few words before handing it on to Daniel to also say a few words about this. This is the first of our joint reviews between Florida International University and Florida Atlantic University, two schools very close to each other, one in Miami and one in Fort Lauderdale. It's a joint review between the studios of my own studio and that of Daniel Bolojan. We have a very close connection. Daniel Bolojan was for a while a visiting professor at FIU, and he gave a workshop on GANs for our students early on, a 3-week workshop at the beginning of the semester. This is a midterm review, and these are master's students from my end. We have a number of guests who are across the world who will be logging and joining us. And I'd like to hand over now to my distinguished colleague Daniel Bolojan to say a few words about the FAU side of things.
Hi, everyone. So this is a great opportunity, I think, for school in general. This idea of sharing, let's say, reviews, I think it's a very interesting idea that I think we are quite the first ones to try something like this. So we are really trying to see then like different approaches, and I think this will be something amazing to see like different ways how you can work with AI in architecture. So in our case, our studio, we are mostly focusing on this kind of holistic approach to design processes, where we try to create a variety of interconnected networks and create processes, design processes. Yeah. So our approach is probably different from other approaches, and I think this is going to be something very, very interesting to see during today's review. We have like a lot of reviewers from all around the world. We have reviewers from Austria, from Russia. We have reviewers, and we have people actually viewing this all over the world. So I think it's going to be an exciting thing. Neil, you're muted.
Just to give you some sense of the schedule today, we'll start off the first hour and a half with 3 projects from 4 projects from FIU, and then we'll be going into FAU projects. We'll have 8 projects, and then finally we'll finish off with 4 more projects from FIU. Lija, I'd like to invite you to share your screen. Let me stop sharing.
Sorry, you need to enable me to share the screen.
Okay. Sorry, 1 second.
No problem.
There we go. There we go.
Okay. And, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Ligia Figueres, and I'm going to have a presentation on visual immersive learning environments for architecture education. So before I begin the presentation, I made a short video that encompasses the main idea.
When we begin architecture school, we are taught about several spatial relationships. We are told to look at the world around us and understand how forms interact. And while in studio, we often work together, creating models in several scales, experimenting with colors, lighting, and form, and giving each other feedback about these ideas. The greatest portion of studio is this collaborative workflow where we look at each other's spaces and explore possibilities. Transitioning to online education, that physical component was gone, but we were introduced to global platforms that allow for new interactions. The missing component, however, is the lack of physical space for feedback. We are moving towards a digital era. More and more people are experimenting with VR and AR every day. In virtual reality, many of the constraints of the physical world are gone. So how can we leverage this technology to take the studio environment to the next level? What if students could work together to change their physical environment? What if their voices could change materials, scale, and more? What if their gestures could create physical spaces? What if we utilize the core components that make studio work and take them to a limitless environment? Okay, so whereas the emphasis on studio culture, as you all saw in the video, lies on collective learning, the ability to implement additional layers of information to the student's environment that react to their voice and movement would allow for an entirely different educational experience. So as Diana Marie Gay Askew would say, virtual reality has the potential to move education from its reliance on textbook abstractions to experiential learning in naturalistic settings. So beginning my research for this semester, I started to question how can architecture education be optimized through the integration of active virtual immersive learning techniques? How do our communicative process shape the way we learn? Can the spaces we inhabit be informed by communication? And what can we learn through voice and movement that could not have been possible otherwise? The research goal was then to create a virtual environment that would enhance the learning process of students by introducing immersive methods of experiencing education. That would be created through speech recognition to change specific features of the environment and motion detection to directly modify the environment. Prior to exploring technical components of this environment, it was important to consider some of the key features learned in architecture school and how they could be altered in the virtual world, such as form, material, scale, and so on. Beginning the technical exploration, my initial focus was on understanding the speech recognition tools available to the public. When selecting the API for this experiment, it was important to establish the goals and constraints of each system for an optimal selection. So for speech recognition, the goal would be to control the VR scene with voice movements. And the constraints would be that whatever API selected needed to integrate with Unity and Oculus Quest. So here's a quick overview of some of the possible APIs that could be used for speech recognition. There are several APIs available, but the most commonly used is IBM Watson. They're all built, most commonly used for Unity, might I add. They're all built using deep neural networks, and some support more languages than others. And it seems that the one that is entirely free is Wit AI, which was recently bought by Facebook and now requires a Facebook account to be used. So this is my first case study, which is using Windows Keyword Recognizer. Forward, forward, back, up, down, rotate right, rotate left, move.
And then I conducted a second study using IBM Watson. And in this case, the environment is not directly reacting to sound, but I am aware that that is possible. So the next step will be conducting a test on Wit AI and then determining which of these software will be the best.
To see if I can record. I am having a test to see if
So the interesting part about that is whenever you say or you take pauses, it actually logs it in as hesitation, which is kind of interesting. And lastly, I conducted some tests on motion detection. So in this case, users are able to create physical components around them with hand tracking, and the time in which this form stay around you could be set in this specified code. And finally, the program can be taught to associate specific gestures with corresponding responses. So in this case, these are previously created models, but however, ideally this could be used to directly correlate to gestures. So thinking about how could this be implemented in architecture education, perhaps understanding how certain relationships are key to conceptualizing building form. So what if we could sketch or have a general intent and that could influence the massing? And this is what I have for today. Still in the development process, but this is some of the research I've been conducting on this.
Thanks, Ligia. Maybe could you just lay out what the next steps are and where you anticipate going in terms of this research?
So the next step as far as voice recognition is to try out with AI and see what are the possibilities with that, and then select from those the optimal solution, and then as well conducting further research on motion detection, and then how can I create an environment that has both of these things working together. So an environment that has both this movement reaction as well as voice reactions.
And just one thing, Leap Motion has kind of gesture recognition thing. Is it able to recognize gestures as such? The techniques you're exploring?
I was utilizing not Leap Motion actually, but Oculus Quest. So the Oculus has the potential to just track your hand movement built in.
Okay, let's open up some questions from some of the jurors. I don't know if Daniel you'd like, because Daniel, you're doing something similar, I think, in the office. Maybe I got that wrong in Corpimobile. Something.
Yeah, so we are also working with this kind of VR models, and in our case, we mostly try to challenge perception, let's say. But I think also in your project, it's a very interesting, in a way, approach, and also this kind of combination of voice recognition and motion detection, and also I don't know if you had the chance to look over the work of Donald Hoffman, where he's talking about that actually reality, or we are creating a sort of interface of the actual reality. Yeah? And it's interesting that also the virtual reality is almost that. Yeah, it's like how I'm going to interpret certain objects. Yeah, and I think here there is a lot of huge potential, like also for your research on how exactly you challenge in a way that kind of environment. I think what will be interesting will be not to end up with the same kind of way of understanding. Or the way that we understand the physical world. Will be interesting to see, you know, a challenge to the physical world, yeah, through this kind of VR. And yeah, we are doing a very similar thing with Copino Blau, but we are doing it in the sense of perception, yeah, how you perceive certain things, yeah. So I think it's a very interesting approach. I'm curious in a way. You're saying that you're using, in a way, virtual to alter the space or something like that. I'm just curious, are you trying to approach that altering of the space in this kind of manner of the way you interact, like motion detection in a way, and some like speech recognition, or how do you intend to do that?
Yeah, so I intend to do that by kind of reapproaching the way we learn specific things in architecture education. So through speech recognition and motion combined, possibly have the environment react. So perhaps, you know, two students are in an environment together and they can start having certain emotions or saying specific things, and the building and the forms around them will react to that. So they could have a new way of experiencing architectural learning.
So I think, because that's why I was saying also referencing this kind of Donald Hoffman, would be interesting perhaps to have from both perspectives, you're saying I have two students interacting, but it will be interesting to have from both perspectives the experience, because probably one student will have a completely different perception, and the space might change differently for that student than for the other one. Yeah, and probably will be interesting to see this kind of like two sides in a way kind of thing. You know.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to say that yeah, like the project like set up a huge potential. I think to echo some of the things that I'm hearing also in Daniel, which I also absolutely agree, is the potential of VR a lot of time could be actually tapping into changing human perception. So in that terms, I would right now I just see your project as you set up like the skill sets to do it. You have the voice recognition system, hand recognition system, but we don't know what is the visual, what is the experience of the person who is experiencing this. So this time you have the capability to start thinking about what is the content and how could you start thinking about some of the knowledge that you already know from the world of cognitive science or neuroscience to tweak the human perception. Because I think VR, I mean, personally, I'm not interested in VR unless they actually like directly kind of tweak or make you almost like trip in a weird perceptual way. So I think it has that potential, and it because it's immersive and it actually kind of play with your sensory experience of the world, you can actually start thinking about what is the content and what is the experience of the user, and how are you thinking about creating that a new type of perceptory experience. For instance, there are some examples in which, I mean, these are more aligned with I would say like with the world of digital humanities, but like the works that you see that they swap the gender of the two person with one another, it really changed the perception of the person who's experiencing it. But how could you change the perception of the person when they're in architectural space? So yeah.
Thank you so much. Yes, I believe that that's kind of the point that I would like to achieve in the end. Not only representing something that exists, but taking it to another level where it challenges what we believe exists or not. So thank you so much for the feedback. I really appreciate it.
Marina, do you like to say that?
Yes, hello everyone. I'm from Argentina. Thank you, Alicia, for your presentation. Maybe it's not too fair my comments because I'm most in contact with you and with all the process that. So I, in a way, I will try to be objective, but maybe more to discuss certain topics that I'm interested in terms of VR. Maybe one of the things that we can learn or maybe to understand in a different way could be this idea of how VR is challenged or can potentially challenge our understanding or our idea of representation in terms of architectural space. Maybe that could be something to learn, or at least to try to think in a different way. So for example, I remember we have one presentation in the Digital Futures Young, and there were like some designs in terms of VR. And I was thinking in which way this can challenge our idea of perspective, for example. So we are used to see everything in terms of perspective. It's the way we represent the world. Even for architects, we are always thinking in through a perspectival representation of the world. So in a way, I would like to see, or maybe I would like to think how we can think a different kind of space, where the idea of a space is not directly a Cartesian way of understanding of the space, but maybe it's more informational, for example. So that could be something, I don't know if it's something that you have to study, but at least it's an example of how we can, in a way, challenge our preconceptions of space. Because it's, you were talking about something like, okay, I move my hands and I can, or with speech recognition, or with our words, like in a kind of algorithmical synchronical understanding of the space, I can make a shape. But what if we are not thinking about shapes and we are thinking about more other layers, which are part of our design or the way we understand design? So maybe in that way, this could be a chance to think a new way of representation of space, which is not this idea of the perspective. Maybe it's more, I don't know, how is this going? Because we discussed this with Neil sometimes about, okay, what about memory? Because we are used to see the space in this way, it's how we recognize space. But maybe it could be a challenge for VR when I see these designs and I see that they are always representation of a three-dimensional space. No? So what if we use these kind of tools to think space in a different way? That would be my question. Maybe, I don't know how you are going to continue with this, or maybe you say some ideas, but it could be something to think about, how this is challenge our preconception of space, and what are we going to do with this, or in which sense it's going to change us as a human being. So that would be my comment.
One very quick last comment based on Marina's. I mean, maybe it could have been, and I'm just here brainstorming really, but it could have been a series of experiences that would be triggered with your voice recognition system. Like experience of a spatial quality of being underwater versus being in a concrete space of cave-like space. So it could be triggered as you sort of activate those spaces. That could be, but I love the idea of somehow, yeah, thinking about different spatial quality that could be triggered through voice recognition system, and still kind of have this sort of 3P experience that take you out of your comfort zone almost.
Just another point, Alicia. I mean, it's fantastic work. I really am very impressed by it. But I'm just wondering what's left out of your equation. And in some ways, I mean, a lot of things that famously, of course, Wittgenstein had this discussion on a train to London about, you know, what's left out in terms of language, and there was a guy who kind of gave him some kind of rude gesture with his hand. Because how do you do that, Professor Wittgenstein? And I'm just wondering, not only that in the sense, but also the kind of the facial expressions, you know, because I think, you know, the point is of a language can be kind of treated in many different sort of ways. And irony, for example, you can tell by someone's face whether they're being ironic or not. And I'm just wondering, I mean, that's not that you can necessarily deal with all of these issues, of course not, but just to be aware of the fact of what is being left out of the equation. Do you want to say something about that, Alicia? Or?
Yeah, I think this goes back to the conversation we had last semester about kind of the certain potential that text has and speech has, and the differences between that, right? I think there's a certain limitation, of course, with text in comparison to facial recognition, but one can only tackle a certain amount of things at once. But I believe, you know, perhaps that could be a next step, and that is certainly very intriguing. How could, for example, in Benaz's work, you know, how the fabric reacts to someone's facial expressions or so on. I mean, I find that very fascinating and very interesting. So I think all of those things kind of make us question our own understanding and how communication can be created either through text or through facial expressions and so on. There is, I think the point of it all, ideally would be to make someone question everything that they know or their preconceived notions of things when they experience the space.
Ultimately, I wonder whether the speech isn't the weakest form of communication in some ways, because I'm just thinking about the Neuralink thing, whereby you can think together, and the comments that Elon Musk has made about how speech is a secondary mechanism, and one could be sort of more straightforward. I guess I'm thinking in a way about the possibility of some kind of. I'm struck by the the IKEA instructions, which don't have any words in them, yet somehow communicate things. And I think there's a lot of things that are kind of communicated through gestures and through facial expressions between people who often can't even speak the same language. You know, there are certain gestures that really connect people. So in some ways, I almost find that richer, you know, as a way of operating. I know it's a limit; you can't possibly address all those kind of things, but yeah. I think there's some things that are just totally universal in terms of expressions and behaviors.
Absolutely, I understand your point.
Yeah. Do we have any further comments? Okay. Well, let's then move on to Matthias. Matthias, you ready to? Could you?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Great. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Let me share my screen. All right. Let me know when you can see it. I guess you guys can see my screen.
Yes.
So hello, everyone. My name is Matteo Stancaci, and I'm going to talk about artificial cognitive maps. But before I start, I would like to give you a daily reminder that you are an animal. And it's important to remember that, because every time you look at what we can do as beings, we have to remember that we evolved to be a certain way. And the way we perceive reality, the way we do things, the way we crave certain needs is because we were engineered to be that way. Because if we weren't, we would die. We wouldn't procreate, and we wouldn't survive at all. So my question here in the beginning is, why do we perceive the world the way we do? And there's a lot of good researchers out there explaining different reasons why we're conscious, different reasons why we remember things. And in the end, it all ties back to survival. We need to survive, and that's something that we created better than other animals. But then the question of how do we perceive the world the way we do, the actual mechanics of it, it starts to get interesting. And one concept that I want to talk about is the cognitive maps and how we perceive the 3D world as we walk through a 3D environment. We're collecting 2D data, basically, and we're building in our brain. So here in this example, this person going from point A to point B is, as they walk through the 3D space, collecting this information. And as they collect enough, you start building this 3D map in your head of what the space is. And the penguin is just a reference for a landmark, which is what helps us create cognitive maps. And then once you build this, you're able to actually, if there's a problem in a way, if the penguin laid an egg in the path, what do? Once you have this 3D map in your head, you're able to create solutions. You're able to create different paths and understand the actual environment. And that's how we can survive. So looking at cognitive maps, you're basically collecting information in the present, and you're able to recollect this information back that is present in your brain. And then using that, you can predict the future, predict new paths. So this idea that cognitive maps is incorporating already the whole idea of memory, experiencing the present, and projecting to the future. And recent research in neuroscience has shown that the same structure that happens in your brain, from the hippocampus to the frontal lobe, is the same structure is used for other things like social hierarchy. So basically the way you understand how you're related to people and how close you're related to people is the same structure that we understand space. So in a way, we have a map of social interactions and other things that go on, and I could talk about for hours. So my thesis revolves around how can we mediate our perception of reality for the purpose of extending our cognitive abilities. If we're bound to those biological reasons for survival, how can we then change perception in order to change how we think? So that's my main idea. And I'm going to show you a couple of tests that I've been running since. So I'm going to start with synthetic cognitive map. So this is an idea of creating a cognitive map that does not necessarily exist. And for this research, I'm using this one apartment that I'm in right now, and you can see the painting in the back. That's where I am. And basically, what I'm doing is recreating cognitive maps the same way that the brain works. So I'm collecting 2D data, and then I'm using it, engineering how to actually piece it together to create a 3D space, like a memory of the space. And this is some of the progress of what I've been doing so far with the actual, cognitive map. But then, and this is a video of actually linking up to VR, and I'm sorry if it's shaky, but this is actually a real-time alignment with reality. So as I'm experiencing this cognitive map in VR, I'm actually able to touch things, sit on the sofa, etc. But just mimicking reality is not necessarily, how do I move forward? Necessarily what I want to do. It's actually about extending reality and doing reality that doesn't necessarily exist. So the second experiment was actually aligning two different realities. So in this case, I took a video of Zaha's building in Miami, 1000 Museum, and then in the apartment, there's one corner of two walls. And then building the cognitive map, the artificial cognitive map of both Zaha's building and the corner of the wall, by simply aligning the two memories, I was able to create this hallucinated corner of the apartment that is a mix of both memories. So in a way, it's by aligning the two realities, I'm able to create a physical form to memory in a physical space. And then the third batch of experiments is actually artificial reality. So not only aligning, but how can you create something new, a new memory? How can you incorporate a new memory into what you see as reality? So for this, I'm using a bismuth crystal for the reason that it has its own rules for training, and it has a specific geometry to it, and it grows and grows based on those rules. So I'm training here the actual picture and labeling that I made in Grasshopper for it. And then in a couple of hours, I had basically the AI agent, Psychogan, understand the actual rule, beginning to understand the rules of the crystal. And then I ran a second test with the pictures of the apartment so I could align and see. And after a couple hours, the results are not crisp, but it started to hallucinate the rules of the crystal into the pictures. And then eventually I pieced them together to create again the same idea for the aligned test, but actually creating the environment, the perception of reality based on the rules of the crystal. And here you can see the actual apartment with real pictures of the apartment, and then with pictures of the hallucinated crystal apartment. And then another batch of tests using pictures that don't exist at all. So this was a couple of images that I got using Big N. And the prompt that I gave the AI was a photo of a building made of gold. And these are all pictures that it generated. So then again, I trained the apartment to understand the building made of gold. So then my reality aligning with things, so I could touch things, but what I can see is a whole apartment made of gold. And again, this might be a little shaky, but it's not the perfect quality because I trained with 512 pixels, and the actual engineering of the 3D needs a very high quality. So I think that's something that I can develop further with more time. But carrying on. And this is something that I can do with any prompt. So basically I can decide what reality I want to live in and create a new set of realities in the apartment. So moving forward, once this different versions of reality can be done, I can then start interacting with the actual reality. Whatever reality AI might create, I can then start interacting with it. And I'm interested in, this is an example, but I'm interested in how can I interact with actual reality in ways that are different from what we have in real reality. Therefore, I don't have a predictive perception of what's going to happen. Therefore, I'm going to extend what my brain, since my brain cannot predict it, then I'm going to start thinking differently. And my whole purpose on this is how can we modify reality in order to think in a different way. So I'm interested to get to that part. And then in the end, this is an example of what I have in mind. If I have these different realities, can I then extend the space that I have inside these walls indefinitely? Can I have these different realities instead of being on top of each other like an elevator? Can I have it in a field so I can continually walk and explore without leaving my house? And talking about COVID, talking about the office of the future, talking about, this new way, even Neuralink, once you have this inside of your head, the sky's the limit. So I'm interested in seeing how we can incorporate reality into who we are as this new species of human beings. That's it. Thank you very much.
Marches, that was great. Maybe leave it up. I mean, it was fantastic. I've just seen that image. I mean, one thing I just wanted to clarify. I mean, first of all, Big GAN is what? I'm not familiar with Big GAN. Is that a kind of like attention GAN where it's kind of voice to image?
Big GAN is image associated with words. It's kind of like the same way I think it was released by OpenAI as well. But people did variations of the actual modules with time. But it was released in 2021, February 5th, I believe. But basically you give it a prompt. So I say, give me a photo of a horse wearing a bikini. And then it's going to give me a bunch of pictures of horses wearing bikinis, and it generates that based on images on the internet. So considering that it's bound to a data set of the internet, it can mask any type of, you can say crazy things, and it's going to create crazy things.
That's I'd love to see some of the results of that. So just a couple of other questions before I hand over to others. But I mean, so it's not based on your physical movement through space. I mean, how do you move from one room to another in this this layout you're showing here?
Yeah, this is still like an example of what I have in mind. One thing that I was thinking is if this is a thing and I actually change levels, how to incorporate changing levels or giving some actually like a physical effort in order to change rooms, sort of like that. Another thing that I was thinking is if I walk to the wall and in VR, right, in this alternative reality, I see that the room continues. How can I use the same room, like going back without knowing, like tricking my brain so my brain doesn't know that I'm just turning around and walking in circles, but how can I trick my brain to think that I'm constantly walking forward? So I haven't really experimented with those, but I'm really excited to try to trick the brain so I can walk forever inside the tiny apartment.
The other thing I just want to throw in there is I don't know if you've read Andy Clark's book, Surfing Uncertainty, but that's about the errors, as it were, of prediction. And in a sense, I mean, I think when you the cognitive map is I think it's a one that's maybe, I mean, what's happening, your interaction is constantly being modified by feedback from the environment. I mean, in other words, as you're trying to sort of, the model I always give is find your way to the bathroom and pitch black, you don't want to disturb anyone else. You've got a sense of where you are, but maybe it doesn't quite match the thing, and it takes a while before you really do. So there's an interaction going on the whole time between yourself and that environment. And in some ways, if you think about the way that Anil Seth talks about how you catch a ball, there's a kind of, as the ball's going, you're kind of continually getting feedback and adjusting. So there is a kind of adjustment process there, which means that the map is never just straight a static map. It's a kind of the engagement is extremely complex. Now, I don't know if you'll be able to deal with that, but I think it's something maybe one you should at least be aware of, the fact that actually we are readjusting our models or readjusting our maybe the model not itself, but our position in space based on this kind of feedback.
Yeah, and that's a good point, because if you just create batches of reality and then they don't modify to, how we're changing all the time, and reality changes with us. And I think that's the dance of life that I'm interested in capturing. Even though these processes of, training something or using neural networks are not absolutely like live, in the sense of, in synchrony with real life. It's kind of like you have to train, then test, and train and test. But I think the way we're developing, we can definitely get there. And but I agree with what you're saying. It has to respond to what you're doing, and you respond to what the environment is, and it's this choreography.
I've got some other questions, but let me pass on to others here. I don't know if Daniel or maybe don't know if Benaz caught that, or Marina.
Daniel, do you want to go first?
It's fine. Go ahead.
In a way, I mean, I love it. I mean, it's fantastic, all the works you've done. In a way, I can't stop thinking that these two projects should be combined together, this and the previous project, because they have so much overlap. I'm almost imagining the experience of VR in which the voice recognition allow you to go into different realities. And I'm imagining also sort of a very carefully, almost like a smooth transition from so as you're maybe triggering or activating different rooms, you can smoothly experience the pathway that you go from one reality to another reality. But you also want to have almost like a pathway, the perspective that you're seeing almost carefully kind of choreographed. So you actually experience that space as you're going to different reality. I also found the plant, the room with the plant was full of potential. I almost want to see extension of that to see how you could hallucinate the entire city with the plants, how you could see in different scales. I think those outcomes were just really very promising, actually. So first of all, congratulations. I think this is an incredible amount of work, and it has so much potential.
Yeah, I must say, just to say that I also thought that maybe if you collaborate with Leisure, that it would be mind blowing, actually, because you both are approaching things from complete, like two sides of a different coin, but actually together it could be absolutely astonishing.
Yeah, so this is really great work, Mateus. So I think I agree with the comments that also Neil and also Benaz are making. So I'm just going to add to those. So I think we also have to look at perception also from the perspective of we are actually projecting things that we or our preferences on things. Yeah. So when we look at certain things, we are actually trying to see certain preferences. Yeah. So we are almost like automatically biasing ourselves to see certain things. So here, I think what will be very interesting, and I think this connects also with what Neil and also Benaz are saying. If we can find a way to connect your human experience through that space to the way that the space reacts, yeah, is that something that we can use like a brain scanner or something like similar with the brain implant for the pigs that Elon Musk developed? And you saw there, you have this kind of brain, the brain activity of the pig in a way being displayed. So it will be interesting perhaps to connect somehow, to have this kind of idea of feedback somehow into this process, yeah. And then for me, it will be very interesting to see how exactly, how can we simulate, let's say, this kind of aspect of we project certain preferences, you know. Because once we know how to do that, once we understand how that process works, then we can start to challenge in a way that aspect, yeah. So once we create almost the link, then it's very easy in a way to challenge that link, yeah. Once we are able to digitally somehow simulate that process, it's very easy then to like challenge that. So I think that will be something interesting, very interesting to approach.
Yeah. So go ahead.
No, you can say it's fine.
No, I was just thinking, and I don't know, it just came to my mind for some bizarre way, but I was just wondering about how would you deal with a mirror? The reason why I ask that is first of all, this kind of reminds me of the way that people use mirrors in space just to make it seem less oppressive, and you can go into elevators where you have this endless space with mirrors and mirrors and mirrors are kind of extending into other things. But the mirror is also interesting for two other reasons. One, according to Lacan, it's when you look in the mirror and discover yourself, you see yourself as an object in a world of objects. And it has a really important point in terms of your development as an individual when you realize you're no longer attached to the mother, but you are alone in space. Now that's interesting in itself. But then there's another one which I thought was super interesting. That is the kind of say the Alice in Wonderland, where you step through the mirror, because this really strikes me as stepping through the mirror into a kind of Wonderland sort of thing. So I don't know, but the figure of the mirror is an intriguing device, and I don't know how it would even work within this kind of logic, but it does seem to me as a kind of conceptually to be something that might be rich with potential. And I just want to float it out there as a concept because no, I agree with the others. This is fantastic work. Really, really amazing. It's just blowing my mind in some way. Maybe Marina wants to ask a question there.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Matthias, for your presentation. It was amazing, and it made me think a lot about different things. What is the idea of the map? That is something that I'm also learning a lot about it, and this idea of a cognitive map. And maybe I can recommend the book of Gregory Bateson about steps on an ecology of mind, because in a way I consider this like super interesting, because in one part he talks about the idea of map, that it's built and based on the differences. So in reality, differences is like a kind of abstract matter. And I believe that maybe this is the concept that is like all around your this map that you are trying to build, because this interaction between the abstract matter and the how you move into space, which are like two conditions at the same time. I believe that this is the challenge. And it's a challenge for me because there is also a problem or something that you have to deal with, which is like sometimes this datascape, to call it in a way, no, because it's like a datascape, so it's a map of a datascape. It can, you can fall like super quickly in a kind of abuse of data, for example. So how you deal with this abuse of data in order to think your map, it could be important how you select which is the information that you are going to work in. I believe that this is important, because they can be like a misuse of the datascape as a kind of generative or a form of generative device. No, it's like sometimes we architects tend to go so with a lot of anxiety through this idea of okay, this is data, this is the space. No, and so sometimes we can go like super fast to in that process. So it's like a certain, I call it anxiety. It's like an architectural anxiety. But maybe I will at least I will be careful about it, because what I see is that what happened with finally this cognitive map, it's a territory. And what is the challenge with it? No, I have like one story. This is the humor part of the comment, but I don't know. Okay, I'm from Argentina. There is one Argentinian writer, Jorge Luis Borges. He wrote about an idea that he took from another author, which is Lewis Carroll, about the idea of a map, which is 1:1 scale. So 1 mile is a mile. No, so the problem with the map, with that kind of map, is become useless, because finally the farmers cannot open the map because it's going to block the sound, it's going to block the land for the farmers and the people who lives in the empire, because it's about an empire. So this relation between the idea of map and what happened when finally the map is our new reality, and what happened with the abuse of data when you want to be so accurate with the map and you go like so deep that finally you become like a kind of slave of your own map, for example. So I believe that this is interesting to think like, okay, what happened with Datascape, which is the finally, which are the differences? because otherwise it's going to be like a super plain map. So I was thinking all these delirious that I'm trying to explain is to say like, why in your map, for example, is your apartment, for example, why is this the data? Why is not like a different kind of data? And I understand that you are using the space where you are, but I would like to think, I mean, how is the process to select this data? Why is not other data? Or what are the possibilities that you can think about this, or that you can project about this? So to open the box to a new possibilities, maybe it's not so precise, my comment, but at least it's more, I mean, I'm trying to be like, to add something, a new layer, you can take it or not, a new layer to your discourse. Because finally it's this, like, what is abstract matter? What is this abstract matter that we are working in? Because finally we are like a kind of a new type of architects. We are working with abstract matter, no? Sometimes more with abstract matter than with the matter that we used to work in the past. So no, just to add this comment. But thank you.
I just I make Marina's comments a little more, at least in one practical way to apply it. Could it be a way to bring biofeedback into the picture, meaning that you bring your account for this sort of subjective experience of the user while experiencing this world of virtual maps? So based on some information of how they're processing this information and how their body is responding, you could potentially bring that into experience of the space. The simple mapping could be related to the speed of experiencing of this virtual space, like how fast you're moving in the space. I understand that generation of these three-dimensional map might be very time consuming and it might not be possible in real time, but one sort of way would be how the biofeedback of the person who is experiencing this could feed back to the experience of these multiple realities. That would be an interesting, again, this is already stretching the project to other venues, but if you are interested in that, that would be interesting, kind of a feedback loop between the user and the virtual environment and experience of that data map.
I will stretch a bit the project even more, if allowed. So another thing that I think ties together also with what Marina is saying and also Benaz is, so when you're looking at that data, right now you have it just as raw data, yeah? But perception works differently. Yeah? When we look at things, we don't see the entire whole. We just probably have certain objects that we focus on, and those objects we start to interpret or we start to understand them in a certain way. So I think it will be very interesting in a way to have actually that kind of visual map of importance or interpretation somehow displayed, yeah? And why that will be interesting is because then you can understand, maybe for certain users, you have the same space, but different objects, in a way, they trigger different experiences, yeah? So that will be an interesting thing to actually look into. Because perception, yeah, like I said, in the end, you don't see the entire thing. You see certain objects, and then those objects, they carry a weight in a way. And then you perceive certain things in a certain way because of that, yeah? So I think that will be very interesting, yeah? I think there are the networks that you work with, I think they are capable to address those kind of topics. You just have to allow yourself to stretch a bit your brain, like how exactly I work with these concepts, and bring them to those kind of networks, how to present them to these kind of networks. But I think if you are trying to be creative in a way, in the way that you're using the data, you can develop something super interesting with these networks.
All right, thank you very much, Daniel, Marina, Benaz, Neil.
Can I add something? Because it's really, actually, it's just kind of opening up in a really special way, this project, in a way I never imagined, actually. But just to pick up on Marina's comment about Borges' story. Actually, it's also the fundamental part of that essay by Zizek, where he says, and I forget how he goes from a kind of goes from that story into his main point, but his point basically saying, well, is not our understanding of reality itself a model of reality itself? And I'm looking at this and thinking, is this a cognitive map in my brain, or is this a kind of is scanning? And it has such an incredible resonance partly because of the kind of point cloud sort of imperfection of it. Our own memory is also a kind of, let's say, a caricature. And I've been thinking about it in terms of kind of maybe a kind of almost cartoon in the past, but actually more I think about it, maybe the point cloud is a real metaphor for the kind of understanding that we have of space, which is a kind of a partial model of things. But it's got really, I mean, it's fascinating. I just wanted to throw something else in there. We're talking about Andy Clark, and I was talking about Lewis Carroll. Well, actually, he lived, I'm not sure he's moved, but he used to live in the same square where I think anyway, where the rabbit hole was. There's a little tunnel down to the beach. It's on Brighton. It's up on much higher up. It's in a place called Marine Parade, and it's a way above the beach, and there was a tunnel down there, and that apparently inspired Lewis Carroll's story about Alice in Wonderland. But I just think this is absolutely pregnant with possibility, rich with possibilities. Really, really interesting. This, and I don't know whether you wanted to collaborate with Ligia, but it's kind of interesting because you're using voice to conjure up spaces, and she's using voice to kind of move spaces and things. But I mean, they do kind of these two projects in a way they're completely different, but in some ways they just kind of they're sort of two sides of the same coin in some senses, and I just think that's intriguing. One point I want to leave you with is what happens, and go back to the comments made about Ligia's project. What happens when you have someone else in this space? I mean, how does that work out?
Yeah, I was even thinking if someone goes into my room that has my consciousness, my memories, is that even like an invasion of privacy, or is that if you think about like the ethics of it, like, is it assault? If someone spills water on my VR headset, are they, like killing part of my brain? I don't know. It's interesting. And to talk back to what Benas was saying too, the whole thing about biofeedback. I was lucky enough to have a friend that put me in contact with two neuroscientists at the University of Tampa. Medical School of Tampa, and this weekend in 4 days I'm actually going to meet with them and discuss this idea, like how to actually correctly read what is happening in the body and how to correctly study the effects that an environment like this would have, and I think it would be interesting too, like different perspectives on this.
I think this is fantastic work. I think the two of you together have done amazing. And I've not come across this before, but it just could suggest to me there's some possibility of another way of thinking about architecture entirely that is a kind of conceptual space. And I'm not sure where Neuralink would come into this, but you could imagine being fed this, and therefore overcoming the anxieties of our present condition in some way. So I don't know. This is really. I mean, I'm going to have to think about this a lot myself because it's rich with possibilities, and I must say these images have come out very well. I mean, just in terms of kind of from a technical point of view, I thought the kind of interiors with plants and the gold building really incredibly successful, and this thing. It's kind of has this ephemeral quality that is exactly what you might hope to have. You've kind of escaped this kind of Cartesian world into something that is kind of suggestive more than anything else, and that itself is rich. So you're both onto something. So I don't know if you're going to collaborate together, but really go with it because you've really got some fantastic material here. Fantastic.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks. We better move on, trying to keep to our schedule. We've got Nico. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Do you want to show your?
Yes, I can go on ahead.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if we should do both of yours back to back with Christopher. I don't know, but since you're both dealing with course. Okay, go ahead. With
Yeah.
Comment.
Okay, so you can see my screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So yes, so my name is Nicholas, and I'm going to be talking about generative adversarial networks as creative augmenters to the architectural design process. So the beginning of how I kind of got invested into the research was I wanted to look into the architectural design process in the understanding of trying to understand my own process and myself. And in doing so, to develop that process, I looked to many star architects. And one of the ones that was most interesting to me was when I was researching more into Tom Main and the very process-driven approach on how he does his architectural design. He describes his own design process as a non sequitur, or not following a direct logic or consequence. So it can allow this inclusion of randomness and the appearance of spontaneity. So he tries to have not a predetermined vision of what the final building would look like, but he lets the design process drive him towards the result of the building itself. So the building is a result of the process. And the way he does this is that he really works within a drawing as a method of design thinking. And so a lot of these drawings that he creates are merely suggestive of many of the forces that are within the context of a site. And from these drawings, then he then tries to extrapolate or organize and bring architectural coherence to them to then develop something that is a unique architectural scheme that doesn't necessarily have any historical precedent or previous precedent. So he can make a very original architecture that is completely unique to his own and driven by this type of process that includes a level of randomness and also a level of intuition that he builds up over his many years of experience. And so he's able to develop a lot of these very unique buildings that create this very unconventional type of architecture. And one of the more recent studies within the Morphosis office is that they're moving away from the 2D and they're going over to more 3D processes through this idea of combinatory systems. So these combinatory systems are basically organizational studies, and they're composed of parametric subsystems that interact with certain rules. So you're able to create a very highly iterative process within a given design space or conceptual design space. And so a lot of these can be identified within a family, but each one of them is unique within its own solution that it defines. But despite them having intentional scripted interactions, though, the results are generated by chance, so they don't really directly respond to any contextual information, and they're only a result of the randomness and put it into the parametric inputs defined by those scripted parameters. And this is just kind of a jump in step from where those 2D drawings are, where they have a lot of the intuition and the intention set by Tom Main himself. But then in the 3-dimensional, you get a lot more detail and something concrete to look at. But then you're also restricted in some other ways by just looking at being the chance result of those types of parametric scripts. So bringing in GANs and how they can be used in furthering this type of process is that GANs, of course, is that image-based deep learning AI model created by Ian Goodfellow. So you're able to just create extremely convincing images using an existing data set, so you can create new images that did not exist beforehand. And the way that it operates, that for those who are also watching, because most of us are within this group at least are familiar with the GANs by the workshop given by Daniel, you start with basically you have two systems, the generator and the discriminator. So the generator is trying to create a fake image, and then the discriminator compares it to the training set to then decide whether it's good enough to pass as a real image or a convincing enough image, and they train off of each other. So as it goes through iterations, both networks train in a competitive manner to be able to become more convincing, more powerful. Oh, yes. So the way that this could work in, so the way this can work in this type of process is that I can take the existing data set of those type of combinatory models and then input them into a style GAN. And then I can start to create new versions of these type of combinatory models that did not exist beforehand as part of that training data set. So this type of design space can be navigated, and you can focus on extracting certain style elements that are desirable from these types of study models. And this also allows for a much more rapid consumption of much more iterative information, where the viewer can evaluate different parts of different selections through these types of systems. And on the left, you see the 512 by 512 resolution test style GAN images. And on the right, you have a 1024 by 1024 resolution images. So you can see the differences, especially on the small details of those porous holes starts to develop much better on the 1024 resolution images. So going back to how I wish to alter this process and really making it my own is going to the concept sketch as the beginning of the design process, because this is really where most architecture or design, architectural design find its origin. So the sketch itself acts as the initial thought of the design, and the thinking is developed through the act of drawing. So one of the things is that the sketch has, as a process, gives complete creative control to the author of the drawing themselves, and it can be open to interpretation and modified through the translation of it turning into architectural design. And this can be seen very well over here with the Zaha Hadid sketches, where you start with a very initial gesture of certain forms that are to be desirable, and then they can be transformed and changed to accommodate for the architecture that is later produced. And this is a sketch to architecture for the Maxi Museum in Rome, Italy. And also another element on top of the sketch that I was really investigating is augmenting perception as the catalyst for creativity. Because once you change a predetermined way in which we view or perceive an image, the understanding of how we see that image begins to change, and it gets a new meaning. So it expands the possibilities on how we can perceive it. And so through the augmentation of the image, the viewer, the user, actually will lose a little bit of control to the artificial intelligence. But in doing so, the user will be able to use their subjectiveness to enter into a new territory of investigating or discovering possible new ideas by the new perception they'll be receiving through the AI systems, and hopefully be able to generate new ideas and new forms and be a catalyst for that type of creativity. And doing this type of augmentation, I'm using CycleGANs. So the purpose of the CycleGAN is that it's extremely useful because it uses unpaired data to train itself. So it could actually take certain elements that are very strong for a certain image, such as the stripes on a zebra, and it can apply them to the form of the horse, even though the images might be unpaired themselves. And by doing so, it uses cycle-consistency loss, which you can see the diagram over there, where it tries to basically train both networks to to send the data to augment it, and then send it back and see and compare those, the original image and the resultant image, to see if they look enough the same to be convincing. And one of the big elements of this is called style transfer. So one of the ways it's extremely useful is because over here the input is just a photograph, but you can learn the style of all the individual artists, or the styles of the artists, and then apply them to the photograph to create a painting in the image of that photograph. So using that same type of style transfer, we can take the data sets of the concept sketches, and then we can also take the data set of the morphosis models, and we can extract frames and put them into a CycleGAN, and then we can convert the sketches into learning the style of the morphosis combinatory models to create an image translation. And so over here, you get an input sketch on the left side. It will be that initial gestural sketch, but then it becomes augmented into this type of vision or perception of the combinatory models generated by morphosis. So it will create a new feedback into the user, and it creates a more meaningful generative process, because the user can get a direct feedback and will be able to alter or change certain elements of the design to be able to accommodate or discover new ideas and new forms. These are some of the samples over here from a very simple gestural sketch that might imply a certain type of force in the context, or a certain type of element of the site that they wish to extract, and then the transformation or the augmentation through this type of new generated image, which can then be used to be that catalyst to get some new ideas of forms or new architectural schemes. And this is another one. And then this is kind of the comparison of how the sketch itself and the CycleGAN incorporate into it. Even though it learns the semantic style features of the morphosis models, it creates something drastically different as an output. And so as a next step is really just about taking those images now and generating a 3D model. And currently in the works of creating another network in Grasshopper that's still under the works. But so that's really like what is next, which is just that 2D image to 3D model translation. So on the right now is just like an image sampler, taking a grayscale and just adjusting it. But really, I wanted to make it a much more sophisticated network, and that's what I'm currently working on. But I don't have results from that yet for this presentation, but that is the next step on that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Douglas. Let's leave up some of those images because they're very
Yes.
just while we're talking. I was just wondering when you were talking, actually, that in some ways, I mean, what you were describing is closer to Wolf Prix's operation in some ways, because I mean the idea that the sketch and kind of from a Freudian perspective was the unconscious revealing itself was a kind of like that's been a kind of a theme that he talks about for some time, coming from Vienna and so on. Whereas I'm just wondering about the process, and I'm not sure exactly what the process is by which Tom Main approaches things, but it's more a kind of it's more a kind of an exploration of the affordances of materials that he's exploring, and it's a much more, in a sense, it seems to me anyway, a more pragmatic exploration of possibilities rather than this kind of absolutely intuitive. Of course, it's guided by intuition, of course, but it kind of comes out as a kind of a process-based operation, whereas and I don't know where the initial thought comes from. I mean, I don't know whether Tom Main has sketches as such that he starts from, and I suspect it's not quite the same. I mean, of course, their work, Wolf and Tom, kind of comes out looking in the end kind of similar, and they're both about processes, but in a different kind of way. I'm just wondering about that, and maybe that's a question that Daniel could answer, because it seems to me you're taking a kind of Wolf Prix approach to Tom Main's language of forms.
Yeah, I think that's also what I feel about this. It feels almost like a Wolf Prix kind of approach. But what you can try to do perhaps to move away from that is right now you have a relatively small initial data set. Yeah, I think you have something like 100 original images from Morphosis. And what you can try to do is you can try to annotate in a way those images, like to try to really decompose that composition. Yeah. And instead of going back to sketch, maybe you go back to compositional rules or something. Yeah, that's the underlying principle that it's behind this kind of process that Tom Main is engaging in. So the way that you can do that kind of thing is similar with either with a cycloGAN, or you can do it with a pix-to-pix kind of network. Yeah, if you have a small enough data set like 100, let's say, probably you can manually annotate those kind of ideas, and then later, yeah, that composition, that labeling that you're creating, you can then use it to manipulate maybe similar way that you have here a sketch that you can input and manipulate. Yeah, so I think that will be something that you can look into.
Yeah,
Yes, I see. Oh no, go on ahead.
Yeah, I'm just speculating about this because in some ways Wolf's approach is about revealing the unconscious, the sketch as a motive. And Tom is actually, in a way, I think he's got an exquisite eye. I mean, he's both of them actually, but they've really got an exquisite eye in how you address things. But Tom, in some ways, represses certain things in a kind of weird way. He can kind of, if you ask him about beauty, he said, "I'm not interested in beauty," and yet everything that he's doing is exquisitely beautiful. So it's a very kind of, in a way, he's from an American tradition, which is to say, to my mind, maybe a little bit more puritanical than the European tradition, whereas I think Wolf is all about expressing things and unleashing that unconscious. So they are, in a way, I mean, there's such interesting models, but I'm wondering, I agree with Daniel, although I would find it very difficult. It must be very challenging to try and imagine the possibility of trying to imagine what is going on in Tom's mind in terms of the process, because he doesn't reveal it. That's really part of the problem.
I think, by the way, Neil, I think that's the amazing thing actually also here with the networks, because usually as an architect, you're engaging in a very similar process. Yeah, you're analyzing, let's say, Corbu, and you're analyzing the building composition and everything, and then you draw inspiration, and somehow your architecture, it's influenced by that DNA of that building. Yeah. So I think here it's very similar. It's not necessarily about getting to the true motivation of the project. Because to be honest, even if you ask Tom, probably he doesn't know to tell you exactly what that was. Yeah. And then here is mostly then how you as a student look at this kind of example, and maybe you use AI to help you learn the DNA of it. And then maybe once you understand that kind of DNA of it, then you start to have your own interpretations, and you start to develop from there on, you know.
Yeah, just one thing that I picked up, and well, maybe I'm wrong here, but I was kind of it's there. Another approach is the approach that actually Deleuze talks about, and I forget exactly what he calls it, the term, but basically where you see a patch on a wall, and that becomes something you work with. You know, you then develop it further. It's a kind of, it's something that's a kind of given, but then you take it further, and I think that's almost the way I see Tom working. You know, there's a kind of a kind of it's coffee stain on a bit of paper or something, and he will work with that, which is absolutely the opposite way. You know, it's not himself, but seeing something and him interrogating it further. But super interesting, super interesting.
Yes, from the research that I've really looked into it is Tom Main, when he develops these types of sketches that really become art pieces in themselves, and he really engages, like you say, Professor Leach, he has a good eye for trying to make something very visually appealing and aesthetic. He really takes these very abstract or contextual elements, or elements from the site that he identifies with this type of intuition. And like you said, he just really much tries to work with it and then develops on it to work in a very aesthetic way, whether he agrees with it or not. But that's a part of his process. You know, he really wants to apply a good aesthetic to this type of image, and then he will extrapolate or try to make the architecture look like that image. He won't really sacrifice certain aesthetic choices that he's made within the image for the sake, but he will really try to apply it to the architecture themselves and really extrapolate those types of abstract features that really make these type of non-traditional buildings. And I think that's what makes it very interesting to look at it visually, because you can see almost you can see like the sketch or the original painting within the architecture that you wouldn't normally see in traditional forms of design.
I think maybe go back to that discussion in the summer we had Digital Futures between the two of them, because I think that this thing comes out. I think Tom talks about himself as being, if I remember correctly, as being very American, very different to Wolf's approach. And I certainly think that they do respect one another, but they work in very different sort of ways. And one thing to point out is that normally when Tom is making some of the early studies, and what you're looking at now is really more his architectural thing, but the early studies are not intended to be buildings as such. I mean, they're kind of like almost conceptual things that generate the seed of an idea that can become a building. Although I will say that recently they had a really short deadline for a competition, and they just took one of these images and they said, okay, let's make this into a project. But it's not meant to be so immediate in a way. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess the way I was really trying to investigate this is maybe not translate it straight from the Tom Main process and enact it, but rather try to take certain elements of it and be inspired by it and apply it to what could be possible, my own process, which is why I try to associate the sketch, which maybe, like you're saying, is a more Wolf Bricks approach, which I wasn't familiar with. But yeah, I really wanted this idea of creating a tool that I could take certain elements or certain gestures or drawings to make a very simplistic drawing, and then just really try to augment that and add more information or layers of information and some three-dimensionality to create some form, so that I could then look at it through a different perception or an augmented perception that can generate new ideas or inspire new ideas. So in a way, that was the way I was trying to really approach it, even if it's not just, I guess, more inspiration from the process rather than trying to replicate the process with the AI.
Can I ask something? Hi, Nicola.
Yes.
Because I missed the first part of your presentation, and if I understand correctly, was it a cycle GAN that you used, or
yes,
a set of different networks?
Well, it started with a style GAN network for. Let me go back a little bit. So it started with a style GAN on these types of on the combinatorial models by Tom Main. So these are style GANs. And then I also made style GANs for the sketches. And then I used the cycle GAN as a translation for the unpaired images to then create a new augmented perception of the sketch using the type of style transfer from the combinatorial models from the Morphosis office onto the sketch.
So the sketches were, you found sketches from Morphosis, or were there also
No,
your interpretation? These were your...
These sketches are an assortment of architectural sketches that come from many sources. Some are, they come from Zaha, Wolfprix, Sue Fujimoto, Kengo Kuma, Gary, Big. I try to get as much of a data set of architectural sketches as I can. Some were very from anonymous sources too, just on ArcDaily. And then just taking those sketches, because I wanted to make it where I can give it any really any type of sketch, not a certain style of a sketch, to then try to get good results out of it. So I went through a variety of different sketching styles to create the style GAN. And then I used that to train up the cycle GAN.
So that's on the left-hand side is a style GAN interpolation of other people's sketches.
Yes, like a huge group of sketches.
That's actually really quite interesting, because the way in which, I think we are influenced by others continually. We're just absorbing this information, almost by osmosis, and then we're impacted by other people's work, even though we don't know it. That's kind of interesting as a kind of project, I must say. Marina, do you have a comment?
Yes, and it's more to I mean, just to repeat that, I believe that Nicholas, your approach is beautiful. It's a beautiful provocation for all of architects in a way, because I believe that in a way it's like I don't know if it's a transition between this contradiction that your work has itself, because in a way you explain it really well, Nicholas. Like, okay, is this helping me for a deeper understanding of domain mind, or is this kind of idea that finally we architects are always working with previous conceptions, or even as Daniel said about things that we have in our archive, in our mind, in our memory. We are all the time having these kind of things, and how we in a way challenge these preconceptions that we have through a new, you call it gesture today, when you talk about the sketches, and how this in a way is transforming this previous data in your own, or I don't know if it's your own understanding of the process. Because finally what I wanted to say is like, I want to mention something that I was thinking. This is more general, and it's more about the other two presentations as well, in all these kind of processes, that I was thinking, what is the, that Deleuze, and I believe that all these have a root in the Deleuze, and always, because Deleuze took it from Foucault, idea of a diagram, in a way, is related with this idea of diagram, and Deleuze studied in painting these processes where the hand is completely liberated from the visual directive, in a way. So he studied Jackson Pollock's process, this action painting. So it's like, it's with gravity, with vectors, and it's the matter in the canvas, like the ink in the canvas. And this is like a kind of not controlling, at least for visual, or an intent to not control it like a visual directive. At least this is what Deleuze read in this process. So I believe that in this way, that's why I'm saying that it's a beautiful provocation, because finally you are like taking in the way this kind of study from Tom Main, but at the same time you are challenged with this non-visual directive, because it becomes, I mean, it's from another field. The other data set that you are using to transform Tom Main images is different. So I was thinking, like, finally my question could be like, what is today the hand for this abstract matter? Where is the hand finally? Because in a way it's like a kind of artificial hand, which is like transforming our understanding of design So because in a way it's like if the hand in the diagram, in this concept of diagram, like non-voluntary in a way, like not visual directive understanding of the production of art, or in our case of architecture, if it's the hand, what is today our hand? No, what is today our hand? Because before the hand is what was with it was working with matter, no? So it could be like a handcraft working with matter, handman working with like doing something with the hands. But today it's like there is other hand. So where is the hand here, and where is your hand in a way, or if you are trying to escape from your own hand to try to look for a new understanding of space or a new understanding of design. So that would be like, that for me, it's like an amazing work, because it's challenging a lot of things that we already think, but in a different way. We already thought, but in a different way. So this transition, I believe that finally, I am always expecting like something emerge, no? Like, okay, like something emerged that is not, I don't know if it's not anymore domain. Even when you use domain, it's not anymore domain. It's not all the data set that you use with your sketches as well. Maybe if it's going to emerge something from this, and I don't know that you cannot, like, in a way pre-visualize what is going to emerge, but I believe, yes, I believe that is going to emerge something from this. So
yeah, just to add to what Marina's saying, I think that the concept of the diagram is kind of like, in a way, it's actually problematic, because the way that Deleuze refers to diagram is what I was referring to before. It's the kind of the Jackson Pollock thing, something that would kind of is there and you just build upon it, and you know, the coffee stain on the paper kind of thing. But then there's another concept of the diagram, which is almost a third model in a way, which is the way that UN Studio take things. They try and be totally rational about things, but in the meantime, and they do this diagram, but the diagram, interestingly, is always somehow kind of becomes aestheticized, and it's never truly a diagram in a rational way. It suddenly feeds into the form itself in a kind of curious sort of way. Even though they're trying to be objective and rational, you know that it's aesthetically charged in some way. So we have three models here. One is the kind of the unleashing of the unconscious in this sort of sketch thing, which then gets developed further. You get Tom Main sort of just, you know, in a Deleuzian way, it seems to me, going with a diagram. Then you've got the other kind of rational way, in which the whole time what's happening is kind of like, in a way, the unconscious is having an operation explicitly or implicitly in the kind of process of generating the design. So I completely agree with Marina. You kind of like, in a way, it's really interesting insight, and it's a provocation in some ways, because I don't think what you're doing is anything like actually what Tom Main's doing, but you're saying, well, what if, you know, and you're taking it to a certain sort of other angle, which I think is incredibly interesting. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying, yes, I appreciate the comment. Thank you.
Yeah, we should maybe move on, because we've got a lot to do today. But this is great work,
Yes.
Nicholas. Keep going. You're doing well. So Christopher, we need to slip you in before we go on to move on to the FAU things. Can you share your screen? And Christopher's the reason why I put him after Nicholas is that he also has been working on morphosis. I'm not quite sure why you guys chose morphosis, but interesting. Just the one thing I want to say, Nicholas, is that actually you don't have all the high, you don't have 100 high-res images. Let me try and see if I can persuade Tom to send them, because I think what you've been working with has not been. I think it was 25 you had those images.
Yes, 25. But recently I've been able to acquire 30, because I took some straight from the Instagram of the Acadia workshop, where they did put 30, but they're still only 512 resolution, with actually 720 resolution,
yeah. Well,
but not enough for
I can't persuade Tom to send you, or Daniel Priska to send you the other 100. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Christopher.
So, hi, my name's Christopher. I'm presenting to you guys my project. It's called the Starchitectural Contamination. And I've spent my entire life living in Miami. And when I started architecture school 5 years ago, I always questioned the level of architectural culture in Miami and if it consisted of an overwhelming amount of provocative and engaging work. I've always heard that Miami has had so many opportunities for architectural growth, but I've always felt like it's missed the mark and has had a lot of missed opportunities due to the lucrative real estate market that currently exists. A lot of buildings in Miami have been made for maximizing profits and not for rigorous design and research that yields innovative, iconic buildings and urban environments. So my thesis is on critiquing the current state of Miami architecture and how artificial intelligence will allow me to render a future where Miami is contaminated by the works of Tom Main, Rem Koolhaas, and Wolf Pricks. And I chose these architects because they understand the wants and needs of the city, and they respond to the shifting and advancing social, cultural, political, and technological conditions of contemporary life. To contaminate the architecture of Miami, I had to train a general adversarial network known as StyleGAN with the works of these architects. I started with the work of Tom Main's practice, Morphosis, and I was able to generate a data set of 1,000 images from these 6 buildings that I chose for the StyleGAN to reproduce fake images of the building. These were some of the results that I got, hallucinating new iterations of these buildings.
Are you changing your slides, Chris?
Yes, I am.
We can't see it.
No?
No, we're not seeing. I think you need to
reshare.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if you put it on full screen mode, maybe that's the problem. You're on.
Can you guys see?
Yeah, well, put it on the full screen one.
What about now?
No. For some reason, we're getting it slightly shifting off the side. I don't know what's happening. Is it a PowerPoint?
Yes.
Oh.
Let me see.
There's normally the little kind of large screen you click onto, which gives you it.
Yeah. Are you guys able to see or no?
Yeah, I guess we can see it now, but we've still got the icons on the left-hand side, which don't normally appear when you've got a PowerPoint. So I don't know what's happening. And we're actually getting okay. Get rid of your image. I can't.
Sorry. Is that better?
Yes, but I don't know if you're going to go full screen. Is that? Yeah, that's it. Okay, that should work.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. Are you still able to see it?
You haven't changed it. You trying to change the image? We're still the same image.
That's so strange.
Now we see something different. Maybe there's a time lag. I can see 6 now.
Okay, I'll leave it like that because when I enter full screen, I guess it doesn't show. I'm sorry. So yeah, I started just to go back. These were the 6 buildings I chose from Tom Main's practice of Morphosis for the StyleGAN to reproduce fake images. And these were some of the results that I got from that. Hallucinating a new iteration of what these buildings could be. And then I interpolated my results.
Sorry, could you switch off the sound, Christopher? Switch off the sound. Completely off. Could I ask everybody, no one to have any sound, because they block the YouTube thing if they have sound on.
Sure.
Could you switch it off completely?
Yeah. So then I'm currently working on the training of the buildings in Miami, and then using a CycleGAN to contaminate what currently exists and then render a future self. So by contaminating the work of Tom Main, Rem Koolhaas, and Wolf Prick's different parts of Miami. And by doing this, it will lead to the next step in our discipline, which is moving away from one or two progressive buildings that highlight the city and have more meaningful architecture that isn't focused on the lucrative real estate market and responds to social, cultural, political, and technological conditions of Miami. I believe that by embedding artificial intelligence into the practice of architecture, the future of Miami will be filled with provocative, engaging work. Thank you.
I just want to say that I think the term contamination is actually a really important term because it kind of implies that a kind of viral transmission, which, I mean, just for those who've not heard me speaking before, there are two ways of thinking about how things are propagated. One is the traditional kind of Darwinian notion that that things come down kind of vertically inherited, as it were, through genetically, and then there's this idea of a kind of horizontal transmission or contagion, whereby things leap across, and that the idea of the meme came out of that kind of logic, in the sense that things. If you hum a tune, other people around you will start humming the tune. So that's how culture propagates itself on the whole. So I think that's an interesting kind of comment. The second thing I'd say is that for those unfamiliar, there was an exhibition in France that was curated by Hernandez Alonso of SciArc, and from a technical perspective, it was Casey Ream who was responsible, and it was all about contamination. They started off with these 12 images of high architecture that then got contaminated by images that were kind of that came out of social media that day. And I suspect it goes the other way around. In other words, it kind of, I don't know. I mean, that people they're influenced by by Rem or someone, but then it gets contaminated by a kind of by a more banal sort of way of thinking. So I don't know. I mean, it's but I think these are interesting explorations, and I guess the other thing would be, well, maybe you do the other way around. Maybe you see what happens when you start contaminating it with more banal things, and a kind of Miamification of these people, or Tom Main and so on. Other questions?
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Maybe I can comment here. Yeah,
okay.
Hi, Neil. Hello, Christopher. Hello, Marina. Yeah, so I think it's a really, when I'm seeing this project, I'm seeing like thinking about the example of like almost classical right now gun architecture, right? So this even the color, I mean, it's so artificial, so that we can see how, and it's interesting because, I mean, it shows how the artificiality of a building itself, and when it's crossed with the artificial neural network, for example, it gives you the similar artificial form. And what I think can be cool here, and what I was really interested in the previous project, if you can add someone into the loop. So instead of just mixing artificial things with artificial things, when you can introduce something into the loop that can be, I don't know, even a fruit, whatever you want, really, or yourself. And this will give you a new type of aesthetics. And this is what this hallucination is good for, that it can search the aesthetics for you. Because right now, what we are seeing that how artificiality blended with artificiality just gives you over and over almost the same kind of visuals for myself. I mean, it's all looks like these free images that you put it into this gun, but maybe while crushing it, maybe introducing some glitches or I don't know, external thoughts from someone. I don't know, you can kind of extend it and maybe and inside of this discourse that you I understood supporting of this star architecture, right? So like how we can evolve it through the neural networks. I don't know, maybe I think you can have more fun here. Just adding some pictures, I don't know, maybe of the architects. And this can create this new type of hallucinations.
No, that's great. Just to say, Vadim is in Moscow. Thank you for joining us. Spasibo. I think that's an interesting idea, because the idea that maybe you might somehow contextualize any of these Starkey by something from the environment. And the obvious case would be coral, I think, in terms of Miami, because it's incredibly rich visually. I'm wondering whether there are certain kind of indigenous plants like orchids or something that might also, because I think about Miami, it's a bit more relaxed, right? It's, and we're dealing with these different sort of cultures. These buildings are produced to go in different environments, and maybe you need to kind of just have a kind of, maybe mamification is not necessarily banalization, but a more relaxed version of that original sort of model. Marina or Daniel, do you want to, any comments?
Yeah, so here I think it's great work. I think you have to also push a bit on the side of how exactly you create these kind of translations. Yeah, you are showing, I think, slide 10. You're showing those kind of examples of local architecture, perhaps, and you're saying that you take this kind of star architecture and somehow you translate it here. So I think even if you were to translate that directly, I think still the results are going to be something super interesting. Yeah. Right now, probably we see or we judge the results as we are just iterating the same kind of aesthetic, only because we look at the style again right now. But if you move, can you move one slide back, like slide 10? So here, and then one more. So you're working just with cycle GANs or also with style GANs?
Yeah, so what you guys were seeing were the style GAN of the training for Tom Main, and I'm currently working on training the buildings of Miami, and then using cycle GAN as Nico used to kind of style transfer Tom Main's work into Miami.
Okay, because I think that right now that's the impression. It's just that you're showing that style GAN, but I think here you still have the potential in a way to really explore new aesthetics just by having a translation from that kind of star architecture to this kind of images of local architecture that you have here. Yeah, I think you just have to be careful in a way with the way that you're structuring your data set, in the sense of if you show if you have a data set that has only close-up images of your buildings, then whatever kind of translations you are creating, they're always going to be these kind of like translations that cover the entire image, let's say. Yeah. So you should be careful in a way with the scale of features. Yeah. So the scale that you present, the scale of features that you present for the star architects has to be quite similar, let's say, with the scale that you present for the other ones. And here scale, I'm talking about just proportion in the image. Yeah. Because like that, in a way, you really can say that the network actually translates that correctly. So I think it's also interesting. It's also interesting to combine these processes, and not only to have this kind of like translation from Coop or Morphosis or Koolhaas was the other one, yeah. Mm-hmm. Not only to have, like, let's say, a data set of Koolhaas and then translate to local architecture. What will be interesting is to have for each star architecture to have a style GAN that generates for you completely new, in a way, results. Yeah. And there, I think you can start to mix that network with other references. Yeah. But what I will say is try to have those references within, let's say, a similar domain that the star architecture is generated. For example, Kupion Blau, you can combine, let's say, images of icebergs and images of rocks and some crystals and so on with Kupion Blau style. Yeah. And that, why I'm saying that is because although you're going to generate completely new Kupion Blau images, you're still going to be within the style of Kupion Blau, let's say. Yeah? If you bring something completely new, I don't think you talk about anymore Kupion Blau. Yeah? If you bring something that is not related necessarily to that particular, in a way, language. So you can combine that. Yeah, you have style GANs that you can combine Kupion Blau images, let's say, or Rem Koolhaas, Morphosis, with other kind of references from nature, perhaps, that relate to that language. Yeah? And then you have that style GAN generate for you this kind of data sets that you use for cycle GAN translations, perhaps. Yeah. I mean, I'm just proposing, yeah, a potential workflow, let's say. Okay.
Thank you.
Just a comment to add to that, Christopher. I think, I'm just wondering, to my mind, if I'm just thinking aloud to myself now, but they're almost like there are three different sort of modalities in terms of Miami architecture. One is the kind of totally banal kind of Doral sort of, cheap, nasty, whatever it is, suburban, whatever. Then you've got the kind of like the pretty monotonous architectonica stuff in kind of downtown Miami that is kind of not that bad, but pretty kind of corporate in its own way. But then you've got this kind of fringe along Miami Beach, which is really a kind of like an exuberance in a strange way. It's more kind of Gianni Versace or Zaha, whatever. It's that kind of thing where that each is competing with one another to be even more exuberant, to be more challenging. You can see that in the kind of hotel interiors, the restaurant interiors, where really astonishing. And I think the car parks. I mean, in some ways, I think that's the thing about Miami. It has the best parking structure anywhere, and from that point of view, I think Miami actually gets some of the best out of some of these guys as architects. Whereas, for example, in Barcelona, typically they've got some great architects, but really they're worse buildings. So it's almost like there are three modalities one could play with, those different types. And I certainly think that the idea of kind of the exuberance of Miami could be in there. What would happen if you sort of put some of the kind of pastel colors of the Art Deco buildings and then contaminate it in that way? I mean, I think there are a series of what you've got is a potential mechanism here whereby, or an instrument whereby you can input different things and get different things out. So maybe you play with this instrument and see what you can produce.
Neil, I think relative to what you're saying, it's kind of it brings up an interesting kind of relationship between qualitative and quantitative nature of data, in the sense that it's just that fringe of South Beach which has this kind of other kind of architecture, other than what's happening in the rest of, let's say, 80%. And I was wondering what would be an appropriate structure for classifying or sort of curating the data in a way that it has some sort of a dynamic of let's say, like some kind of a force in terms of how it affects the particular contamination. What I'm saying is, like, imagine if we take it to a biological context, you have some sort of a parasite which has a particular strength, and it can only reach so far, but then beyond a certain point it gets diluted, right? And so I'm wondering how much of this architecture that remains dominant, is somehow curated from a quantitative point of view to reflect the actual presence, and its dynamic within that kind of South Floridian context. So if there's only a small fraction of the architecture that is this kind of more, let's say, highly valued design, then maybe that can be reflected in the data structure as opposed to the majority. And so the contamination is going to be more reflective of what's actually what has happened in the last few years in Florida, and perhaps allow through the interpolation to see how much of these buildings, how strong are their features, will they survive, or will they gonna be kind of overtaken by the, let's say, more monotonous architecture? I'm just kind of offering that as a kind of obviously more speculative kind of way to look at the data, but it could be interesting to see if some part of the data can be downplayed as opposed to others relative to their frequency in terms of their occurrence within the data set.
I'm just wondering whether parasite is the best expression here. I understand what you're saying, but what about mutualism, the kind of wasp-orchid thing where there's a two-way process and they influence one another? Okay, I think we've got to move on because we're running behind already, and it's now time to shift to the FAU project. So we're going to come back to FIU at the end of the afternoon or morning or evening, wherever you are. Yeah.
So we are going to continue with the bachelor students from FAU. So in our case, in our studio, like I was mentioning before, our methodology in the studio consists of a holistic approach to design processes, where we are trying to interconnect neural networks with agent-based systems. So our methodology, in a way, we are trying to deploy it in a very discrete way to different discrete architectural tasks or design processes. So you'll see that in our case, what we are really looking at, we are looking at augmentations of design process. So then most of the students, most of the work of the students, you'll see that deals with this aspect of which are the key steps, let's say, in a design process. Where do I start from? And can I bring a neural network in that process? What type of neural network should I use there? Yeah. So you'll see that we are trying to look at a very logical, in a way, continuity of applying these kind of neural networks in architecture. We are engaging with some cutting edge research, I'll say right now. This is the first studio where we are actually exploring the possibility of using style GANs in 3D. So you'll see some of the students working on that, and this is a method that I developed in my research, and together with the students in studio, we are trying to perfect it and try to figure out like the bugs and stuff like that. And I think the first group that is going to present is already going to show a few bugs that we have to figure out like how to overcome. Yeah. So we are, of course, we are also addressing aspects of agency, as well as aspects of creativity, design space exploration, human-human interaction, machine-human interaction, machine-machine interaction, and so on. Yeah. So we are always interrogating in a way in a design process where do I intervene as a designer? Is this a sort of intervention as the machine is giving me in a way a sort of output, and then I use that output as a muse in a way to guide further the design process? Or is in a way the machine automatically in a way generating something and then that's taken by another network and so on? Yeah? So we always look at these kind of aspects of interaction between different agents that interact in a design process. You'll see that the projects are organized in a team. So in that aspect, we are dealing with agents interacting, human agents interacting in a team. Then we have those human agents interacting with machines, and then we have machines interacting with machines. Yeah, and when I'm saying machines, I'm talking about neural networks. Yeah. So that being said, I also want to introduce Robert Neumeyer and also Stefan Rutzinger, that are joining us from Austria. So Robert used to work with Zaha, and he studied at ADRL. Right now he's in Vienna, where he has his own practice, and he was also the team leader, let's say, in the research agent-based parametric semiology in Vienna. So it's really, really great to have Robert here. He was also an assistant actually in Studio Hadid Vienna. So he has a lot of valuable insight to give about this kind of processes. Stefan Rutzinger, he's currently leading the Institute of Structure Design together with Christina Schiniger at Innsbruck University. He's also founder of Soma Architecture. Yeah. And they already have some very, very interesting project there. Their work, I think, it's very, very close to the type of work that we are also engaging in here in the studio. So in that regard, I think he's going to bring a lot of insight to the table. So thank you, both of you, for joining us. So we are going to start with group 3, I believe. Yeah. Zishan and Joe. And then we have just 4 groups in my studio. We are 12 students, 4 groups. So we are going to start with group 3. Okay.
How's it going, guys?
How's it going, everyone?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for spending your time to review our work so far. As a class, we are designing a pedestrian bridge that may include a pavilion and/or a gallery project along the Fort Lauderdale New River, with the site choice of each group. So each group is free to pick where they want to have this bridge designed. Each group is defining specific functional program in accordance with their project concept using machine learning as design strategies.
Okay. Can you guys see the screen? Just to make sure.
Yeah, I could see it.
Okay.
Yes.
So our exploration began, I guess, at the core, and really kind of going back to nostalgic moments and what we felt in architecture. And one of the earliest memories that we had of architecture or of spatial awareness was spirit game design. being able to, in a way, go through spaces virtually in this 3D geometries that are kind of man-made. So we felt that would be interesting to kind of explore these video games that we played maybe when we were 13, 15 years old, and kind of in a way extract that geometry from those games. Um, some of the strategies that we used was PCX2 emulator, which is an emulator for the PS2. Another strategy we used was Ninja Reaper plus Noesis, which is a program to extract geometry from PC games. And the last strategy is Rhino, and that will be in a way creating geometry by ourselves. And some of the games we explored are listed below, and everything that's highlighted in green is the games that we used for the exploration phase.
All right.
So this the
yeah, this is the
go ahead, Steve.
workflow we use to extract models from the games. We wanted to focus on some of the architectural qualities and spatial characteristics of specific geometries. So we extracted cars, jets, and then we created sort of broad intentions of bridges using the site as our reference to create the 3D geometry and then to extract it and input it into a self-organized map that expanded the 6 original models to 900, and then from there we had 900 hybrid models. So this is showing sort of the process.
So
Gio,
yeah,
you want to talk about that?
so we started so they just shown 3 different processes that we use. So one is using PCX emulator, which basically allows you to run the game disk on your PC, and from that point on, you could extract the actual scene that the viewport is showing, and from that, you could save that as an OBJ and import it to a software like Blender or Rhino and extract specific geometry from the game. So in these examples, we're showing a BMW from Need for Speed, a ship from Star Wars Power Racers, and also lastly our bridge designs. And we all that compile into a input folder that we use to train the PyTorch. So here it's just showing the flow of how we start with the file path to that folder, and then we ran multiple PyTorch 3D on Google Colab, which gave us 6 unified models. By unified meaning that they share the same amount of meshes, faces, and vertices. Because without that, the software wouldn't run properly. And from that, we kind of encoded that geometry in a CSV file, which is basically an Excel sheet just showing the X and Y and Z coordinates of every vertex point for each geometry. So if a geometry had, let's say, 2,000 vertices, it will have 2,000 times 3 for the XYZ, and those numbers will be spread in an Excel sheet by row. And that way we could use that geometry to train it. So on the left hand side is showing the 6 geometries, and then we used Google Colab to train it to run an SOM. So we trained it to compile 900 in a way encoded geometry, and then we ran that through Rhino once we got the results to create a grid of 30 by 30. And this grid kind of shows the combinations, the hybrids between geometry to geometry. And then we decided to zoom into some of these zones to see what the results would be. So in this example, it's kind of showing a jet combined with a Mazda RX-7. What will be the combination of those two? And this is one of the results. So this the results we kind of compiled and the qualities that we felt that the geometry kind of was exploring. So one of them was aerodynamics, the wingspan, and the connectivity. And about connectivity, we're going back to the bridge design, kind of connecting public spaces in our site that you'll later see. And then just we're showing kind of zoom ins of different parts of the grid, showing different outputs.
From
So for
there,
the up,
yeah,
sorry.
Lewis, no, you got it.
So from there, we did an updated workflow, which we were jumping now from 6 models with 3 strategies to 20 models with 4 strategies. So the idea was that in the previous grid that you saw, it was heavily impacted in the center by this massive geometry, which was the car that we were seeing. And so we wanted to kind of control and make sure that we got results that were differing from that, because the idea is for the kind of effect to not simply be revolved around one set of models, but to have different qualities that we want to explore, that we wanted to extract from those models into a new set. So for example, we have now 4 cars and we have 2 jets, and then we were more so looking for qualities of satellites, which is why we have a heavier amount, which is 8 satellites, and then 6 examples of bridges that are arbitrary and kind of random, with some sort of technique of accompanying 3 different points on the site. So this workflow process now is essentially a 3D geometry that then is run through PyTorch 3D with equal vertices in the geometry. And this is 20 equal object files, OBJ files. And then from there, the flow goes a CSV file that's containing 20 encoded text objects. And then we plug that into the self-organizing map, which we've received a 30 by 30 grid, which now has 900 CSV lines. So now from these 900 hybrid models, we want new OBJ files to get from that. And we have now encoded 3D information that we were to putting into Grasshopper. And then we're encoding this 2D image and plugging it into StyleGAN. And then from StyleGAN, we are encoding the image to mesh in Grasshopper once again, and we're plugging that all into StyleGAN and working with the Rhino 3D and the geometry.
This is the new SOM showing more of the satellite results. As you can see, the surface geometry of the car does take a lot of weight and then controls more of the data set. So this is why adding the satellite results helped us get a more focused data set to include results that that were more desirable. We can zoom into the results. So this one was a mix between one of the satellites and the jets, showing a thing, and that's my mom. And yeah, this is a zoom in of one of the results, um, showing sort of the qualities that we look for.
These are just more hybrids and more combinations that we're starting to see some sort of bridge formation, and we're getting actual 3D objects that we could sort of start to play with and locate onto the site.
So this is the part Daniel was talking about earlier. We were now attempting to take those 3D objects in Rhino and encode them into a image. So this image basically works sort of like a barcode. The gradients work to represent the vertices of each mesh. And then the idea was to run this in StyleGAN and then take those StyleGAN results and basically decode them back into mesh. This we still are trying to fix. So this is one of the StyleGAN results. And as you can see, the mesh sort of exploded inside as a result. We're still working on how to resolve this issue, but um, this is part of sort of the research and kind of some of the problems that occur when you're going through many avenues trying to figure out how to further advance the project.
So one thing we kind of aspired for this exploration phase was to, in a way, not only let the AI design the bridge, but also design the site, the the exterior spaces, and also the interior spaces. So in a way, we wanted to kind of maximize what the AI could do and minimize how much input we as designers put in. So this our site that we kind of picked out is near the coast. It connects to a new river, but it's not quite in the new river. And it connects a cargo port, a hotel, and a public shipping docking area. And so what we wanted to do was, in a way, extract not only the geometries from games, but also the environments. So this is just showing an example of using PCX2 and running the game and extracting the environment from that. And we explored, the reason why we explored different locations in these games was to kind of take some qualities out. So in this example, we're taking out away the platforms, also the connecting plazas, the atrium open spaces from this game. And
Yeah.
this is, go ahead, see.
This one is from Tekken, just showing sort of the detail. They have it kind of its functions a different way. So if you go to the next slide, the way the game works, it sort of builds a stage. The foreground is more detailed and it has sort of terrain qualities. And then we can go to the next game.
And so there's more qualities that we're extracting once again from video games and elements that we thought about exploring. You can go to the next slide. For example, in a different scene, there's the idea of having private spaces explored, water features, and the concept that how do ruins kind of create like shapes and geometries and spatial qualities in our exploration.
What's interesting is that every game, depending on whether it's a first person, third person, they set up the game differently, so the qualities are different. Let's say like the first game, Phantasy Star Universe, is an online game, so the lobby has to be bigger. So the spaces for the architecture in the game has to be bigger to allow, let's say, 100, 200 people to be in a lobby. Whereas in contrast with Tomb Raider, which is more of a one person storytelling kind of game, the spaces are much smaller and more private and more detailed. So we gain different aspects. So this is the reason why we explored these different games, because they all had different qualities and in scale as well. So we begin to kind of input these spaces into our site, and we begin to explore StyleGAN, but via visualization of frames. So for each video, we kind of extracted 150 frames per video, and we ran an augmenter to crop it to 900 by 900, and then we augmented it from left to right in order to get 300 frames per video. And these videos that you're seeing right now are from the actual games itself. Just those spatial qualities that we're trying to extract.
So these are starting to become the StyleGAN interpolations that we reran because the issue was that we had way too much black in the previous animations. And so we adapted and added a background and changed the type of rendering options that were available through Rhino so that we would have more clear vision of what our result would be as an interpolation, as well as the grid that you see on the right. So there's a singular interpolation and then 4 videos in tangent to each other that are exploring the qualities and the spaces that we extracted from the frames that Gio was talking about, essentially, we had a total of 1,800 frames, which were 1,800 individual pictures that we were able to run through SoilScan interpolation and get these results.
So going back to the idea of letting the AI kind of design the site spaces and also the bridge design, we kind of went back to PyTorch to kind of input these 3D geometries, these exterior spaces and interior spaces from these games, and use PyTorch in order to unify the vertices and meshes. But something that we also had to do, which was the first step, was before we ran it through PyTorch, or after we trained the PyTorch, we manipulated the vertices to give us more, because when you run PyTorch, sometimes you lose some of the qualities from the models. So we input into Blender in order to manipulate the vertex points. And that way we're not adding more meshes. So we're not adding more geometry. We're just manipulating the coordinates of the geometry to give us a more detailed model. And then we ran those 10 environments. 4 are from Final Fantasy Star, I believe. 4 are from 3 from Fantasy Star, 3 from
3 from Fantasy Star, 3 from Tomb Raider, and 4 combinations.
Correct. So these are just kind of like the results of the hybrids. And since these are actual environments, we want to emphasize the bottom of these geometries because you wouldn't see the bottom of them. And these are some of the qualities that we got from those geometries. And in this example, we're showing possibility of paths, a plaza space, a cliff area, also almost like entrance/tunnel spaces in the model that could serve as a way for people to get in and out. And there's another example. So some of these pairs are bigger than the others. So for this example, as the other ones were more of a open plaza, this could serve more as a balcony for our bridge design. Z?
Yeah, from here, that's when we started to combine sort of the SOM bridge designs with these environment spaces and configure them in a way to work almost inside some of interior spaces as well as exterior spaces. So we tried to get a transparent view of the models so you could see how the environment spaces can insert itself into the bridge and also like work in conjunction with each other to provide interior and then exterior public spaces on site.
Yeah, this is like this is the second option that we got using the same strategy. And then lastly is a rendering of what could be a possibility from it's option 2 from those 2 outcomes.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so if there are questions, comments.
Yeah, maybe just to comment. I mean, I think just 2 comments. One is I'm assuming that the initial forms, especially in environments, were governed by kind of practical issues, like what kind of they're probably very simple forms that were kind of produced. I mean, the more complex the form, the more difficult it is to present in 3D. Therefore, I guess they just kind of had basic forms in some sense. The other comment I was going to make is I came across one of I'm in LA right now, and a while back I came across somebody who was working as a designer for was it Star Trek or Star Wars? I forget exactly. Star Trek it was, and she told me that kind of like they were just kind of, she was just plucking things out of the air. Like she had to go and find a name for on the dials of one of these kind of control things, and she chose her grandmother's cat's name or something like that. They're just kind of plucking it out of the air. I mean, it's completely arbitrary in some ways, but I don't think these. I suspect these forms, interesting as they are, would never find their way into these kind of games because of the complexity of their geometries.
Yeah, so here we have to also understand that the way that this studio is structured, so it's structured in three main parts. So one part is exploration, so mostly how you set up a framework that will allow you in a way to explore design ideas. Yeah. So at the end of this phase, they are not necessarily going to end up with the design. They are going to end up with a framework that will allow them to explore design. Yeah. So right now they are in that phase. So they were working on this explore phase for the past 3 weeks, and this is the result that they have after that explore phase. After the explore phase, and yeah, another thing about the explore phase is that the approach here is to try to look at design at different scales, yeah, and to try to approach those kind of scales in a discrete manner, yeah. So first you just address, okay, maybe just aspects of massing or something. Yeah, I'm just interested to represent very global in a way conditions, and then I'm going to engage with a different process to bringing more detailed conditions and so on, yeah. So right now I think they are in a phase where some of the layers are not yet there. Yeah. After the explore phase, the students are going to have to deal with a qualifying phase. Like, how do you evaluate then? If you have a framework that outputs designs, how do you evaluate the designs? Yeah. And once we have then the framework for qualifying results, then we are going to have the third phase, which is going to be the phase where actually we start to design things. Because in the third phase, generate phase, we are going to have a framework that helps us explore. And in the same time, we are going to have a framework that helps us evaluate results. And then we can say that we can generate, or we can have a system or an AI system that actually generates and it's able to evaluate and perhaps improve based on that feedback that it gets. Okay. So just a broad, in a way, view here. So are there some comments from Manos, Stefan, or Robert?
I think it's fantastic work, and thanks, Daniel, for clarifying, the different stages in the semester. I think already this group has done a tremendous amount of work, and I want to commend them not just for the quantity, but also for clarifying the process. It's a beautiful process by way of, it's been understandable there, because there's a lot of steps. And we all know it can be very overwhelming to not just look at the results, but also understand, the different kind of tools that are involved in their generation. There's a couple of things I wanted to mention, and maybe open up the discussion by asking the students if I want to ask if they could slightly clarify the relationship between the bridge itself and the secondary environment they create, because in some of the visuals, even here, the hierarchical distinction between the two is not very clear. So I'm wondering if the bridge is, again, it goes back to the discussion of the either parasitic or symbiotic relationship between those two different kind of features. Is the bridge somehow dictating and influencing the environment, or is the environment then kind of allowing the bridge to evolve in a different way? And has the order in which you guys approached one or the other, within the overall workflow, does it matter? We could very simply say, is the secondary context necessary or not? But I understand that it can be something that is beneficial to helping the bridge design evolve. So what is the relationship between the two? Maybe this is something that
I guess it started as
the bridge being the main component, and then the site being sort of the attachable either interior spaces or smaller portions of the project. But as we started to generate the results and import them into Rhino, we started to see them differently and more, I guess, equal in a way. Because as we designed it, we were thinking of, okay, so the animations where we were thinking about interior spaces and exterior plazas. When we were designing the bridge, we were thinking more of like exterior qualities and geometry as overall form. But once we inputted them into Rhino and started to join them together, I guess we found a more equal relationship.
I think that's maybe the problem here, the fact that the topology of the bridge is generated by the interpolation of of your original inputs, and so you get these very fluid topologies. But then the context is its origin goes back to the games, and
right.
and so I know you went maybe the stage where you're putting them through Blender to kind of clean them up somehow, generalize it, well. Creates more generic, becomes a generic filter by which they kind of lose their other differentiated idiosyncrasy, and so they begin to speak at the same language of the bridge, which theoretically could be a good thing, but the problem is now the context has lost its kind of special qualities coming from a particular set of video games as opposed to just
the reason for the blender is because the PyTorch program was the one that was diminishing the qualities of the game. So when, as you can see from the left, this is the quality of the game. And then I wish we had a result of the actual PyTorch result, but it would be almost like a mush. Like it would almost.
No, I understand perfectly from a technical standpoint why you guys are doing it. I'm just wondering, or maybe it's kind of an open question for you to think how you can not lose and retain some of the character of the context, so by the time it kind of meshes, or it kind of, I mean, not meshes literally, but somehow joins the particular bridge option, these two things are more differentiated. So then you can evaluate them more clearly. They don't just become a mix and, a mishmash.
Okay.
that is, from a conceptual standpoint, I think that could make your job easier at the evaluation stage, right?
Can I add something here? Because I think Manos was pointing out something really crucial, because I think these environments have a very particular, let's say, atmosphere also, and geometric qualities, spatial qualities, and they are also, let's say, created by a lot of details which are shown there. And through your cleanup process, all those details and information is sort of, it's not completely lost, but it's definitely reduced. And I would even say that the character of this interior changed a lot. Yeah, it's a completely different kind of interior than the original one. And I think that is something which you have to be aware, because we all think that design objects, and so also architectural interiors, would have some knowledge or design knowledge inscribed. And I think this design course is trying to tickle that out and try to work with that. So I think you have to be very picky and very precise when it comes to those details. And when you clean them up or you reduce them, so you have to reduce them, you have to reduce them in a very particular way, so you preserve those qualities. Otherwise, they are lost in all further steps.
Agreed.
I agree with what you're saying. That's something that we have problems with too. So basically, the way PyTorch works is that, so let's say here you have a BMW M3, right, on the right hand side, and it has the geometry, has very detailed geometry. But when you run PyTorch, so this is the same car, BMW M3. You see how it's smoothed out? It's the same car as this, but except when you run PyTorch,
to make it homogeneous.
Because basically the way PyTorch works is that each model, so let's say BMW has 10,000 meshes, the spaceship has 16,000 meshes, the bridge has 2,000 meshes. So in a way, it has to create a language in order to train where they all share the same amount of meshes and vertices. So by default, all of them have to reduce. So in this example, we ran each mesh to 5,000.
But instead of picking the common minimum, could it pick the common maximum so that they all retain their minimum level of detail? I'm sorry, Gio, I'm not sure if that's possible. I'm just kind of wondering.
No, I mean, we tried to run at 10,000, 15,000, but at some point, everything gets too smoothed out because PyTorch, in a way, tries to, in a way, let's say you have two vertices from two different objects, it tries to average out the vertices. And eventually, so the language of PyTorch is to smooth things out by default, which is why we had to put it into Blender to, in a way, add even some from the lost features I had, even try to add some of those lost features back. But I agree that even by doing that, it wasn't enough to kind of maintain some of those qualities.
Daniel, I'm not sure if that makes sense, but could they use the Blender stage before they use PyTorch, so they increase the mesh count and they kind of average the kind of different types of models before they process them through?
Not necessarily, but here I think this is fine. Like I understand the issues, but in the end, I think this is fine because we are trying to engage with multiple tools. Yeah, like it should not be that PyTorch is going to solve everything because there are some limitations to the method that PyTorch brings to the table. Yeah, so this kind of aspects of details that are getting lost. Yes, that's a big issue. And then the question will be, yes, we have this kind of technology out there. Where do we use that technology and which specific technology we use where? Yeah. So then here, I think where we have to make things clear is that these kind of aspects of details of designs, they are still relevant. But right now with the existing technology that you have, you cannot represent those. Yeah, the existing technology that you have right now, you mostly address aspects of massing almost like, yeah, like this kind of very general, in a way, gestures. So then for them, the next question would be like, how do you bring now, without using PyTorch, because let's say PyTorch has its limitation, but that's not to say that we are not going to create a design that doesn't have those kind of qualities, yeah? So then which will be a logical step that you have to take in order to bring also the details, yeah, in. So you have a PyTorch, let's say, and this kind of self-organized map and style GAN that creates for you this kind of almost like massing of spaces. How do you bring that extra details or the details that you have in gaming? Yeah. So that's going to be a question that they will have to explore and figure out like what kind of system, what kind of strategy they have to deploy in order to get there. Yeah. Because there is no one answer for everything here. Yeah, we cannot just say that we are going to use PyTorch and PyTorch is going to capture all the details that are important. I think we have to work with different methods that will help us do that.
But I have another one. I think, first of all, I want to say I was missing that out before, that I think the work is amazing. Yeah, I think all the steps you have to go through. I know that when Daniel was also teaching or did design courses with our students back in Austria, that there are a lot of steps and sub-steps, and you have to follow all the details. And even if you make something very tiny step wrong, everything is sort of collapsing or is not producing the results which you are aiming for. So I think I'm completely aware of that. And I think it's really successful also what you have done, and also shows a much wider spectrum than our students were able to produce in the same amount of time. But when you go back to this output one, where you have this rotation of the bigger bridge animation, yeah, this one, for example, there are sliders in the back or down in the corner. They are showing some kind of features. Are you able actually to change those sliders in order to enhance the kind of amount of wall or flooring or the kind of flatness of the bridge, or let's say three-dimensionality of the bridge? Because that would be actually really interesting if you have learned from earlier, or the machine has learned from the earlier processes.
That's what we are aiming for.
Incorporate these features, these design features, you're able to amplify them or diminish them in a way, because that could be really a powerful setup then.
Yeah, hopefully the next stage of design, the qualifying stage, is where we'll be able to create these sliders and create those the parametric ability of using a slider to adjust the form and geometries. But yeah, right now we are finishing the explore phase and then headed in that direction.
Yeah, I think this is the amazing thing, like, and this is probably also the big challenge. So we can use AI in a way just to look at images and then to have this kind of hope that we are going to get a very articulated in a way result, yeah. Or you can go the other route and say, okay, I'm going to actually build up the entire like process of what it means in a way to have an architectural idea or concept or design, yeah. And then I'm trying to build the entire design from the bottom up in a way, yeah. So I start to approach different scales of design, try to connect them to other scales of design. So one scale influences the other and so on, yeah. And once I have all this kind of chaining of scales, then the hope here will be, or the what we are aiming for is you should be able to have now access to all the features of design. Yeah, features of design meaning like aesthetical, maybe some features when it comes to certain decisions, the type of spaces you want to have, and then you should be able to just use these kind of sliders, perhaps like sliders that define qualities. Let's say that you can say, okay, I want to enhance this quality and I want to tone down this quality. Yeah. And have then all this system in a way, interconnected system triggered down like and influence all the scales of design. Yeah. So this will be the hope where we intend to go. Yeah. And we have 2 more phases to get there. And hopefully that's where we are going to get. Yeah.
I think I totally agree. And also for me, guys, congratulations to what's been going on so far. I think it's very, very impressive. And I think I just want to add one quick comment that also ties into what Manos said right in the beginning, you know, that the relationship between the bridge itself and that sort of environmental or environment part of it, I think how these things interrelate, I think is super crucial, because in the beginning, when you were starting to look into the game environment, I thought that would essentially be, let's say, the thing that the bridge sits in. But then when you were actually showing the latest images, then it seemed to me that it would be more of a sort of hybrid or even interior conditions. So meaning that one is nested inside the other. And I think, while I think that maybe these are things that might even be post-rationalized in one way or the other, I think thinking about that beforehand, I think this could be very crucial, you know, because we've been discussing this, or Stefan and Manos have been discussing that on the sort of morphological or maybe semi-logical level, if you will, right? But I think it's also a question of performativity in a way, right? So there is a, so there is a lot of, I think it's super interesting how you started to sort of evaluate the shapes that you got from the environment strand of research, right? You're saying, okay, there is a balcony and there are the pathways, so you look into circulation qualities of this, and there might be a tunnel where you might to be able to go from one space to the other, you know, but you haven't been doing that for the bridge component of this as of now, right? And because these qualities that we are also seeing right now on the screen are essentially also qualities that you would try to find in a bridge, right? So you would try to find connectivity or try to optimize connectivity or these kind of things, you know. But the bridge also has that sort of other performative components, I think, you know, like there's a lot of structural issues with these kind of things, you know, and I think right in the beginning, I think I was super hooked on the examples that you took, or like on the precedents that you took, like right in the beginning, you were looking at these at video games, you know, from, I don't know, your teenage days somehow, you know, and I found that super interesting because I haven't really seen anybody do that before. And if I would, I don't know, I'm a bit older, so I'd be looking at Commodore C64 sort of graphics maybe instead of that sort of stuff, right? But I think it's interesting that, for example, and then I was wondering, so apart from that obvious appeal, you know, that you're trying to get that sort of design sensibility into the equation, right? So what other qualities were you looking at? Because you always had this list of qualities, right? And like some of these things seemed quite obvious to me. If you say, okay, if I look at airplanes, for example, or something like this, right? So airplanes have that sort of intrinsic structural quality to them, right? Because they need to perform as a structure too, right? So, and this is also manifested in the morphology of their object, right? So that's an obvious choice for me somehow, right? If you try to marry these things, but then again, with the cars, I think it's not that obvious, right? So I wasn't quite sure about this, right? And then I thought it's also interesting. So if the idea is to essentially have a bridge, right? And then to add different design sensibilities or develop different design sensibilities out of that, right? Then probably I would have thought that you would take a much more generic bridge in a way, right? So to kind of bring in like these performance qualities that objects already have in somewhere hidden in the equation, right? Rather than already like this designing a fancy bridge, that sort of already pretty much represents what you might have probably wanted the thing to look in the end somehow, I think, but which it luckily won't, because then again you have all these other components, that sort of end up adding to that super surprising overall shape, But I think so. I think what I'm trying to say is if you're inscribing certain, or if you're reading out certain performative qualities from one object, I think you would also need to look into to find complementary material, right, to force marry in one way or another, because I think that would be a much more interesting result. I think like marrying an airplane with a bridge, sort of, they both have structural components inside them, right? So it's probably more interesting to sort of juxtapose like different types of objects.
And I think relative to the...
in a very, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Stefan.
I think Robert is bringing in a very interesting aspect, because talking about the properties, structural properties of a bridge and the aesthetic properties or the aesthetic qualities of a bridge are completely different. They're both features which you are looking at probably if your aim is to design a bridge, but one can be evaluated very rationally, while the other is much more difficult, to evaluate it in a rational way. And bringing those together into one process is sort of really interesting, I think.
I just wanted to add, kind of reiterate on Robert's last comment about the importance of that distinction between the two, the context and the bridge, because relative to Neil's earlier, broader discussion about the unconscious role that we saw in earlier project, this kind of particular explicit reference to video games, which goes back to your childhood, and our own reminiscence of something equivalent, right? Of course, becomes perhaps an interesting reference of the a collective unconscious. That's something that we all shared back in the day, and I think you don't want that to be very diluted, because somehow that particular stigma can be encoded into the final product, right? And so there could be an interesting differentiation between what that represents and what the bridge represents, which is this kind of more contemporary series of technological tools that are kind of merged or complementing each other. Great work, guys. I love it.
Thank you, everyone. Some final comments for this project, and then we move on.
Yeah, maybe I have one final comment, or one comment to add, if I can jump in this conversation, because I mean, oh my God, I have so many things to say about this, because I believe that, first of all, congratulations, because I believe that this focus in the process, but not only in the process, but in the procedure, like with clear rules. I believe that is absolutely, I mean, it's related with this idea of the game, because finally, when you play a game, you have like certain rules, no? And you know that to play that game, you need these rules. And I believe that you are playing your game, even if I like your game or not, because of course I love your game, because I'm a gamer too, so I love this approach. But anyway, what I want to say is that the approach with your rules is absolutely according to your idea of taking this aesthetic from the games as well, because finally what you are trying to play, and I believe that this is part also of this cultural approach of architecture, because finally we are building culture through games, or at least in the beginning of the times we started creating our culture because of we were playing with the certain rules, and then we are so convinced about our games that we continue playing until today. So I believe that this idea of the game related with the architectural design is super interesting, and I believe this. I would like to explore more about this. One thing, however, I would like to say is like some rules are not still clear. Maybe because or how I mean in the same terms that you were speaking, all of you, and there is like, okay, this idea of the bottom up logic is not still clear, because it looks more sometimes like a top down logic. So where is the relation in a game between the rules, like a kind of a top down logic? No, okay, I have these rules, I'm making my game and it has these certain rules, and this like a top down logic. How we reverse this logic? And I believe that this idea of performativity, or even this idea of the different scales that Daniel would mention as well, about how to think in this discrete way, like with the parts, is still missing in the rules. So I believe that this scale, this focus in the details, is what is going to, in a way, give a feedback or a kind of cycle to your process. Because when you can add these logics from the bottom up logic, from the part to the whole, and not to try to have the shape before, and when the shape is going to be a result of this, of playing with this part, is going to be like even more interesting. So you will move it from a different level. Because also, for example, 2 years ago, I participated in a competition of a bridge, and I remember that this was something, the same thing that you were thinking. I was playing with these ideas too of the rules, and then there's like a kind of because finally a bridge, it could be like a kind of open system. So maybe if we can add like certain field conditions, including this idea of the relation between the parts, it will give you a new approach to your bridge, and it will make it more complex, but not complex because we love complexity. No, complex because finally architectural is complex, because we have like a, I don't know, energy exchange, material constraints, or things that we need to add to the design process, that it will be easier to understand these complex logics if we go to the details. So I believe that this comment that Daniel made about that this is a first stage, I believe it's important, because now we can understand that you can come back and to change and to incorporate all these constraints and also possibilities. So thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So I think you guys, you got a lot of feedback. So I think you know where to go on from here, how to go on from here. Thank you. We'll have to continue now with group 2. Group 2, if you are ready to share the screen.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hello. Alrighty.
So just to give we are right now a last semester. So the studio is last semester bachelor, yeah. So this is their last semester in the bachelor program. And in our school, we have the last semester right now. It's a very experimental, in a way, studio. And that's why you see the kind of very experimental kind of research that we engage with in this studio. Are you able to share the screen?
Yes. Alrighty. Can you just confirm you see my, oh, did it go away?
Should I make you a co-host? No.
Nope. There we go. Sorry.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Perfect.
My name is Isabella. And I am partners in a group with Catherine and Santari. So there we go. So briefly, I'll go over our design intent. We intend to employ the creative learning methods of agent-based systems and neural networks to engage naturally inspired structural systems using coral and rock formations within the generative results from an initial StyleGAN investigation using relief models to ultimately influence our pedestrian bridge initiative. So this is our workflow, and the relief models that I just spoke about in our design intent, we found these images very captivating, creating these three-dimensional perspectives, but using paper. And so doing a search of images just like these, we took them into StyleGAN and interpolated them and made a video, which I'll get to in just one moment. But once we had that video, we went through it and made a decision on what were the most desirable outcomes. So then we took those exact frames and created our models based off of those. So the first three models are surface models, and the last 3, 4 through 6 models are actually just the curves from those. And we applied 6 different behaviors. They're pretty drastic difference in behaviors, and then created a self-organizing map. First, looking at the local level using setting a parameter map, or a self-organizing map using parameters, and then to study the more spatial composition, we decided to create a map, a strand map. And then out of all 6 of those, we took the 3 most successful ones to then move on to the next round per se, created 2 data sets created 1 large data set of the rock formations and the coral, where each data set from the models we chose would be ran in StyleGAN and in CycleGAN with them. So we just briefly augmented the images that we found. We have lots more images, but this is just an example of what we took from each image.
Yeah,
So
our data set ended up being about 1,125 of these images after augmenting them.
And so I will go ahead and play all of these. So using all the images, we were able to create this interpolation video using StyleGAN. And whenever we found something more evocative, we paused it and then saved that exact frame to then act as our base for our models. And so this actually gave us a more inverted video than what we had put into the system. So we put in very white models, and ultimately it came out more inverted, which we were able to study more so the negative and positive spaces. So here were the frames that we chose for model 1 and model 4, and then model 2 and 5, and then 3 and 6. And like I said, so model 1 is a surface model, and then model 4 is using the curves from that model. And you can see further here how we were able to do that in Rhino. Here's a more 3-dimensional view of how these looked in relationship to the image frames. So now we are undergoing how we chose which data sets to use, which came out most successful. So we ended up choosing model 2, 3, and 4. Model 1, as you can see, was not very successful. We are still working out why it wasn't as successful as the other ones, and this is just the surface model. The curve model was actually very successful. And then, as you can see here, still the strand map was unsuccessful. So it wasn't allowing for, the attractors weren't allowing for the agents to interact as they should. So, no matter how we change the behaviors, something still wasn't connecting. So that's going to take more investigation on why we got the results we did. But luckily, this was the only model that happened with. So model 2 was also decently successful. Here's some closer up images of the different behaviors. Here's the strand map. And then a perspective of, so this was actually very helpful in studying the spaces that this was creating. And all of our models are some sort of bridge condition. So not necessarily jumping straight to building a bridge, but understanding that condition, that general condition. We didn't want to limit ourselves necessarily to what we know and think of as the bridge. Alrighty, and model 3 is also another model that we chose. And that's the perspective. Model 4 was, I think, one of our most successful models. It really did give us a lot of different results. So we were pleased with how this came together and what we were able to take from that spatially. And this is a model made with curves as the attractors. And I will just quickly pass through these. You know, they still came out decently okay, but they weren't giving us the spatial qualities that we were looking for. So that's why they did not move on to the next round. These agents really stayed close to the attractors no matter what behavior we changed. So they weren't interacting with each other as much as we would like again. Alrighty, so in the meantime, we had created those data sets for the coral and rock formations, put them through the augmenter, and now each data set from the models that we chose 2, 3, and 4, we were going to train in StyleGAN to interpolate them. So here was our first set of results, just a few frames that we found pretty intriguing and what we were looking for.
And you can really see in these frames that how the coral's influencing these models.
And so you'll see in the next slide that this was the rock formations that paired more so with the model. So the rock formations really took dominance over the coral, and we got more of a picturesque rather than before. We clearly see an object, clearly see a structure going on. Here, you can see the structure, but it's also kind of being overtaken by the rock formations. Here again, this is just another one where you can clearly see the transformation and what's morphing with another. So I think you really get to see a lot in the videos. And this was, I believe, one of our most desirable outcomes from StyleGAN. It was, you can really see the model with the coral and how it's really just creating a more fluid experience than this per se. But again, here we can see the transition using the rock formations of the same model. So now we're going to move on to our results from CycleGAN, which was having one data set influence the other and vice versa. So these were the fakes are on the top and the reals are on the bottom. Using model 2, these were some of the results we got. And then in comparison to the reals, we were really trying to influence the model, not the other way. So this was again model 2. So you can really see the difference between these models and these. This is model 3. And we're just taking different elements. Here we can see that It's completely different than over here. But again, providing some type of spatial quality in the images. This is model 3 again. And model 4. So when I was saying earlier that this is one of our most successful models, I think it can really be portrayed here when it was ran through CycleGAN with the coral and rock data sets. So really providing even more spatial qualities than the other models. And yet so different. A lot of these we chose in preparation for potentially having a structure, like a structural system that acts as part of the aesthetic. But the structural system being more linear, and then also having the surface models to represent the spatial composition.
All right, thank you. Thank you, group 2. Okay, so if there are comments.
Could I just introduce Maria Kupsova, who's part of the Innsbruck Manager. And I just want to kind of say that, just a general comment. I think I know what FAU was like many years ago, and it was really pretty uninspiring place. It's kind of like, it's interesting how schools, and in many ways actually also Innsbruck have kind of like have really become charged and revitalized by a number of individuals, especially I think Claudia Pasquero and so on. And it's amazing. I think it's great, Daniel, what you're doing to FAU. I don't know. For the students, don't assume this is universal, this kind of approach. I was invited to Bull State or something like that was to give a talk the other day, and I thought they wanted me to talk about digital futures and AI, but actually it was something else they were interested in, which is weird. And they didn't, I was looking at these kind of blank faces. They didn't know what on earth I was talking about. But anyway, it's great to see this kind of stuff that's been done, and great to see the kind of stuff that's been done in Innsbruck. So welcome, Maria. Would you like us to say a few words? Or
Thank you, Neil. Thank you very much for having me here, guys. That's fascinating, your work. I don't know if I should just jump in. I'm really happy to see this work, and it's just the images are just, I don't know, taking my mind fully and completely, really beautiful. I wanted to, maybe before giving any comments, I wanted to ask some questions. I missed the beginning of your presentation. Maybe you were explaining it before. What are the parameters, how you define your models to be successful or unsuccessful? That's maybe the first question.
Mm-hmm. So some models gave a lot more clearly defined spaces versus others. Some of the models just looked like a bunch of fibrous strands that we couldn't clearly define. Here's a space here, here's a space here. So for now in the exploration phase, really just looking at how some of these models, how the agents were able to interact with each other and then create those more defined spaces.
Yes, so when we take this model further and we use another program, we can either exaggerate these spaces, add in the successful spaces we found into other models, and more into the qualifying phase.
Maria, just give a broad overview here. So what we are working right now on, or the studio is split in 3 phases. So the first phase right now is the exploration phase. Then we have a qualifying phase, and we have a generate phase. And the idea here is that in the exploration phase, we have to develop workflows that will allow us to explore design at different design scales. from global to local to inspirations, what kind of inspiration you bring in the design process, what kind of system you build up, what types of interaction you establish between humans, machine, and so on. Yeah. So in some instances, when they show this kind of like diagrams, they are trying to show a sort of design process that they are thinking of. Yeah. A design process where, let's say at the beginning, you have maybe just machine interaction. And at one point in this process, probably you as a designer, you intervene and perhaps you use the results from the networks as a muse to continue with a further step. Yeah. So these are in a way, let's say exploration phase, you're trying to set up that kind of model. Then we have the next phase, which is going to be a qualifying phase. So in that phase, they have to establish and they have to create systems to evaluate the results that the exploration framework is outputting. So once we have these two phases finished, like exploration and qualifying, now we can talk about a system that is actually smart, that it's able to generate design and also evaluate design and also learn from that design. Yeah. Because right now, what we have out there most of the time is we generate something with an AI, and then we as a designers, we say, I like it or I don't like it, and we just continue from there on. Yeah, something like that. But most of the time we are blinded to what we don't understand or what we don't see. Yeah, and in many instances, in special when you work with these kind of very complex geometries, you look at things in flat 2D. Yeah, although the geometry is 3D, but it's hard for you to qualify that result from a 3D quality. Yeah. So then this is where the qualifying phase comes into place. And that's why then the generate phase will be something very important. Yeah. Because you're going to have an AI that generates and it's able to evaluate itself if it's generating something that it's working towards those qualifying criteria that you defined or not.
Yeah, super interesting. Thank you very much, Daniel, for explanation. And my question was actually, yeah, because when I was looking to these catalogs of samples, like that you were showing in the middle of the presentation, and you were selecting some of the models, defining them as more successful, or some of them you were mentioning they have better spatial qualities. Now, but basically these spatial qualities, how do you, like, who is selecting them? So it's not anymore an optimization that we actually used to have in this way of representation. No, we used to follow the optimization, but now this type of optimization doesn't follow anymore the idea maybe of the, I don't know, load bearing, or the idea of the best quality of the space. Probably this optimization is optimized for the next model of gun that you are creating. And here is the next iteration of the gun technique is starting to be a selector of the best parameters and best spatial qualities. And its decision to do so could be absolutely different that we used to have in a common optimized model.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
so I don't know, there's just maybe a small input from my side for this moment.
Absolutely. I mean, we're definitely, that's something we really want to look into coming out of this exploration phase. More so, we really were trying to understand the shortcomings, that being one of them, and understanding the successful moments of, okay, so with starting with the style GAN, it would have been nice, and we found this out later, that if we included the entire image, we would have gotten more details. So decisions like that we noticed along the way and were clearly documented for when we take this project to the next step. So absolutely, I completely agree.
I mean, I also
thank you so much.
The same impression that Maria had, you know, that you're a little bit too elusive maybe about the criteria that you're applying to these results, which I also agree are super breathtaking and very beautiful. And you say they're evocative, and I think everyone really has to agree with that in a way, you know. But at the same time, for me, it was a little bit like watching some sort of experimental theater play from far away with protective your phones on anyway, right? So you're watching this and you think, well, this is super interesting. There must be something really awesome going on. But then again, you're not really understanding it in a way, right? And I think it would be, like for us anyway, but we're not the important part here, right? It would be much more beneficial for everybody involved if you would be a little bit more clear about what drives these decision-making processes in a way, right? And what's really, you talk about the most desirable outcome and most successful outcome, and I think it would all be very interested in understanding what that would be, right? And you talk about special qualities, I think, which we all see in these things, I think, in one way or another, right? So you show these and we all agree, well, that has so much potential in a way, but then it's a bit too far away, right? So I'd love to zoom in somehow and really explore these special qualities a bit more, right? And I think that would also help you to sort of streamline the process, if you will, you know, in a way that there's a little bit more direction in this. And then I think this would be even more interesting than I think it already is in a way, right? Because I think we all look at these images and like all these kind of images come to mind in a way. It might be this, it might be that, you know, this has so much potential for this and this might be there, you know. But I think like my image from this is probably a bit different from what Maria's having in her head, right? And what Daniel's seeing in this, right? In a way. And I think you also need to set us up for that sort of kind of direction you're taking that project into, right? And so I think it would be nice for you to sort of engage into that right now, right? To sort of catalog the thing a bit more rigorously, if you will.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Absolutely.
If I can just add a few words, maybe it's just my take on this topic. Yeah, Neil was already mentioning that I'm working with Claudia Pesquera, and we are very much fascinating in our work with the different types of intelligence, and we every time consider biological and geological intelligence as also the driving factor, and we experiment with gun techniques, thinking how it could be affected by these forces, for example, of physics, biology, and or geology, you know. And the way how do we try to depict this intelligence is through the idea of the pattern. Now, because the pattern is something that we can read as well as a human, and the pattern is something that has a, let's say, the way to express this intelligence, this kind of cognition of, let's say, of our planet. And somehow I think the image could be the way how to depicture this pattern and start to form a new type of, I don't know, maybe new type of these patterns with the gun techniques. So, and I think that when you take this biological form of cognition and you filter it and you kind of magnify it through the algorithmical tools, meaning AI, I think the results could be very interesting, because I just seeing your examples why I'm saying this, because you are looking to the coral, which has a really beautiful structure. And if you start reading the forces, basically the coral is programming itself, programming its function, programming its pattern, programming, I don't know, its color based on the factors which are influencing it and its adaptability to the space, and it's a long process which is happening, and this is the intelligence. Or you are looking to the formation of the sand and the rocks, like Gaudi would be just getting inspired by it, but you are looking to that in order to reinterpret it with gun techniques. But there's also, you could look and think that there is a forces like a wind, there's a forces like a gravity, there is a different forces which are starting to structure this type of the formations, which also could be translated into this idea of the geological intelligence, which was also for me very fascinating. So yeah, I think that could be also the way to go maybe within the project and start looking into the data set that you are collecting in with a more precisioncy and thinking what it actually brings to your work beside the algorithm.
Okay, I see. It's not.
I think that's a super interesting and useful comment, because I think if you look at your project back to back with the previous project, right? I think the differences are super stunning in a way, because like the previous project, they were looking at like, let's say, man-made objects, if you will, right? So and these objects have a sort of, let's say, socio-cultural or technological intelligence already embedded in them, and you're looking at natural phenomena in a way, right? And I think Maria is, I think the way to say it's a kind of biological or geological intelligence, I think is a really nice way of putting it in a way. So I think that maybe looking at these kind of things need a different way of appropriation in a way, right? Because you kind of need to add a step that you don't have to do if you're already looking at man-made objects in a way, right? And so there might be a slightly different way of dealing with these kind of things, you know. And so taking it out of that realm and sort of abstracting it to put it back into whatever you want this to become in a way, right? And why that might be one additional step, I think that's this super huge opportunity, right? To come up with a kind of morphological language, you know, that is so far away from anything the previous group could kind of come up with, you know. I think that's really fascinating.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, maybe I can add something here. First of all, I would like to congratulate you, because I think whatever you have produced throughout the whole presentation, whatever I saw, is really very beautiful. All kind of steps, all kind of intermediate images, all kind of videos which have been produced have some sort of beauty to it. It's never sort of getting really ugly or off. It always has these kind of aesthetic qualities you would like to have in a design. I think that is really, I mean, this probably has also to do by choosing natural systems and corals in particular, yeah, because they are very beautiful itself. But I think anyway, all the outputs generated by you are also very beautiful. I still have to think these kind of videos you're showing, yeah, these style gun videos, yeah. I always have the feeling they are really a very good style search engine or tool, yeah, where you really can explore how different design features or aesthetical features from your samples can be mixed, merged, and tweaked. And I don't know if you really can facilitate that, but I think it looks like you really could search through your learning samples by that. And I think there is a lot of potential, because in the end, I think you would like to facilitate those features you are finding in your initial samples and try to bring them maybe in a merged or mixed way into your design. So I think it's something which I would appreciate to have a closer look in. And then there is another observation. I'm not sure if that is on purpose, but I think on one hand you're generating these kind of at the moment they are images, yeah, but they still have let's say this kind of qualities of shapes. You could imagine they become architectural artifacts or bigger pieces of architecture. Now you are aiming towards a bridge as a design. And then on the other hand, they are coupled or mirrored on the other side with these fibrostructures, yeah, you're generating from the traces of the agents. And I think those are going very well together, because when I think of architectural designs, we don't only should look at them as envelopes and surfaces, but we should also look inside of the materials and how the materials are organized and how, especially when we look in nature, and Maria will agree, hopefully, yeah, you have a lot of fibrous structures and microstructures inside natural materials, and they are organized in a very particular way in order to fight gravity and forces. And I think that is super interesting, and you could easily exploit that.
Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, very interesting. But I absolutely agree that each slide just represents such a beautiful work. And I think that's the best thing how you can describe the narrative through the visual representation. I really enjoyed the whole presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I actually ask you a quick question? Can you explain more these forces that you're talking about and how it ultimately can influence it? Because the rock formations, like you were saying, have these different forces, and it's made up way differently than coral, which is a biological system, and its forces take place underwater. So I guess, how does that influence how we think about using it as a data set then?
Well, it depends where you exactly go, no? But I don't know if you think, for example, on this pattern of reaction diffusion, you can find it in many places, no? Under the water, out the water. If you also, and I don't know, do this. I love this experiment when you look at the planet from the satellite, then you zoom and the pattern is starting to change. Then you zoom, pattern starting to change. Then you zoom, you see the pattern from that you saw before, but in a different scale. And you zoom, and some things I repeating, some others are not. I don't know. I'm not very much a scientist to describe you all the processes, but somehow we are driven by the same forces in all the planet now. And I think that the formation of a pattern is like readed by this way. And if you want to be very much, let's say, pragmatic and say that, okay, I design now a building which is adapted, like trying to be optimized for the wind force. I take the rock and I study. That could be one way to go, but maybe for your poetic presentation and poetic project, that would be, I would say, too pragmatic. I would maybe study different types of the formations of the patterns and start to find some logics on that, and maybe not trying to give an answer directly. I really love the comment of Stefan about the fibers.
Right.
It's also another way to go, with the fibers and thinking, for example, thinking on the structural property of the fibers and to the aesthetical properties of the fibers, and then associating maybe some of your drawings with some material studies that could be very interesting. And I don't think that in this project you really need to be answering the questions of the load bearing or optimization. No, like keep this poetic that you have, but yeah, just study this process. And it's not necessary all the patterns should relate to each other, but that's just an interesting inspiration, I think.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to know more about, you guys had both said these forces, so I just wanted a little bit more explanation on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. I think that was some great, amazing insight. Are there some last comments before we move to the other team? All right. So thank you very much, Group 2.
Thank you.
So let's continue with Group 4.
All right, do you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, give me a second. F5. Where do I hit percent? I don't see the bottom on the screen. Oh, here, screen share. Got it. Sorry. Okay, cool. You guys see that, right? So pretty much we try to focus in this area more towards like the pedestrian flow and how to approach this bridge in a sense as how people walk through and how they interact with stuff, and just like other people have done in the past, we try to link that back to how it happens in nature and how, let's say, ants walk from one side to another, and then they find the optimal path. And then the same thing as how flocks tend to do the same thing when they're migrating. So on our workflow, the way that we organized it was by setting up different simulations where in some cases we try to emulate with the help of Eclipse how the ants do their workflow. They move from one area to another looking for food and stuff like that, and then they go over obstacles. And then we did the same thing by just analyzing plazas throughout the world. And then at that point, what we did is just see what was the context and how they organized the spaces in between, and what was the flow that in general make that plaza successful. So we did several cycle guns in between them, and what we try to do was we try to use the pedestrian flow as the link in between them. So at one point we can interrelate them by just when we go to the next step, which will be the training, we'll just be able to put, let's say, cycle gun 1 into cycle gun 2 and cycle gun 2 into cycle gun 3, and at that point be able to have all sort of talk to each other, and then at one point we just go through Pixplot to find what were the best iterations. But then all of this was sort of done on a 2D scale, and we also wanted to exploit it on a 3D scale. So then on a 3D scale, we did a different approach, where was we used the walking paths by using PetSim, which is a pedestrian simulator, where you just locate the same thing, obstacles, and then you also locate target areas where you want to be there, and then you also locate areas that exits and the entrances. The whole point of this is we want to generate some bridges that are interchangeable and they sort of adapt to the context. So the whole point of this is when we are on the site, which is this one, as the site goes by, the whole idea is for it to as you're going through the site, the idea is to have the bridges coming through as you're going through every single one of the spaces and generating different iterations. Rather than locating to one site, we just want to have all the sites and all the iterations going through, so that we can select the optimum space, and we can select the optimum type of bridge for your space. So going back to the beginning, this is sort of like the beginning of the results, where we start like going through the training, and we started like finding out some things that were not working properly, and that end was just the data sets are a little bit particular, and then that's pretty much the things that we start just approaching in a more effective way. So let's say in this case, we were able to translate this is simulating a flock, and this is simulating a pedestrian flow, and you can just see how this one is sort of translating the language, but at the same time is enveloping the buildings that are supposed to be the obstacles in this case. And then we did the training where we implemented it by adding the testing, I'm sorry, where we implemented what we decided to be the bridges and the locations, and then we included this as a language, and then this was pretty much for the starting pudding. So this is the cycle gun 3, which was the one where we used the flocks. In this case, it's also started simulating and pretty much making one into the next, which that's the way it works. And then this is like the little video of how it's sort of interpolating from one to the other. And these are, like we said before, like sort of the results of most successful bridges that we had on the 2D approach. We sort of do diagrams of them, because this is how we went to the next step as we were trying to approach to model them and bring them into PyTorch, so we can have different iterations to put in the site throughout. And this is the pet simulation. So as you see, like, it's interacting with the obstacles, and the whole point of it is you have like some starting point, some endpoints, and then they sort of like collide with each other, which is sort of what happens in real life. We don't really crash into each other more. We try to avoid each other, but it's similar in a sense. And this is just the site, and this is some of the models that we came off after running it through PyTorch. We still got some way to go, but we want to start interpolating between these ones and start getting the point where we are more descriptive and using some of these criteria to have it discriminate the results. Where is it? The criteria. Have some of the criteria to discriminate the results, and that way have it select the most desirable bridges and the ones that works the best, and at the same time they also they're nice aesthetically.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. Okay, so if there are comments, questions.
If you don't mind, I have a maybe question. I'm Vadim. Hello. I'm starting my PhD in the same university as Maria in Innsbruck. So I'm wondering, so first of all, thank you. In I think the graphics and the ideas, it's all super interesting. So in the graphics especially, but as a software engineer, I see kind of question, especially when you are cycle gunning the flock simulations that you did by agent-based way, right? So first, as I understood, you did an agent-based simulation. You drawn these lines, then you kind of cycle gun it with different images to kind of for form finding or something like this, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So I mean, for myself, it's kind of put the question of a simulation in square. So, and probably we can refer to previous comments on previous groups that basically when we are cycle gunning already simulated content, we basically create even more abstract things. So my question here is, what is the purpose you are seeing by doing so?
Okay, so and this end, the purpose is to have, and that's a great question, by the way, and it actually pointed out something that I forgot to mention. So the whole purpose of it was there's several layers through the bridge. So let's say the pedestrian flow is informing what we call the lower level, and in that end, what's going on is pretty much how the pedestrians are approaching, and I'm going from one side of the river to the other side. And then what's the next level will be the one that you're saying that is the simulation, and that one is giving that cloud-like structure that is going to be the envelope of the bridge itself. So the reason for it is that way the simulation language that it's interesting itself, and it's sort of adjusting itself to the pedestrian. So I mean, you could say that we can sort of run the simulation using the geometries that we use for the pedestrian, which I'm guessing that's the way you're seeing it, and I agree with you. But then it wouldn't have the same results. And I guess if I were to run it, you'll probably see it. And the main reason for it is because when you're running the simulations, you have to run some stress points. And when you do the stress points, you'll get different results according to how big the grid you make it. You get different results according to where you want the stress lines to be. So in this sense, the way that I did the simulation was by doing some wandering agents and pretty much letting them be free. So I feel like they would not be as free if we were constraining them by the surface. So by being able to interpolate between the two of them, you get like the happy medium per se.
So basically, you are interpolating in between something constraint driven and something free, right? And then you're trying to find this middle bridge. Okay. I also had one suggestion is that maybe I'm not sure if you somehow can use it in this project, but would be good to somehow kind of add a real data into it. So I mean, if you have something, for example, like a data about the footfall or something like this that you can collect, this can be beneficial because it still will be this kind of abstract dimension that you're working on with the simulation, but it will be more kind of closer to reality. But it's hard to get the real data on a footfall for a student project, especially, but can be super beneficial for it. Maybe you can, I don't know, count it or something like this by hands.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. I did not understand the last part you tried to say. You mean like adding a graphic scale?
I mean, if you can somehow, so but basically this bridge that you're building, right? It has a context. So as I understood from the presentation, it kind of doesn't have a context about, for example, how, I mean, a quantified context. So when you're seeing such a simulation of people moving around or some kind of thing, it would be great to based on it on a kind of context. So, for example, the scale of the buildings surrounding the bridge, right? So you can count the footfall that will be crossing this bridge, at least by a probabilistic model, for example. So this kind of adds a layer of reality into it, and you can extrapolate from it into this level of abstraction that you are building for the shell, as I understood.
Okay, yeah. We'll definitely look into doing that. Thank you for the suggestion.
If I understood right, I mean, that makes sense to me, yeah, that you have these PETSIM outputs as a base information, and then you have this kind of traces from the agent simulations, these line patterns, as something which you put on top, or you map onto that in order to generate a body of a bridge. I mean, it would be now great, I would say, to evaluate that back somehow. Is it really working well with pedestrians, right? I mean, maybe you run the PETSIM again on your outputs in order, because from an aesthetic point of view, I cannot judge them really, and also from a performative point of view, I also cannot judge them really. Yeah, what you have at the moment as an output. Yeah. The other way to me would be that you would be more generous with these line patterns, that you would probably also use, as suggested before, real images or other stuff, and see what that would do to your workflow, and if it would influence your output drastically. And then I also understood the brief that there is also a program coming to the bridge, right? There is also some functions like a gallery and stuff. So I think there would be more parameters to play with and to incorporate. And then maybe we can also evaluate better the outputs. Because at the very first group, yeah, we had these walls, these roofs, these shells. We had the flat areas where you can imagine people would run over and are crossing. And I think there were a lot of these design features which you have the feeling you could incorporate, which you could enhance or develop further into something where you can then put program functions used to it as well. And make the bridge, the living bridge with the program attached to a whole, make it to a whole. And I think that is at the moment a little bit loose, in my opinion. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So in your case right now, you're really thinking about this kind of approach where you try to design a system without necessarily considering a precise site location, yeah? So you're just trying to design like a design system, let's say, that is going to be able to work when a new input is presented to it, yeah? And then you're trying to establish in a way all these kind of links between different levels, different decisions, and so on, yeah? So here, just pointing on also what Stefan was saying, in some instances, probably along that river that you're showing, in some instances, probably doesn't make sense to have a bridge. In some instances, probably it's making sense just to have a sort of pocket along the river, you know, like that kind of space, almost like a gallery or something happening. Sometimes, yes, you have a bridge that fully crosses the river. In other instances, you don't, yeah? So I think if you start to bring those kind of qualities in, you'll see that that will tie together also with this kind of idea of pedestrian flow. Because in many instances, you don't need, you have zones along the river that don't really have a pedestrian like flow, or that don't have a very strong pedestrian flow to in a way justify, let's say, a sort of bridge structure there. So I think you should take into consideration also that level of the program or potential program that might emerge there. Yeah, I will not constrain it. Yeah, personally, I will not say that it's going to be just a bridge or it's going to be just a gallery. Try to think like, how do I develop a system, a design system that's able to accommodate for those kind of completely new conditions. Yeah.
I think that's a super valuable comment, and I think it also ties into what Stefan just said previously, and I think it sort of also helps me kind of think a bit better through your project, because I was looking at this and I thought, well, okay, this is interesting, like the way that you combine that's kind of optimized systems versus these kind of totally free systems, and I think the results were also kind of interesting in a way, right? So it looks a little bit like a bridge, and I think, okay, well, it looks like a fancy bridge, and I think, well, okay, so this kind of seems to work in a way, but then I think, I think it, for me, it was difficult to sort of think ahead of this, and I think Stefan had this really interesting comment that he said, okay, look, if you think about that a program kind of needs to come in, right, then what do you do? And I think that and then Daniel said, yeah, okay, well, I don't know, check out where a bridge makes sense in one way or the other. And then the question is, when does a bridge make sense in the first place, right? And I think maybe your bridge is a bit too bridgy in a way, right? So I think that, so if you're looking at this kind of agent-based systems, and so you have that one thing where you're looking into optimization in a way, right? So you have that sort of donkey path kind of idea, you know, where you try to sort of converge different lines of and optimize different path and circulation systems, and that kind of at some point will probably, if you apply this to some sort of urban context, I think that might lead into something that we might call a sensible bridge in the way that Daniel talks about it, right? And but I'm not really sure that this will help you to sort of create that sort of special sort of complexity or special exuberance, I think, that we are looking for in a way. And I think your bridge needs to be thought much more in urban context, or as a kind of urban, as a series of urban spaces, you know, that per se don't necessarily need to they kind of be optimized in one way or another, right? But that need to allow for these kind of sort of pockets and niches and let's say like initially pointless spaces in a way that you can appropriate as for different sets of actions in a way. And if I look at that stuff that's right now on the screen on the right hand side, right, I think that's probably much more, it's much closer to I think what I think would be an interesting starting point than this a little bit more streamlined sort of orange sort of bridge versions that you were showing previously, you know, and because I think these are too optimized in a way. And I think like, if I say optimized, I mean optimized in one direction, right? So it's a little bit like if you look at the genetic algorithms, like in general, right? So if you sort of optimize towards one goal, it's never really interesting, right? Because it's kind of, but you need to have like two sort of different kind of tasks, you know, that yourself, and the more contrasting they are, I think the more interesting the result is, because you need to really negotiate, you know, between two different kind of you know, different kind of ideal geometries that then at some point will create something that is the sort of global optimum that you look like, you know, that will never look the way that you expect it to look like, you know. So I think, and that's much more, I think, the direction you should be going. I could be totally wrong. I don't know, just my 2 cents.
Yeah, if I can jump in, it's absolutely relevant discussion, and I really enjoy to follow it. I'm thinking like you're using, like we are using all now the AI, the GAN techniques as a new architectural tools now. And every time, maybe my comment is a bit abstract, and I'm every time thinking, why, like, which special opportunities does it create now? Which are the statistical values that we are discovering now thanks to this tool, and why we are actually using this tool. And if there is no answer, why do we use these tools? Maybe what are the opportunities now which this tool is creating now? How different it is from the simple parametric tools or 3D modeling tools and any others now. And it's also related to the program now, and to all the comments of the program of your project that you're creating. And because maybe we need this, for example, idea of the tool which has its own, let's say, set of logic, set of, well, again, intelligence, in order to understand us a bit better. No, maybe we are different. Maybe we are now behaving in the space differently. Maybe we are not anymore pedestrians. Maybe we are partly digital, partly physical. Maybe we are using like ourselves, our bodies differently. We are, I don't know, spread around the space, disturbed within the ambience. And maybe there are different agencies which need bridges within the city. And maybe these bridges are the bridges of data, bridges of birds, bridges of animals, flows of water, which is set it up. Maybe this is the fabric of the city, which is actually modified. No? Maybe there is a different way of looking into this problem thanks to the new tools which is appearing. But this question is maybe not to answer, just my thoughts on the discussion that we have. And I think that we need to be brave to start targeting that. And maybe when you stop resolving a program and the problem of pedestrian moving, like crossing the river, I think your drawing will also evolve and target wider questions, and it will be even more exciting. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, thank you for all the questions. Definitely gonna have to go through every single one of them one by one. But I feel like one of the things that the professor has really dialed in and implemented a lot is to try to help us out with the workflow. Let's say on the other design classes, I had different approach where it was more of like you just start going on it and you explore and then you sort of like go through it. But with the professors, it's been more of a little bit more structure and having a workflow, and then either know what's your goal and then work backwards, or know what's your process and see where you're going. But then I also find interesting what you're talking about and having all the questions and having all the whys and whats, and I feel that that's one more thing that maybe I can add to my workflow and sort of like discuss every step and say, well, why am I doing this step and what's the next step and can I do it a different way, I guess. But thank you for your feedback.
Yeah, thank you. It definitely makes you, that question of why are we using this tool is something that the professor has really been showing us how to use this tool to optimize design instead of just using it aesthetically or using it just to create quick things. So it's definitely a learning curve, but it has a lot of value to it, which I really enjoy.
All right, thank you, everyone. Are there some other comments before we move on? Final comments? All right, so we are going to move on with the last group. Group 1, thank you. Thank you very much. Group 3, Group 4, sorry. We are going to go, no worries, we are going to go over all those topics, and we are going to make sure they work correctly. So right now, like I was mentioning, while Group 1 it's setting up, we are really engaging in this kind of process now of exploration. Yeah, so we just finished a phase of exploration, which was a 3 weeks long phase. And right now the results that you see are the results of that exploration phase. The intention here of the studio or the structure is to have 3 phases: 1 exploration, 1 qualifying, and 1 generating. And each phase then addresses different important topics regarding how do you design intelligent design system, let's say, or how can you use AI in a very intelligent way where that AI actually is able to generate design in more or less the truest sense of design. Yeah? Because right now what we have AI that are giving us suggestions, and then we as designers continue from there on. Yeah. What we are trying here to do is we are trying actually to build up an entire design system that it's aware of multiple levels of design. Yeah. And it's able to evaluate the designs that it's generating and then improve on those designs. So Group 1, are you ready? Is everyone here? Yara, you are here?
Yes, sorry,
Andreas
I had
here?
to reconnect.
No problem.
Yes, I'm here. I'm just trying to figure out what the best way to show it.
Okay, so who's going to share the screen? Is it Yara or Andreas?
I'm going to share.
Okay.
1 second. This one.
Yeah, so you'll see that one big challenge that students have is it's a very steep learning curve. Yeah, our desire here is we want to use neural networks and agent-based systems. Yeah, and we want to use this in a context of design process. But here we always try to interrogate exactly why you use that tool for that specific design scale. What's the relevancy in a way of that? Is it going to bring something new or is not? Yeah, are you just augmenting or are you just automating things? Yeah. So I always try to ask the students these questions, and they have to divide or to create a workflow that actually addresses these questions. You'll see that in the next phase is qualifying and generating. We are going to have completely different kind of networks that we're going to work with, because those networks, they address those kind of topics, or we can use those networks to address those topics. Yeah. We are seeing right now the presenter's view.
Dre, I recommend there's an option to just remove this like the presentation.
Yeah,
perfect.
You're good to go now. Okay. All right, so the stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to be here and take a look at what we're doing at FAU with Professor Boulijan. We are Group 1 presenting our thesis midterm by Andreas Mendonça, Moses Holmes, and myself, Yara Zabib. Our goal in this exploration phase is to generate a set of encoded data based on the qualities of growth and performance found in mangroves in Fort Lauderdale, using a combination of what the machine can do with user interventions to make clear decisions about what global attractors and localized parameters are being expressed.
So we are trying to mimic the growth behavior of these plants to try and create an architectural intervention.
Yes, and we're aiming to combine these with localized solutions to our site in downtown Fort Lauderdale's New River area in order to generate a programmed bridge. So we are exploring the ways that we can merge all the layers of movement in the area between the tunnel, the boat docks, pedestrian paths, and linking higher structures. Rhizophoras or mangroves are a local specimen we chose to explore because they're known for their productive, biologically diverse ecosystem and resilience in South Florida.
And so we broke down the layers of the mangroves into 3 layers, and basically to try and mimic the site's inherent tiered qualities that we observed.
The intention was to stratify the workflow so that we address each of the layers of the mangroves utilizing different neural networks and intentions for our user interventions. So what you're seeing here is an abstracted workflow that lays out result directories. And then the next one, this is a workflow as it stands at the end of the explore phase. And it's just illustrating some of the results that we've achieved so far that we're going to go over.
So the beginning of the workflow was an exploration of behavioral strategies on global attractors. The strategies that we explored were more generalized. However, we wanted them to relate to the site as we saw and experienced it in person. These also provided a more tangible framework for our approach to addressing each layer of the site. This slide is showing the results derived from the global and local behaviors that we defined. And you can see here how this starts to illustrate the design intent for a link across the New River. On the local and global scale, what we were looking for was behavioral qualities that we thought were inherent and relevant. Permeability, ferocity, stratification, or layering were among the most important that we saw locally exhibited. And globally, we focused on volumetric results such as assemblages and fissuring or separation. So this was one of the initial moments of user-machine interactions.
We analyzed the output of what the agent-based system generated for us, and then we began to discriminate between them.
So this process provided us with a toolbox of behavioral parameters that we were able to use once we started focusing our strategies more.
Using a bottom-up approach, we started with the first layer, L1 roots. So for each layer, our process included using the neural networks to influence ideas about what the design intentions could be. So for the roots, we used a combination of results from CycleGAN, StyleGAN, and self-organizing maps.
These are just the sequential results the CycleGAN generated. So on the top, you can see the strands data set, which was roughly 1,455 images, and the bottom was the roots data set, which was 1,930 images.
Yes, and since this layer has more inherently structural qualities, we wanted to include strategies, tension structure, and trust as a part of the data set for the CycleGAN that generated this sort of inspiration for this layer. And we ran these strands against the 4K images of the roots to explore what the results of the network would generate. And then we used the results to identify the qualities to pursue in the global attractor strategies, including the qualities that you see on the right, like vectoring, dendritic behaviors, order systemic qualities, and these just helped refine our global approaches.
So webbing, stilting, arcing, vortexing, surging, and grid were strategies that we identified as successful in traditional building means and methods. And we sought to integrate those into our more biological approach. Results like these illustrate inherent structural qualities such as triangulation and the vectoring of loads.
The grid system illustrates the necessity for these deeper foundations and a dispersal effect, which are also naturally occurring biological qualities in mangrove roots.
So arcing, which is seen here, delineates a clear link by spanning a path between the New River and structurally reinforcing that path between.
And vortexing was a quality we observed in some of the more dynamic building appliques in other regions of the world. So we drew heavy inspiration from those and saw that the roots also conveyed some of those qualities, which is what you see us trying to replicate here. Surging was one that we derived from observing undulating forms of the branches and thought that would make the transition from one shore to another more interesting.
So grid growth is a quality that we observed in the natural biological process of dendrites, and one that humans replicate in almost every structural system. So the correlation is obvious, doesn't need to be overstated. Once we defined all of those globalized strategies, we then ran them through the agent-based system, and we created this self-organizing map, which processed 225 iterations and organized them according to not only the localized behaviors, but their global behaviors as well. And this provided some insight into the similarities and differences between each of them and translated it visually for quick reference.
Finally, the self-organized map trained in StyleGAN interpolated all of these, exhibiting a result for the L1 roots. So we found this result to be satisfactory because these interpolations address the qualities like branching, gridded growth, and systemic order. For the second stratum, L2 trunks, we approached it a little differently. We allowed the strategies, paths, and pavilions to influence our resulting attractors for this layer, and we continue to use the self-organizing maps to draw relationships between different approaches to the site.
So this is just the first step we're looking at here. We created a self-organizing map of the original two strategies for paths and pavilions. And we were, again, able to use this approach to identify qualities we wanted to explore, particularly in relationship to the site, like connectivity, directionality, stratification, and spans.
Pedestrian paths, high structures, boat docks, tunnels, pockets, and weavings were among the circulatory aspects that we wanted to explore. So we tried to define qualities in our attractors that represented and conveyed those aspects on our site best.
Yes. Pockets were like an idea that were derived from creating imminent moments along the path and allowed users to congregate. As the next model shows, pedestrian paths was an idea that we seek to connect local attractive points and the most predominant path that locals would choose when crossing along. Boat docking was something that we felt was relevant as well as necessary being on the new river. So this iteration seeks to include part like programs for boat shippings and slips. Tunnels was an alternate form of circulation we wanted to explore that would bring the local aspect of Henry E. King Tunnel, since it's located right above it. Exact results and expressed in a pedestrian form. High structures came from analyzing and resounding the site, observing the high towers that crowded the area. The weaving aspect was to show the adaptation and relationship to the natural biological growth that is seen in the local vegetation such as mangroves. So these SOMs are still like currently generating 225 images, and we still need to process it, but currently we're at 125 iterations, so we're hoping by some time later tonight it should be fully finished. And this video shows the interpolations of those results.
So for canopies, we followed a different approach using CycleGAN and StyleGAN to influence and interpolate the results. Then we created 3D models that we ran through the agent-based system, exported them back into Rhino, and then piped and ran through PyTorch to simplify the vertices, with the end objective ultimately being to create a self-organizing map out of those mesh objects.
The data sets that we used were 1,500 images from our strand behaviors in the agent-based system that we augmented to increase the data set, and 1,100 images from the 4K images of canopies.
So the CycleGAN results from the data sets gave us some interesting results even after only 2 epochs of training, and continued to get more interesting by the 23rd epoch, and then the 55th epoch and the 105th epoch.
And these videos show the interpolation of the fake versus the real results from the style again.
So the
canopy strategies.
Go ahead, Yar. Sorry.
Are the pavilions, tents, canopies, sheathings, tarpaulin, and the awning.
So pavilion was an idea of being nestled within the canopies that can potentially provide shade and environmental protection, which is like the main reoccurring theme for L3 or for this layer.
Tenting just gave an alternate form of perhaps a fabric or canvas structure, but still trying to mimic the biological protection the canopies of the mangroves provide to the upper biological organisms within the ecosystem.
An awning gave us a potential structure form that is derived from the biological aspect of mangroves also, as is being shown.
And then finally tarpaulin. So what we did is we took these strategies and piped them and put them into PyTorch, which simplified the vertices. We have yet to create a self-organizing map from these. We have not gotten that far yet, but that is ultimately the goal.
In summary, these are the resulting strategies that we ended up with for each of the layers. So in the top is the objects, and then the other two approaches with the strands. And finally here at the end, we are seeing 2/3 of the final interpolations of the strategies that we've created.
There we go.
And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, so if there are questions or comments, we have also Christina Schiniger that is joining us now. She's also leading together with Stefan, they are leading the Institute of Structural Design in Innsbruck. So welcome, Christina. It's great to have you here.
Okay, if nobody wants to start, then I'm gonna.
Thanks for inviting. It's a pleasure. It's a pity that I've only seen last group, but Robert, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, sorry, I thought you'd step in later. I think I can kick it off. I think it's not really a criticism, I think, because I think that's a pretty impressive project. And so thanks for showing me this. It's really very interesting and very evocative. And I think you did a really good job, you know, and I like the premise and I like the way that you took the different parts of your president through all these stages, you know, and sort of looking into this. And so it's more like a comment or an impression that I think I want to make. And I think that there's really a lot of super interesting things about this project. But the one that I think is the most interesting, I think, is that super interesting inherent ambiguity between the two-dimensional representation and the three-dimensional object, in a way that most of the results that you present have, in a way, right? And you know, it's a little bit like looking at a flock of birds somehow, in a way, right? That I think the previous group was showing this, and like in a way that if you look at the image of that, I think it's interesting, but you know that the different degrees of density that you see in that image are only kind of representational, because in reality we all know that the logic of the bottom-up logic of how a flock of birds sort of comes into existence dictates that all the birds have roughly the same distance from each other, right? So in reality, it's a kind of totally different sort of arrangement of objects than what you perceive, right? And I think that's an interesting quality, you know, because there's different ways of looking at this. You know, there's a kind of 3D way of looking at this, or 3D way of analyzing this somehow, and there's a 2D way of sort of reading patterns into this, which then can again be repurposed to create interesting spatial configurations. And I think that's a very interesting and very special quality. I think that's very hard to achieve somehow, and I think, and that opens up a lot of a huge load of potential for the next steps. And I'd really like to see that develop in the next stages. I think it's important not to lose that kind of ambiguity in a way, to not reduce that too quickly to some sort of 3D shape, because then you might lose all these kind of super subtle degrees of transparencies and opacities and densities, which I think like these spatial qualities in a way, right? Which I think would hugely contribute to that project, right? To make it even more successful than I think it already is.
Yeah, I think what was really obvious is that you have done a really big amount of work. I think coming or starting with the splitting of the tree in the 3 sections, like making basically triple the work from the beginning than others have done. But on the other hand, I think there are also benefits when we look then on the later workflow, that your results are also on a high degree of detail, which you get in return. I think there is really a benefit of that detailed observations you're doing. There's one question I would have. I mean, when it comes to the topic of growth or natural growth, and you would like to use it within that workflows, agent-based systems and tracing agents is probably not the first choice I would have. Have you ever thought to implement other systems like cellular automatas or aggregation systems or component systems which are more close to these growing processes? Because I think to me that would be more obvious.
Well, I mean, we're definitely open to that. I think mostly for the thesis, like you said, we're just really interested in like analyzing the growth patterns, and like so basically like our thesis, we wanted it to be really like driven by the idea of is it possible to grow architecture, and like maybe if it's not possible yet, like how would we actually sort of go about that and derive that? So that's really what we're trying to get at, but we're definitely open to using other systems. I'm not sure of the ones that you said.
No, I don't even want to propose it, because I think the outputs are highly driven by the aesthetics of the traces of the agent system and the flocks. But I just thought, thinking about growth, that there would be also other methods or abstract methods in order to address that, which are probably, yeah, which would be worth to take in consideration.
I mean, first of all, congratulations. I mean, this is a super advanced studio when it comes to neural networks and approaches in architecture. Because, you know, most of the stuff that we're seeing out there is 2D, right? And you're really trying to get into the 3D, and this is really, really super, super cool. And not only are you trying to work in 3-dimensional space, you're also really very critical in observing and trying to analyze, how you called it, if there are really these performative qualities in there. And I think, I mean, that's an agenda and the rigor behind that. I have to applaud you. Huh?
Thank you so much.
Since you're,
Thank you.
You're welcome, and I really enjoyed it. Still, you know, we're now talking at this high level, right? So now we also you're raising very difficult questions for me, and in my head there were so many questions that stayed unresolved and that have to be unresolved because you're not here in a field that has been explored. You're going towards a new field, right? So that's clear. And to me, there's a little bit of a mismatch sometimes in what I see and what you talk about, right? I see that there is a lot of interpretation taking place, right? A lot of, let's say, categorization and even trying to define things. Even I think you sometimes go a little bit step too far to interpret performance in it that I don't see, for example, you know, and I think I would be a little bit cautious there, or maybe change your approach. You don't have to be so analytical. I mean, if you look at machine learning, what these tools are normally doing, they're not that intelligent, right? Most of them are sometimes only learning to do what we do. Like if you, I don't know, if you think of these examples where they are looking for these simple detection mechanisms, right? So that they try to detect in images certain objects, right? So it's something that we as humans do. Everybody learns it. If you're 5 years old, you can do it very well. And now these networks are trained to do that. So they're not that intelligent, right? And usually they're also not trained at all for a creative purpose. Now you're training your systems for a creative purpose. That's something very, very untypical in this field, right? And so now I think you can allow yourself to think in creative terms, right? You can allow your things, if you interpret it or if you try to analyze it, yeah, do that in a more creative approach and less analytical and less descriptive. I mean, you're playing here with a plenty in a way. You're trying to be explorative, and for me, you seem, you know, you can also say, wow, we were so surprised suddenly this happened. No clue how it happened, but it's awesome. We love it, right? I think you should allow yourself to do that, and then probably you can again be more critical, because you can say, well, it looks awesome. I think it has nothing to do with bundling. It doesn't even touch. What's interesting though is what's happening when you do these overlay with these two systems, the image and the agents. I personally suddenly saw intelligence emerging, you know, that conventional intelligence, how we would call it. I see things connecting, I see things bundling. So I think a lot of structural things going on there, which is really awesome that this comes from aerial views of trees, right? Which have nothing to do with bundling. So you know, welcome this surprise that's happening, and you don't have to over analyze everything, I think. Okay. But that's just a minor comment.
I think there's definitely some bias, because as you're creating the attractors, you know, you have like these intentions that you have in your mind. So, you know, when you start putting them into the agent-based system, you're like, okay, well, I was thinking this. So
there's a lot of post-rationalization.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the question is, do we have to do that, right? Because do we have to post-humanize these things, right? Can't we just accept what they're producing? But of course, I mean, you have to find a balance there. Otherwise, you can't turn it into architecture. Right? So, I mean, that's a struggle you're fighting here. It's super interesting.
That's an interesting discussion, Christina. I think this is what we are trying in the end, or the point where we try to get to. Right now, you know, if you work with agent-based systems, it's always like, how do you decide the result? Yeah? And most of the time, you are looking at it and you're like, I don't like it, so I'm going to throw it out. Yeah. But what if you have a system actually that's able to evaluate this kind of complex results and actually give you scoring and so on? Yeah, that you can really then understand why certain results are picked by a machine. Yeah, because I think we as humans, we always tend to, if it's something, I think Memo Acton, he was mentioning that, you know, if something is not creative enough, you're not going to consider it creative. If it's too creative, you're going to not consider it creative because it's too out there. Yeah. And I think the same happens with the results of the machines, like and machines or algorithms, let's say. Yeah. So if the result is very, very close to something that you're already familiar with, it's more easier to accept it. If it's super far out, it doesn't mean that it's not better. It's just that you as a person, you cannot accept it in a way. So I wonder if you can have this kind of like algorithm that actually can help you see or go beyond your blindness, because you're just blinded to what you know. Yeah. And you cannot, many times it's hard for us to really understand the qualities of something completely new. So I think that's an interesting thing, and I think this is what we are trying actually to get to, with these three types of processes: explore, qualify, generate. And hopefully, hopefully we get there.
I think that it's a super interesting discussion that you, Daniel, brought up about the scoring of a design process that was done by GAN networks. But the also interesting thing is that when you introduce the scoring into such algorithms, you basically remove the GAN from the equation. Because for myself, I think when you introduce the scoring into a system, I'm experienced in an urban context, like that data-driven urbanism, we basically somehow remove the this imaginative aspect of GAN networks. But at the same time, what I, from my practice, try to evaluate, I try to use techniques similar to GANs to basically synthesize the new environments. So basically, we are taking the data from an urban environment, for example, about the footfall, and then pass it through the GAN network or something similar. And then basically we are generating a new city, which is resemble a real one because it's data, but still it's completely fake. But in terms of data, it's all okay. It's also interesting thing is that we can use two processes. Like for example, we can use a footfall data about like how people move through the city, and also we can take another layer, so how they spend, for example, money in the city, and then we can remove one layer and then again generate the image. Basically, it's a picture based on existing data layer. And it really gives you a result that's comparable. So we're getting like a 70% of correctness there, like basically imagining through the neural networks how the data distribution will happen in the correct area. But the thing is that this algorithm goes backwards. So it's not analyzing its quantitatively. Instead, it takes the quantitative data as a basis and then synthesize over it. Because I think if we kind of start to analyze the GAN networks from a quantitative perspective, we basically kind of return again into optimization. So that's I think the conflict. But that's
that's something. Yeah, that's let me see, something has the mic on. Let me mute. Okay. So I think, yeah, for sure, you want to try to avoid ending into design optimization in a way. And in the end, machines are super rude super rude. Like when it comes to optimization, they don't care about anything, just optimization. Yeah. But here, I think the way that we are trying to solve a few things, and also this is another thing that we are trying to solve, is this idea of, is the result really creative, or is the result just something that is within a confined data set or domain that you are presenting to the network? Yeah. So we are trying to avoid those two issues by having this kind of nested, almost like processes. Yeah. Where it's not only a question of machine interaction. It's not just that we are connecting networks among themselves, but we are trying in a way to look at which are like crucial points in the design process where maybe a designer intervention it's justified. Yeah. And then maybe you have a machine that creates, or it's connected, but then also you as a designer, you have ways to get in perhaps and give a certain input. Yeah. So in that sense, we are trying to avoid optimization of the design, but I think with this kind of nested process, probably you get there. Yeah. You don't end up with optimization, you just end up with scoring in a way of designs. Yeah. So I don't know if that really addresses directly your question, but this is how I personally think about those things. And then that's how I also think about this aspect of creativity. So right now, based on Demis Hassabis' definition of creativity, or the way that he's defining it, for me, I understand it easier than Margaret Botton, for example, definition of creativity. Probably I understand it only because my head is always in this kind of network, so it's easier to understand it. So he's describing creativity in terms of interpolation processes, or you have one type of creativity called interpolation, you have extrapolation, and you have true innovation. Yeah. And when you talk about interpolation, we are really talking about, you have a data set, and the machine is just learning within that data set. to output new fake images. Yeah. So pretty much, yes, it's a sort of a form of creativity, because if you think about it, you have, let's say, 10,000 images, and then you're averaging to a one design, and yeah, probably that's something creative. Yeah. When you look at it, you say that's something unexpected, this new novel, and so on. Yeah. But it's still confined to that data set that you input. So for us is then, how can we achieve a higher level then of creativity here if we work with kind of neural networks? So that's why we are thinking about this kind of nesting of networks. We are really trying to end up extrapolating, almost like the results, they should be something more than the data set that we input. Yeah, they have to somehow go outside. So how can we make them go outside? So we have them different processes, different models of interactions that are happening in this entire design process. And then our assumption is that at the end, you're going to end up with a result that it's actually extrapolation, is not interpolation. Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks.
Any other comments? Anil?
Yeah, no, I was just listening, and you know, it's I guess I want to just say something to the FAU students, in a way, because they don't know, in a sense, you know, they've only been to one school, I guess, and they haven't been able to kind of put this in context. But you know, actually, it is kind of interesting. This is unusual work. I mean, just in terms of the subject matter, and I think very progressive in terms of of its approach and so on. And it's not usual, and you're going to get dismissed by people. You know, they dismiss it and say that's not architecture and so on. And I think one of the interesting things, the discussions that came out of the discussion with Wolf Pricks on Saturday or Sunday was this idea that, you know, actually that in fact practice is kind of pretty kind of mundane, and you need to kind of find some new ideas coming in. It's very difficult to be able to fund that and make it happen. While we've been talking, there's been a kind of WhatsApp discussion going on with Alex Kalachev, who was teaching at in Dessau with me, which is where Shamin studied. And we, for a while, were also doing. I mean, Dessau is now very conservative, but never mind. But we, for a while, were also doing these kind of crazy things there, and in a strange way. And in some ways, you know, what I want to encourage the students to do is to be a bit like the mangrove. The mangrove goes and searches its space. It's a very interesting plant, tree, or whatever you call it, for lots of different reasons. It's self-shading, it filters out salt and so on, but it does kind of migrate and find the right place to kind of set its roots down. And I would just encourage you to kind of be to not give up this kind of alternative approach, and to try and find a kind of practice that is receptive to these kind of ideas, because most aren't. So I'm sure that most practices in Fort Lauderdale or indeed Miami are pretty straightforward. And you know, but when I was teaching in Dessau and we were doing these kind of crazy things, actually it seemingly made some people were thinking it was going to make my students unemployable, but actually it made them very employable, but with a certain type of practice. A lot of the students went to go work for Zaha or for Norman Foster were actually strange. They were very receptive to these ideas. So you know, I think it's really it's great that these things are going to be going on in certain schools, and not many schools where it's happening. It seems that obviously Innsbruck is a place where it's happening as well. And I think you guys as students should be aware of that, and to not just drop this and say, okay, I did that with Daniel and it was kind of interesting but different. I'm going to go and design sort of ordinary kind of architecture tower blocks now, but to actually try and say, okay, this is a key to something else, and I can explore this and push this further. This is a new way of thinking, because it is, you know. And I would just encourage you to be bold about it. Now, I always tell my students, you've only got one life, make it interesting. So don't kind of go back to, you know, the previous things as though it was kind of like you know, this is not really the way to go about things. I think it is, you know, and I think it's increasingly going to be a new approach. And practice is going to be mundane by comparison. So I don't know. I mean, I was once just to say I was once in a review in ETH Zurich, and Mark Angelo invited me there, and there that was amazing. The first year they kind of did Deleuze, and And then the second year, they got Kenneth Frampton, who I find really, really conservative, right? And the students thought, oh, yeah, we did Deleuze in the first year, but now we've moved on to something better, Kenneth Frampton. No, Kenneth Frampton's dull. I want you to be able to see this as a kind of a new approach that is actually, reinvigorating architecture and opening up new possibilities. And it's very, very different to the standard kind of commercial logic of practices going on in offices. You're more likely to get a job with Zaha than you are with Architectonica, maybe with this kind of portfolio. So, I mean, just don't abandon it. It's actually this is should be the start of something new. And I'm very glad to see this. In fact, actually, I had experience when I was teaching in Dessau, having some students from FAU. They came across and they would really blossom in a new environment. And now it's good to see Daniel there and Shamin and Manos, really stirring things up. But don't assume this is universal, okay? Most schools of architecture are pretty damn boring and most practices are pretty damn boring. So don't drop this, but actually take it with you and think about how you can build upon this. But anyway, I just want to say that because it's whether or not these projects are successful, and I think on the whole they are very successful. I think it's been very well taught. This is certainly a new approach, and you're lucky to get it. You're lucky to get it. Anyway, I'll stop preaching now and let's move on. Thank you, Daniel. That was great to see.
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you so much. And just to
Thank you so much for that.
To your point, our group is we have a really great interest in environmental sustainability and sort of challenging the status quo of architecture in the way that it is currently thought of in a practical application. And with this project, just because it is so advanced in the studio, we're just I guess a lot of the problem we're having is trying to figure out how do we actually translate this, maybe eventually into a practical application. I don't even know if it's possible. But from looking at these things as a biological approach of actually growing architecture as opposed to actually constructing it is something that we're really fascinated by. And that was really part of the driving force behind this project.
Yeah. Just to say, I mean, when I was teaching at the AA, there was the MTech group just started off, and they were kind of really interested in biomimetics and how you learn from nature. And at the time, there were two students, not actually on the MTech course, but on the mainstream course, called Neri Oxman and Aki Menges, and they've gone on to go and do things in an interesting kind of way. And if you just look them up and see what their work's like, every single project that comes out of ICD Stuttgart with Aki Menges has got a kind of biological metaphor behind it. How can we learn from natural systems? Not to literally mimic the form, but to understand the processes and redeploy them in architecture. Right. And the same, in a way, also Neri is a bit more kind of bio-inspired, a bit looser. But I'd also look at the other person who was on the review earlier on today, Benaz Farahi. She's also kind of taking that approach, being inspired by nature and so on. So there are examples out there of people who are pushing it. They're not mainstream, but their work is super interesting.
Okay.
I'll just put those names in the chat and you should have looked them up. If you don't know already, but they're really great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Neil. Any other comments?
I don't know. I didn't comment anything on the project, but I just didn't want to interrupt anybody. But I find it fascinating. The whole amount of work that you've done, the approach in general is super interesting. And the result that you have at this step is also fascinating. And I'm curious how you will continue it and find the relation between the roots, trunk, and branches and what is the relation in the natural system that's obvious, and what is the relation in your typologies that you are developing. That's very interesting, and I really like that you're creating, I think, the new types, new topologies. I find this kind of relation, and I would really like to focus and zoom on those maybe meshes that you're starting to create and look at them with a different resolution, looking at them at the resolution of the pattern of the surface itself, maybe, and maybe this is the relation of them, so I don't know, but I'm just looking forward how you continue it. For me, it's super fascinating, and I absolutely agree with the words of Neil, and with explanation of Daniel, of the whole approach. I think that's just amazing. It's really inspiring. Thank you very much. That's great to just follow the project.
I've just I've added Claudia Pasquera's name there, but I mean also look at Maria's work and other people who are on the review here, because you're very lucky to have this group of people.
Yes.
Also, have a look at the digital futures thing about a while back. When these two of these crazy Russians came along and presented there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. Yeah, that's.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Also, I also want to say something, because whenever I see FAU students, I see these kind of incredibly interesting names with Z's in them. My partner's got a Z in her name, and I think it speaks of something. When I was in Dessau, one thing I discovered, we had students from all over the world, and none of them had any money. That's why they were in Dessau, and I discovered the top 2% of any country was really good, and it didn't necessarily depend on your ability to pay expensive fees to go to the top schools. So it's great when I see that, and great when I see people kind of blossoming and with Daniel's ideas feeding you and so on. So you can do anything.
Absolutely.
Just to say that I think that I saw Jimenez Ferrari first arrive in the States, and she couldn't speak much English. She couldn't speak much English, and had nothing. And now in the space of I don't know how many years, she's now become an American citizen. She's now got a PhD. She's now become a famous designer. You too could be that. I think when I see people, and I also think it's my own students, so people like Leisure. Leisure is just like what Bernaz was like. It's just like what Neri Oxman was like, just like what Akim Mendes was like in a way. So you're just earlier on. So I think it's up to you. You can do the standard thing. You can go and work for a boring firm and commercial firm and whatever, or you can pursue your dream and don't worry about things. I would encourage you to pursue your dream, because I think that's what Daniel's always been doing, and that's what I think Corp Hubler's always been doing. It's just go for it. Anyway, so
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much.
Your words of encouragement and motivation are just, you don't even know how much they mean to us. So thank you. Yeah. And we know that all this technologies, and we are aware that we're very lucky to be having these conversations with people like you. So thank you so much for extending your time and taking the time to listen.
It's great to see
all of our presentations.
Yeah, if you ever get to see one of my books, there's a book called Digital Tectonics, and it has a structure that we did with Christina Shea. It was a very experimental structure a while back. That project was saved by some FAU students. They came in and they really worked hard and built this thing in Amsterdam, and it was an incredible thing. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate those who've come from different countries and are new in the States and have got exotic names. I mean, so. Let's see what you can do. Tell me in 30 years' time what you've done with it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, I heard you taught at the FAU. I applied, so.
Well, let me just warn you. I gave a talk on AI there in December 2019, and I thought everyone would be charged up with technology like they used to be in the old days when Alex Kalachev and others were teaching there. But I was kind of talking about one thing. I made a joke about this thing about professors. The other day I mentioned this. There was a professor who couldn't understand when he was first a professor. He was his lecture hall was packed out with students, and then at the end of his career there were only 6 students there, and he said, "I don't understand. I'm giving exactly the same." Way of thinking, same lectures I gave 30 years ago, and the students in Bauhaus and Dessau, they started clapping because clearly they think the professors are out of touch. So I think if you're going to go there, you've got to go and revitalize the professors, because some of them the students are fantastic. They're absolutely fantastic. Look out for Sina Mustafavi if he's still there. He's an Iranian. He's fantastic, but some of them, and also in the design school, there's a very smart guy from Zurich whose name I forget right now, but there's some dinosaurs there too. Okay, so try and stir them up.
Amazing. Neil, are we going to continue after this, or we are going to take a break? I'm just wondering if we can get feedback for the entire, in a way, studio, like the process? Where do you think we have to focus on? Where do you find like crucial points right now in the presentation that you've seen? So like I was saying before, our intention, our goal is here to move towards a qualifying phase now, and then from here, generate phase that will have to integrate the two phases. So if any of you have any comments of where do you think there are, we have some challenges or what aspects we have to be really careful with, would be amazing.
I think they're in good hands, Daniel.
Yes, with a great professor, you can go far.
I'm curious about Robert's feedback on that.
I'm not commenting on the last comment though. No.
Okay.
But, I think that yeah, I think thanks for having me here. I think I saw like 4 super interesting presentations, and I think the work is really super inspiring and provocative as always when Daniel kind of forces his students to kind of leave the comfort zone, I think, and I also really appreciate like how your work, your student work has come a super long way, I think, since Innsbruck, and I think I really see the super interesting thread sort of kind of extending, and I think that I also really like the way that the studio is structured in these kind of phases, I think, because it sort of helps to provide a sort of minimal guideline, you know, as you kind of venture across the still pretty much uncharted territory, I think. I think that's a really clever setup, and I think at the end of the explore phase, I think every group really has maneuvered themselves in a really excellent position to move on, I think, you know, and I think some people already started evaluating the results of what they've been doing, probably in that kind of sort of, I don't know, you know, like human interventionist way, in a way, like starting to charge different geometries, different morphologies, and I think that it's interesting because it sort of also ties into the discussion that we just had, you know, with Christina and about the you know, the agency of the designer in a way, and the fact that sort of the idea of every designer operating in his own, in her own, like social, cultural, morphological, and semiological domain in a way is like super. It's super ingrained somehow in ourselves in a way, right? In the same way that like the first reinforced concrete bridges mimicked the steel bridges that they replaced, or they went on to replace in a way. I think there is this kind of human tendency to only accept change in a very specific kind of way, you know, only a specific amount of change can be handled at the same time by the way that we think or conceive design, you know, and I also think there's a difference between how it's easier to accept these kind of innovations or novel solutions on a kind of performative or technological level in a way, right? So if you look at that sort of structural kind of innovations that, you know, that you can do with Caramba, for example, you know, it's very easy to accept that in a way because there's this sort of structural, computational, calculative logic behind there, you know, that we believe in a way. I think it's much more difficult to let go in the area of design, right? So it's also that conversation we already had, you know, that there's a performative aspect, which is important to a certain extent later on, which you can much easier evaluate or follow, and there's this creative kind of aspect to this, you know, where you should really, like Christina said, let your imagination run free, you know, and I think it's also fine to kind of post-rationalize these kind of things, right? Saying, okay, well, this is really awesome, so what could it be, right? Or how could this be improved, or what could be that? What kind of first step could be in which kind of direction, right? And for these sort of explorations, I really see a lot of potential in all the four projects that I've seen today. Unfortunately, I missed Neil's project somehow, and so I'm really looking forward to seeing the results of this. So I'm really looking forward to see the finals and see what you eventually made out of these things. But I think it's going to be great.
So with that, you invited yourself to the finals.
No, I'm good. You can send me the YouTube link. I'm listening in. I can phase in and out.
I also would like to invite us for the finals first.
Amazing.
Also in.
And secondly, I think I would. I mean, I'm sure you're doing it, Daniel, because I mean, we're very lucky that we were able to observe your studio and your agenda growing over the years, and it's so cool that it is so consistent and also persistent in a way. And I think you're handling that very well, that you can do research on one hand and have this group agenda, and then on the other hand, also foster the individual student. And I think, but students are also responsible for themselves, right? So I think I would enhance, or I would really, I mean, I think I would ask students to really foster their own agenda. I mean, if you think of John Fraser, somehow, you know, he came up to my mind because I think you're a little bit the same there. You have this big vision of what creative AI will be able to do, but you're really out there. Also, there's not so many colleagues helping you, and you know, industry is going into completely different direction. If we look at what Autodesk is started to, you know, get out of that technical trap, I think it's really cool and good to have a strong position and an agenda, your own personal agenda. What do you think is there as a seed for architecture? And I mean, I like the growing, that you said we love architecture as growing, is fine, but I think that's not even specific enough, right? Really try to be more articulate about that. I mean, read Evolutionary Architecture, right? I mean, John Fraser was only able of aggregating some voxels in the end, right? Technology was not far then, but his vision, what he thought that this could mean for architecture, was really bold, right? I think that was Neil Beach also saying, be bold and formulate your own vision, right? And then you probably don't get into the technical trap in the end.
Okay.
Thank you, Christina. That was really amazing. All right.
So we've got some FIU projects.
Exactly. FIU, yeah.
I want to call upon Maria to go.
Hi.
Yeah.
So okay. My name is Maria. Everyone can see what I'm sharing, correct?
No, we're stuck on the last one. Andreas, could you unshare your screen?
Perfect. Thank you. First of all, I'm gonna need to take like a deep breath because following you guys is gonna be absolutely insane. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was outside and my classmate told me they couldn't hear me. So first of all, I just want to say congratulations to all the FAU students. You guys absolutely killed it. I'm extremely overwhelmed to present my stuff, but congratulations, and it's helping me also kind of move forward because a lot of you guys are studying we're all taking the same kind of explorations, but obviously you guys are taking it to a whole new level. But yes, so here we go. Before I begin, I would like to show this video. You can tell it's black and white. So colors, they shape our world, they shape our experiences, they shape who we are. Being able to see colors is the ultimate gift by being able to perceive them. And I think that, of course, it is important to learn them and explore colors. We're able to see so many millions, thousands of colors. And I just think we need to appreciate that. But also, in my research, I wanted to take a step back, I guess you could say, and explore what would be next, what would be before color. So before how I got to my thesis is I started when we did the workshop with Daniel, which thank you so much. I started playing around and I started looking at Grand Canyon images and I started to look at how light changes these spaces and all the spaces inside these caves, beautiful, beautiful shadows created by them. So I became a little obsessed with the Grand Canyon and I started playing around with it, which kind of got me to thinking of my thesis, which is color vision deficiency exploration in the architecture of nature. So how I got here is I started to think when I was looking at the style again interpolated Grand Canyon videos, I started to think of the colorblind, so those who suffer from color vision deficiency, and I started to wonder how are they perceiving these spaces. So I started to look a little more into it, and 300 million people have color vision deficiency. Men mostly get it, and there's like 4 types. There's the deuteranopia, the protanopia, the tritanopia, and the monochromacy. The monochromacy is not that common. It's 1 out of 33,000 people that get it, but it kind of drew my attention the most. So this is that same video I showed in the beginning, just in color. So this kind of like looking at these videos that I interpolated and using style guns to be able to get more information from these pictures of these environments that I have chosen to study for nature of architecture. You can tell in the other video, you really can't tell what's what. So started thinking, and I had the pleasure of asking Anil Seth, are we painting our world? Which is kind of like my statement of, are those who have color vision deficiency closer to reality than those with normal vision? So I kind of started wondering that, and I was like, okay, well, then what is our world? Are we literally like dropping colors in, like a paint by paint, like the colors with the numbers? Is our world vector lines? So I kind of wanted to get to as close as to those who have monochromatic color vision deficiency to see how they view the world and how they experience these places. So I chose a few environments and I've actually chosen more than the ones I showed today. And I started looking at all of these in color first. And they're all very similar, of course. Mother Nature is our architect. And she uses the same type of materials and patterns through her whole creation of our world. And not only was I looking at natural environments, but I also started looking at like our like the brain. Our brain is a lot like a network, and it looks a lot like these natural, because everything is natural. So then from there, I started to change these images into black and white, and I kind of created a hypothesis to see like these colors, when I turn them into black and white, they won't be as noticeable as they were with colors. So what can we get? What can we get from these monochromatic filtered lensed pictures? So I chose the Grand Canyon. I chose rocks. I chose the desert, the ocean, ice, and snow. And it was interesting to see because most of these look very alike when they're in black and white. So you kind of start to focus on other things when you don't have color. So you kind of start noticing the shapes, the porosity, the type of patterns that are created in the environment, the density, the continuities or the discontinuities, the rhythms, the repetitions, and the differences, which is what we're adjusting since we are not looking at color. Which is also, I would like to bring awareness to those who have color vision deficiency, just because our spaces are, I don't know what I would do without color. It's just it makes us who we are. So another thing was that I was thinking, is this kind of limitation will this transform as a potential to be able to see these new things that I mentioned? So this was kind of my exploration, nothing like FAU, but I am trying to go into that next step. So I'm one step behind you guys, but that's okay. So I looked at Olafur Eliasson just because I'm looking at light, shadows, patterns, and he works a lot with light. He uses perception using natural phenomena to heighten our understanding of our surrounding and everyone else's surroundings to shape experience. So I've been looking at his work and how he uses light. And then also Refik Anadol, his infinity room, he wants to have this flat cinema projection and turn it into a 3D experience by using light as a major element. So you're kind of blurring these two boundaries, and you kind of start to inherit these spatial qualities of immersive experiences. And then the last person I found on Instagram, Paul Corfield, he was using Houdini and he was exploring abstractions through light and shadows using Houdini. So what I'm thinking now with these three artists is what are my next step as an architect student? We're born to design a structure. So actually by watching today you guys present at FAU, it's made me want to also take it a step further, because group 2 had the corals with the rocks. That's something I was also in mind. But this is when I started studying the color vision aspect of it. So my next step is, okay, am I going to create a space using lights to create these spaces with no color, literally just light. So just creating spaces that everyone can experience the same experience that this shape, that this space is shaping. And then I was also thinking, or maybe a pavilion where I extract these shadow lines, just like he's doing here, Paul, and I create a pavilion sort. So that's kind of the steps I'm in. I've kind of narrowed it down with my exploration of the color vision deficiency. But yeah, that's my presentation.
Thanks, Maria. I mean, don't imagine that you have to do something like a pavilion or a building. I mean, I think that's the kind of thing that I think that I've always taken the view to be an architect is to imagine a better future world, and that might be anything. It might be kind of setting up digital futures. It might be God knows what. So I think there's a possibility also of taking that into the kind of the domain of the the virtual, in a sense, as we saw before. So I mean, and don't fall back on the kind of the standard thing. This is what architecture should be. So just explore it for yourself. You don't have any NAB requirements left to do, so you can do whatever you want. So I would do whatever you want. This is your chance to go and push it further forward. But why? So one question I had though is, why would you want to necessarily do it in black and white? Because it seems once you open up to color, then there's a new domain to be explored in some way. And I think one of the things that, especially with coral, is the extraordinary vibrant colors that you find in coral.
Well, the reason why I chose the monochromatic lens was because without colors, we're able to focus on other things, such as the density. We're able to focus more on the density of these patterns and textures that we have. We're able to look at the rhythms instead of just looking at the color. And it's not that I'm trying to get away from the color. It's I just want to be able to understand spaces using these shadows and these discontaining these rhythms by using light to create these spaces. And for everyone to have the same experience, just because I'm trying to bring awareness to those who do have color vision deficiency, so that we can all share the same kind of experience, because they don't share the same experience as we do.
Yeah, but okay, but then the question is, what does color bring to the into the frame. I mean, I think that, you know, it's somehow, I don't know, maybe this is a wrong analogy, but it somehow reminds me of people who don't really have much taste. They can sense the texture of the food, but they can't taste the food. I mean, yeah. I mean, there are two ways of going forward. One is to take that approach. Okay, I'm trying to think of myself in this black and white world. But the other one is to say, well, what is it that color adds? And let me just explore that and push that and see that where that takes us.
Yeah, but then I think also another interesting thing would be that if you really want to, let's say, show these kind of people that have this deficiency, to show them how a person that doesn't have the deficiency experience space, then I think what you have to look at is you have to almost like decompose the channels, the color channels, and then try to understand like which is the implication of each channel, let's say, on the way that you perceive the space, yeah? And then once you have that, then you can say, okay, I'm going to use now this kind of gray intensities to suggest this kind of channel, color channel, yeah? And you might end up with a grayscale color, grayscale image that actually has different tonality, let's say, than normally you'll have, yeah? When you have this kind of a like automatic translation from RGB to grayscale. So I think that will be an interesting then aspect to explore. Yeah, can you encode then this kind of spatial understanding that we have with RGB? Can you encode that into grayscale only images?
I also have. Oh, sorry.
I like your reference to Refik Anadol a lot, and I also love him. And when I was watching your movies, there was a lot of atmosphere that I felt there that reminded me of his work. So I think there's a certain lightness in your work. It's really nice. And I think you don't need to be serious and find a reason and, you know, help these people and awareness and all these things. I think, you know, why don't you indulge in this idea of atmosphere and sensations that you seem to be very interested in? I think also that, I mean, I agree with the reduction of color. Why do you reduce yourself? I mean, I would really make it even more rich and powerful, but maybe you look at the Eames powers of 10, maybe you add something. I think light and shadow might be a little bit too little ingredients in this investigation, but you know, scale, for example, could be really interesting. I liked how you took that natural images, but you looked at it in a very different way, more atmospheric, more sensational. Look at the matters of sensation exhibition, right? That's already a bit old-fashioned, but still worth looking into. Look at Jeffrey Kipnis and this idea of mood, or Sylvia Levin and her texts maybe on the Eames. I think, you know, there's a whole discourse on this, but I think you probably need to develop a little bit more rigor, a little bit more, you know, really go in there a little bit more. But I think these movies, maybe, I mean, in the end, Refik Anadol is really all about the filmic, right? It's about rhythm, pulsation. And I think you need to evaluate your own criteria. When is something good? Like, I think that Refik Anadol, I don't know his criteria, but I think, at least for me, I think it's all about this permutation, about this evocativeness, right? So, and you should look at the videos that they're producing and ask yourself, is that already doing that, producing this ambiguity, these shifts, these moments where things, you know, and that could be really super interesting. And I don't think you need that frame, right? That serious topic in order to make it serious. Lightness is also a nice theme, and atmosphere as well.
I appreciate it. Yes. I would take that into consideration to all the comments.
I think that would be cool is if you, because on one of the first slides you had these diagrams which showed how the color is changing in between different views of the people, but then we somehow getting into this monochromic images. But what I'm wondering is that how basically the deviation in color sensitivity kind of cause your observation of an images of spaces. So maybe maybe you need to a little bit enlarge the topic and not look only into the lightness, but also into this other types of color blindness, because I think it's great. And also, if you can referring Olafur Eliasson. I remember in Linz he had these installations where he basically worked with different multiplications of different colors. So it was not monocolored, but instead he showed that how different types of colors affect a space. And I think that's important. If you can somehow, even using the same generative algorithms, to synthesize a new types of colorization for the images, like maybe highlighting different elements into it, and then convert it into a spatial experience.
Nice, thank you.
It just.
All right.
Go ahead.
Can I jump in?
Yes, sure. Go ahead. Yeah. You got
That's
color.
very, very fast. I also really love the topic. I think the topic of the color is fascinating, and I was maybe thinking on that a bit from a different point of view, rather than, for example, what Vadim was saying now. I was thinking that instead of maybe playing with the color, I would perceive the color as not as a visual, but as a sensual feeling. And I would work maybe with some cardinal feelings. The cardinal, the cardinal, we have a visual, now we see the world, but we also feel it with the smell, with the heat, with the temperature, with the touch, with so many feelings that we sometimes, especially now sitting here in front of the screen, and now actually it's 12 o'clock, but not noon at night. We are sometimes kind of forgetting about different senses except visual. And what if we think about a color as a light, and light that you can actually perceive maybe sensually, maybe as a temperature. And then of course the first reference that comes to my mind is Philip Ram. I don't know if this is the case of the best example for you, but maybe you really try to play with the color with the different sensorics. No? And I'm also starting if you know Neil Harbinson, it's probably you know this guy. He's a Catalan artist, and he cannot perceive the colors. I don't remember for which reason. I think from just in his life. And in order to perceive the color, he started to invent some devices which were plugged in his head or into his shoulders, I don't remember, in the neck. And this device was reading the color and sending him the impulse, the kind of the bzz, which will be detecting the color. And with this device, he became a painter, and he started to paint with a lot of expression, different works. I don't judge the works, but just I think as a mechanics, it's very interesting. And then further on, he said, okay, I became a cyborg. That's very cool. And he actually embedded this device into his body. And now he's just walking on that. And he set it up in Catalonia, like a community of cyborgs, which has a different, I don't know, I just specifics of their body, which is actually very cool, and they don't feel that much of different, I think. But this is just an example. How do you perceive yourself, and how do you perceive the world? And maybe what we used to see visual is not exactly visual. Maybe we feel it differently. And that's also coming back to the words of Neil, who was saying this at the beginning, that don't build the pavilions. Maybe that's not the pavilion. Maybe your architecture is building up yourself, building yourself a cyborg, building your sense of feelings, and not the pavilions anymore.
Yeah, maybe just add something to that, Maria. Thank you. That is to say that actually Neil Harbinson was born in Spain, but is British. It's a mixture of the two. But yeah, he's certainly interesting kind of thing. But
Catalan saying that he's Catalan.
Well, no, it's okay. I just don't know, but he's both, I think. Anyway, but just to say, there's something architects have got a kind of compromise in some way, because we remove people from all our designs, and we remove color, and I sometimes I just wonder, one thing, my great grandfather was in the First World War, in the Battle of the Somme, and he was lucky to survive. there were only 25% of his group who survived, and frankly, I wouldn't be alive if he hadn't survived, right? But I was just really struck by this about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, it was when someone, is this Peter, what's his name? It's a New Zealand filmmaker who took it upon himself to add color to these First World War scenes, movies, and it really brought it to life. And actually, not only that, but added voices, and so in some ways, I mean, I think that's almost what we need to do as architects. We need to kind of give voice to our architecture and also bring it alive in ways, and as Refik does by projecting onto it, or and so I would encourage you to go in the opposite direction and see what it is that color adds, and then ramp it up and go further. That's just my perception of things. But don't be apologetic about your work, Maria. It's great work.
Thank you. I appreciate all the kind words, and I will take this all into consideration and hope to see you all at the final as well.
Can I suggest that we go with Yulia first, because I know that it's late in Russia and Yulia is from Russia. One thing I must say, I love the names that we've got on today's list, right? I don't know where Zbit is from, but it sounds fantastic, and I think it's great to have such a kind of a great range of different people from different backgrounds. So Yulia, are you able to go next? Have we lost Julia? Hold on a second. Is she there?
No, Julie is speaking, but the microphone is not working, probably because she's unmuted. But the mic is not working.
Julia, I'm just trying to find her thing to unmute her, but I can't see her here. Julia?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Then let's go with someone else. In that case, who are the two others we're going to do today? I've got a list here, but I can't find it. So we've got Ivo and Andre.
I can go, Professor.
Okay, you go ahead. The shame Neela's not here.
All right, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So my thesis is focused on autonomous vehicles, specifically on its object detection technology. I have here a quick video taken from a Tesla in Los Angeles to show you a little bit of what I'm talking about. All right. So what you just saw there was obstacle detection and track detection from an autonomous car. And the most popular of these detections in autonomous cars is the camera-based approach. And within the camera-based approach is the knowledge-based approach, which I will be focusing on, which is with prior knowledge of obstacle symmetry, colors, shadows, corners, vertical and horizontal edges. These are implemented into the AI's data set. and it processes images that way. So my goal is to hack data detection used by vehicles and implement this technology into all types of cameras and create data analysis and visualization for architects to plan better cities and buildings. Some of the benefits here are on the screen. You can see there. So here's my initial data detection. As you can see, I trained the AI to detect more objects in the Tesla's detection, such as a bench, handbags, and backpacks. The end goal is to be able to train the AI to do this in a dynamic video and to visualize the data on a large scale. That's right. That's it.
Okay, with what view and aim? Do you want to articulate, you know, having been able to recognize things? What would be the purpose?
Well, the purpose would be to gather data on a large scale through a visual context, so where architects can understand it, and to be able to implement this data to create better buildings, better cities, and to see how visually how the building is being used and how people move in and out through it.
I think you've got to establish some kind of rules of engagement to find out. I mean, why would this information be useful, and how could you implement it in terms of those designs? I mean,
yeah, I have on right here. I have the so you'd be able to compare variables, identify relationship between the variables, the difference in the variables, uncover hidden markets that you wouldn't have been able to notice before, forecast outcomes, and create significant improvements within whatever field.
I think here you have to become more specific, because each bullet point here, it's one huge potential project. Yeah, just to say about comparing variables, which variables, how do you extract the variables, how do you classify those variables, and so on. Yeah. And then when you talk about uncovering hidden markets, then it's a complete different discussion also there. Yeah, like what kind of data set, how do you analyze that data set, from where do you get data, and so on. So all these topics in a way right now, they are very, very broad in a way. I think you have to zoom in and really decide on one specific topic that you are trying to address. When it comes to this kind of object detection, probably in terms of architectural ideas, probably it's better to use segmentation ideas like image segmentation, and see in a way if you can have different examples of architectures that start to be labeled, or even public spaces. Yeah. If you have this kind of labeling of data in that kind of way, maybe you can use that in a certain way to design or to create a sort of architecture project. But right now, say try to focus what you are trying to do. These bullet points here, they are extremely vast. Yeah, extremely vast.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to comment on the basically the textual approach of describing the space. I think this approach is significant, and I sent the link to the chat. It's a project by Kyle McDonald. It's like a well-known digital artist from New York, I think. And in this project, he's using an early implementation of generative neural network, textual one, which is basically right now the GPT-2 by OpenAI is based on. because it was published by Andrei Karpatny, if I remember, and Andrei Karpatny right now is like a head of OpenAI research. What is interesting in this project is that he's basically goes to the city with a camera, and then he's describing a city through a text. And for myself, as a project is very poetic because it's kind of convert the spatial representation of a city into semantic space. And I think that in one of your slides, you described that basically this approach for object detection, it shows a kind of an approach for describing the city semantically. So I think that maybe using the contextualized, sorry, it's late, I'm starting to lose words, neural networks, you basically can create a description of a streets. Just not just quantify, for example, how many cars there or how many people there, but instead you can say that a red man staying on the black car. And then maybe you can use another layer of like a neural network or any other design tools that we've seen in the previous presentation to convert the semantic description again into a spatial representation, but now into a virtual one. This can be an interesting approach to design the space because you will be having a kind of quantifiable input, which is a real space, but still you'll be converting it into a semantic space, and then again from a semantic space you will be able to convert it into something tangible. So this can be super interesting if you kind of stick with the semantic approach, but you need to extrapolate it.
Okay, very interesting. Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, there are a number of ways you could take this. You know, I think, well, for example, there was there was a study done at MIT Media Lab that was able to use a kind of Gansberg's approach to actually identify what the safe neighborhoods were. I mean, it's kind of fascinating. I'll send you the link to that one. I can't find that right now. That's one thing. I was also thinking in terms of semantic features. In some ways, even though I think it's kind of really stupid, the kind of work of Kevin Lynch on the image of the city is kind of interesting in a way because it's based on what is legible in some senses. And I'm just wondering whether you could use it as a study to try and understand at different speeds at which you're going through the city, what you might be able to recognize or not recognize, therefore how you might maybe adapt the kind of the architecture of a freeway to an architecture of a side street or something like that. There are lots of possibilities. So this is just a kind of a technique. Really, the key question is how do you use it to test out architecture and therefore rethink how we should design architecture. And I think that means that you've got to be focused on finding a particular angle on things. I don't know if Marina, you have any comments?
Yeah, hi, hello. I'm here. I was just listening so I could take some notes about the reviews. And yes, last time I remember that we were speaking about this city reader, for example, the different studies that in Sarah Polo was doing, for example, in terms of city with Princeton and this way of data visualization, like kind of interaction between people who is in the street at the same time is seeing through the cell phones different levels of information. So I was thinking in a way, not directly to tell you what to do, but maybe to think about what are the possibilities of this in terms of the experience of the city in a way. Because I was like, I know what you mentioned, this is really old, what I'm going to say, but there is this George Perec book when he was like taking registers of the city. So like a super scientific study, even like being like a kind of a writer exercise or writing exercise, but in this this kind of experience of try to read the city. And he was, for example, with a scientific method saying like, okay, I'm going to sit down here every day at this time and I'm going to write everything what I see. No, this is like other way, but just to open the conversation about the city and about the way we read the city. And so I mean, this is interesting because it seems that today if we need to rethink this figure, because it was like the figure of the flaneur, who was like a kind of guy who was registering things in the city, like taking fragments from the city, which is something that we also speak about in terms of Walter Benjamin, Register of the City. But in a way, I believe that if we need to, I mean, if we are thinking about where is the reading of the city today, who is registering the city today? It's like a kind of AI system of recognition who is reading the city today. So what kind of city are we thinking based on this kind of methods? No, just to open the conversation, because I believe that in this way, maybe it could give you a clue about what to see, or the way we are, or what are you going to do with what you're seeing, or what kind of city are you experiencing through this data, for example, no? So that could be like something interesting to include about this kind of yes. I'm going to take the word of Serapol about city readers, no, kind of city recognition or recognition of the city through this kind of analysis. So it's not so pragmatical what I'm saying. It's more open, but maybe it could give you some ideas.
Yeah, just to pick up on that, I think that Benjamin is an interesting kind of character in many ways, and I actually see him as a kind of detective in some ways. He made this kind of comment to live is to leave traces, and then it's the role of the historian to redeem those buried traces and tell those stories in some senses. So, to my mind, how do you tell a story out of these data that makes sense of that data in some interesting kind of way? So I see this as potentially a kind of a project about kind of forensic architecture. You're recording data. Well, what do you do with the data, and how do you kind of construct kind of some kind of story out of it? I mean, there are many different possible ways of doing this. Maybe we shouldn't spend too much time on that right now, but this is something we've got to interrogate, because I think it could be incredibly interesting, but that's the challenge. What do you do with what you read? I see that Yulia's back with us, and I'm conscious of the fact that our colleagues in Russia are about to fall asleep. And I don't know what time it is. They're probably onto their third vodka.
Well, I think we are saying maybe a last presentation and just falling in my computer, and I will see you in the morning.
Yeah, same for me. I also tomorrow the Russian TV in early morning, like an 8 a.m., invited me to give the interview about this people resale of artwork, and it's super crazy. I mean, everybody is now on this stuff, and that's a crazy thing, I think.
So
yeah, we stay last presentation.
Okay, Yulia.
Yeah, sorry about that, technical difficulties. How to switch. Share something. You can hear me, right? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So the pandemic had a tremendous impact of all of us, and if some benefited from it and were able to connect to people around the world, other people have felt isolated, and it negatively impacted their mental health. And even though we have means of communications like Zoom and other social media, there's still something missing about the person-to-person communication. So all of that made me wonder, what is the role of the language and then physical world in general for the way how we communicate? So when you enter digital space, or especially social media, it creates a digital avatar of you based on the data they collected from your phone, from your location, everything. And but all we see is a picture as an avatar. And I was trying to see, what if we try to represent the data, and based on the data and physical aspects of human, how we can visualize that. So I was trying to my step was, how would I identify this language and how I interpret it. So I looked at the color density and the speed of the particles to kind of come up with this language of what different movements mean as a emotions and created this avatar of a human based translating the human pulse, breath, and possibly human's emotions into this point cloud in virtual reality or any other mixed reality space. This is the video. I don't know if you can hear a sound, but I was trying to see what if we, can you hear the sound of the video?
No, is it music or is it sound as such? We don't want music.
No, it's not the music, it's just a noise, but I was also trying to see how I can have instead of anyway, it's just the noise.
You have to share it.
Okay, found it.
Okay.
So how the sound also impact us and how the noise can substitute the language. And for me, I felt like visualizing emotion is having a therapeutic effect in a sense that people who have troubles communicating emotions can have a direct visual connection to what the other person is feeling. And so then I was looking at how can we, in architectural aspect, what we can do with that. And I was thinking how we can make a space be kind of in unison with our emotions and kind of disintegrate the boundaries that lockdown put us into. I connected the space, the room that I'm in right now, into the particle network to make it more dynamic as well and discourage this feeling of isolation. I think the future step I would like to achieve is how you can kind of invite people into that space of yours so you can interact with other agents through there.
So two questions, Julia. What was the sound? What were the recordings of the sound, and what are these visual traces? What are they recording?
So the visual sound, it was honestly just a downloaded audio from the internet, but I was trying to interpret my own way how I would interpret the audio and how I would connect it to the visual emotions. So at the end, there was like kind of like ha ha ha, and I connected it to joy. And also for the colors, I was looking at the article, and not the research paper when they evaluated, I think around 200 people, and they gave them the color and they asked them what colors, what they associate with this color, and what emotions they feel looking at these colors. So trying to base these colors on that too.
So I think the key question is going to be how. What are you tracking, and how? That's going to be the key question.
Yeah.
What are your techniques you're proposing?
So I have not done it yet. I was just trying to explore what I can do so far with that, but we are tracking like our phones through and our watches tracking our pulses and tracking our movement. So I was trying to use this, see how I can use this data to interpret it into the data that can be visualized and create your digital avatar in virtual reality. So a person who would use virtual reality glasses or maybe mixed reality glasses can visualize you in their space. So if you are connecting to your, this one was the space created from the particles, the so if you can see, there is come back, it's, there's kind of like a everything is there, so the base of it is the room, but everything is having people would perceive it differently through the virtual glasses. For my goal was how I would connect the physical aspects, like the pulse and the pretty physical aspects of people into the virtual space without necessarily detailing it, very visually detailing it and adding all the other like touch into the virtual reality. I would try to like have a real physical object that we can perceive as a human that we are missing, and how we can integrate it into virtual reality.
Yeah, I think that you need to spatialize it in some way, because pulse and things are not spatialized. I mean, Kinect is a standard device that's been used in the past to go and track people's movement through space, and I think that would be the key thing. Otherwise, it's not spatialized, right?
I think the topic in general of this idea of the hybrid space, hybrid reality or extended reality, well, we are working on that quite a lot with the students. Somehow, maybe it's actually also a Russian thing. A lot of students of us are working with this topic, and so we are also quite excited about that. And we are looking to that from the different perspectives. One of them is a morphology of the virtual space, or the morphology of the hybrid space, how different it is from the physical space. Because I mean, when we are in the hybrid or virtual space, that we used to double and we used to replicate the real physical space, but actually the set of rules that you are having within this virtual space is absolutely different, and probably the morphology of the space could be also different. And also, how do you perceive yourself within the hybrid space? That's also interesting topic, and I think this what Yuri is targeting. How do we actually perceive some sensuality or some emotions within the space, and start kind of creating the not an avatar which is fully doubling you, but probably highlighting some aspects of your emotions which is maybe even hidden in the real space, in the physicality of your body. So in general, I think the topic is very interesting, and there is a lot of direction where you could go. But I absolutely agree with Neil that you need to be super specific in this case. If you are creating an avatar, you need to create the language, you need to create the set of rules, which is translating the physicality into the reality, and otherwise that won't be readable. And they're even though the rules are different from the physicality, in the virtual space, but still there should be a certain language that could be which could be read by a person who is entering to the space, because if you are still designing for human. So yeah, I think Vadim has something to add because he's very on this topic.
Yes, it's basically a part of my PhD research that I'm starting. It's interesting. First, it's interesting that you touched the topic of how we can make something human with unhuman animations, or with unhuman visuals. And I really loved this topic. Several years ago, I read several lectures about it, about how we are basically can use techniques like animations or dynamics of objects to kind of avatarify in human objects. And it's interesting because there are examples like when you animate a simple dot, the animation can show that this dot like a happy, this dot dull, this dot having fears, and this just with one sinusoidal animation that drives this dot with different functions over it. So it's also interesting. I send you the lecture to Brett Victor, the link to the lecture of Brett Victor. He's a great interaction designer, and he introduced the concept of a dead fish. Basically, that's a concept of when you kind of create like a thing, like a fish, and then you do not add a lot of properties to it, and then this fish is basically dead. So what is Brett is introducing? He's saying that we can add additional properties like animation and dynamics when we draw an object and make them more alive. So it's really correlates with your topic, because you're trying to avatarify humans and human emotions with the particle field. And it's important how we basically approach this, how the animation works, and what drives it. Also, I send you the link to George Fodor, I think, or Greg Fodor. He's a virtual reality specialist. Basically, he one of the founders of Altspace VR, which is now big, and it was almost bankrupt, but then was bought by Microsoft. Also, one of the core developers of Mozilla Hubs, which is also as Altspace VR, a huge VR community right now. And now he's working on his own things. And what he's super attracted to, he's attracted to avatars, because he thinks, and also I've seen a lot of like other articles in different places about the same topic, that the avatars should change because the Zoom calls, they somehow add this unreal feeling to us, because we are real, but the space is not. So people trying to approach this via avatars, but I approach it a little bit differently. I think I even written some manifest about that. I will look and send you the link, that we are basically in a search for a new common space. And the Zoom is not it, but the space should somehow contain features of a virtual space and the real space, but also be somehow distributed. So the next things, as I observed, I also gave a short kind of introduction to this concept on a digital features panel that I participated in, that we need to somehow design things to both for the physical reality and the virtual reality. Because if you, for example, move with an Oculus Quest on your head, it's impossible to move in my Moscow apartment, for example, with Quest. It clearly was designed for an American living room. And that's what fascinates me, is how a simple approach, like having a virtual space in your flat, is affected and almost dictated by an architecture of this flat. And I think that in terms of avatars, we also, of course, need to think about surroundings. So it's almost impossible to just design an avatar that will be humanizing us. We also need to think about what context this avatar will be in, right? And how we traverse through this context, how we tell our emotions and tell our feelings to this avatar. And so, and this, I was referencing to technology, the Kinect camera or any depth sensing camera, even the new iPhone, can be super helpful with it, because you just need to get a data set of a person moving through this three-dimensional space, try to understand how the skeleton is working, what parts of skeleton can be used for a design approach with this avatar. And the next thing, of course, to imagine the space that this avatar traverses.
Yeah, I think the key thing for me is how do you spatialize this? And there are two options seem to be. One is to kind of whether you use Kinect, which can track you three-dimensionally in space, and that's hugely important in many ways. And then secondly, the other thing is possibly if you could track people's emotions, then you could maybe change the space itself. I mean, I'm thinking about how Benas Farahi operates in terms of kind of if you're looking sad, you can brighten the room up or something like that. But I think you've got to really grasp this, Julia. Actually, Kinect is not so easy to use, but let's have a discussion about it. But yeah. Marina, do you have anything to say before we move on? Because I want to try and grasp the last one, which is before we lose our Russians who are up early in the morning.
Yes, I believe we can listen to Andrea, and then I can make like more final comments.
Okay, let's
general comments.
Andrea, do you want us to do your thing quickly now, and then we can come back and have some final comments at the end. Andre?
Hello?
Yeah, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, awesome. So Let me share my screen real quick. All right. Can you guys see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so first and foremost, I want to thank all you guys for making it this far. I know it's been a lot. Yeah, so this is my exploration and experimentation with GANs. So as Anil Seth stated, we live in a constant hallucination. Our brain is constantly connecting data from our environment and creating predictive hallucinations of what it is that we are perceiving. And in this really interesting cycle, it can be said that we are constantly hallucinating our realities. And so I was kind of fascinated by this, and I looked into one of my favorite artists who constantly dove into his own hallucinations and took them way farther with his paranoid critical method, in which he would self-inflict further hallucinations of his reality, and then concretize them into his art in a way to try to attempt to rationalize the irrational. So in a sense, here's kind of a diagram of the process of the hallucination and the concretization of his process, and then ultimately the output of his work. So in the GANs, what I wanted to do is kind of revert this whole process. So take the artwork that already existed, getting the creative process from the computer, and see what type of hallucinations it would create. So I got the data set of over 600 DALI images created, and then the results were pretty interesting. They're very convincing, and it does look like it could be some of his work if it was perhaps that ephemeral hallucination. And so I kind of want to also dive into what it is that also affects our consciousness and the way we perceive everything, and that has to do with our environment. So in case of Dali, his environment was Catalonia, amongst others, in Paris. And so what I wanted to do is get the trained neural network from Dali's artwork that was generating these fake images of Dali work, and give it an architectural data set to see what the output can be and see if Dali could be an architect. So I got some pretty interesting results here. So you can see like some structure, some facade. On this one, it's kind of like a cloud building, very ephemeral as well. And I thought it was pretty interesting. Here are some more of the results. But then I got to thinking, I didn't want this just to live on a 2D plane. And so a very interesting thing that happened with COVID is that, can you guys see the video?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so this is Lina Bobardi's design museum in Sao Paulo. And basically you can take a virtual tour through Google's arts and culture. So ideally what I wanted to do is replicate this idea and make it available for people. So it's how can we create like a surreal gallery experience with the GANs work that I had already created. So I created a series of 3 galleries in which people can explore these type of GAN creations. And so I'm gonna put a video of the VR. So sorry, I had to mention that. But I created through Unreal Engine a VR gameplay of which I'm going to show a video of. And these are the different galleries which are interconnected through a series of portals. And so here's the first gallery, which is a series of mirrors. And you can see the sculptures have some of the artwork created by the GANs. And so the idea of the mirrors is to really immerse you and see that your body is not you anymore. You're a robot. You are part of another realm. And so in this realm, the mirrors act as a portal. And so this portal takes you into the next stage, which is kind of this Baroque architecture uh, uh, of kind of environment in which you can explore more artwork. So I created like this little shrines in which you can see the different artwork and explore yourself further. So this is the work created by the GANs. This one's called La Salvación. And so as you move along it, you start to find different artworks, different shrines. And this one is called Eres Artista. So that means, are you an artist? And so it dives into the idea of, are you really an artist, or is the AI an artist? And so what does this world even mean? If if it's all virtual, nothing exists. So in a sense, what can you push it further? What type of realms could you move into? Could you eliminate everything that you know? And so this takes you then into a completely floating space, this portal, into which you can, it's kind of freaky because you do feel like you're floating and merging with these spheres. And so it's the idea of creating a different type of perception and extending into what the possibilities of what your mind can be, just completely freeing it, but also keeping a sense of reality, I guess. So the next steps for me in this is to implement 3D sound and add interactive features. And I also want to make it available to everybody to experience. So I have to add it like an HTML extension file, which I will get to. But yeah, these are like the initial explorations. Thank you.
Thanks. First, I think my comment will be that you have a great skills in Unreal Engine lighting because it's amazingly done, and portals and all the stuff. So for architect, I think the scene design is amazing. This is, I mean, when you look into such scenes, because for my works, I usually focus on the web technologies, and web technologies, of course, like years behind the Unreal Engine and what it can do with lighting. So about the concept, I think it's interesting to imagine this like a new spaces for hosting this artificial artworks, but at the same time referring to what we already seen today during the review. It would be amazing if you somehow can incorporate the same networks to designing or to affecting the space, because right now it's still kind of I mean these spaces are surreal, but this is something that you expect when you hear that you will be seeing that like a surreal spaces. And what I can reference as an example, there is a virtual museum which is existing for a long time. It's called Museum of Other Realities. You can Google it. I will send you the link later, of course. And also recently, an article came up with a guy who did it about like XR architecture trend in general. And I think the XR architecture trend is what is emerging right now. But what we still, again, referring our discussion before this one, is we still need to explore. The same thing as we were referencing that as a gun, for example, do for design process, like this liberation steel, as this expectancy of a gun network. We are feeling the same with this virtual reality spaces, because first people trying to remove space itself, like make you fly, then they try to work with this like shapes that are too expensive to build, but others like things are emerging. I also can send you the links. The things like that are on the edge of like a modern 3D design with these glossy shapes and the space itself. So basically, kind of but that's interesting. It's a kind of merge in between net culture, basically VR chat avatars like foxes, I don't know, dogs, all this anime style with architecture. And that's what you can look into, because I mean, for us as for architects, we always kind of enclose ourselves into this clean spaces, right? I mean, as we discussed before again today, like remove colors, remove I don't know, straight shapes, like right, like in parametricism, like remove repetition. But at the same time, we can look into net culture, and the net culture, yes, it's ugly, but then we can aestheticize on this culture still. And this is what's happening with VR architecture, because it existed a long time before we architects started to think, okay, the spaces are too ugly, maybe let's build them and design them professionally. But what I'm asking myself every time, maybe people do not want it. I mean, the net culture, it's already super robust. And what we are seeing right now within NFT market, when people are selling artworks through the blockchain, if you look into the general kind of a level of these artworks. They're again from a net culture, but that's changing. And the recent announcement by Refik Anadolu, for example, I think it's kind of shaking up the market because the Refik is professional, and when he's starting to sell NFTs, it's important. It means that a real art coming, I mean the cutting edge art, but still real one, coming into market. And so my suggestion would be if you can somehow work with this net aesthetics. I mean, inspired by it because you're already into it. So I mean, it's not a purely architectural space. I mean, in like a parametric system school, for example, right? So it's still kind of an imagination of how it works. But if you can take the good parts of it and merge it with the aesthetics and cleanness of like a modern architecture, I think it can be something great. So and Museum of Other Realities is a good example, I think, and I will send you another one, which is also interesting. So the space aesthetics is important, and the second thing is that you need to think about why you are choosing the virtual, and that's important because the virtual means not only that it cannot exist, the virtual also means it can be dynamic. And this is what we always try to achieve in an interactive architecture. For example, this is how I came into architecture or media architecture, that we introduced the media facades, tracking cameras, just to make it dynamic. But it wasn't a dynamism because the screen, the facade, it's basically some kind of extension of a building. But the virtual reality, it's allow you to construct a fully dynamic building that can grow, that can be data-based, that can be artwork based. So you basically can grow the whole building from a single artwork. This is possible. And maybe we need to kind of research also these approaches. So not create something impossible, but instead create what's possible in a new medium. This is kind of what probably, I mean, Marshall McLuhan would be saying that because this medium was changed. So.
Yeah, I mean, just can I just follow up to that, Vadim, because I think that was a really important comment. I mean, the point about the paranoid critical method, paranoia means basically walls. It's not the kind of the negative side of paranoia. It's the positive side, where, well, in the sense where walls have eyes, have ears, right? Things come alive, and that's the crucial thing. You know, if you look at I mean, so I put in the chat there, Madeleine Vriesendorp, flagrant délit. Which is part of she was there. She's not there now, divorced, but Rem's wife, partner, and that's Delirious New York is all about that, about how you should see space as being dynamic, and he contrasts Dali's approach to New York to Le Corbusier's approach. Le Corbusier said, no, it's kind of like we got to go and put the kind of ville radios everywhere, knock it all down, and Salvador Dali, he relished in the possibility of kind of like of New York being alive, you know, literally, and he talked about how the skyscrapers came alive at sunset and ready to perform the sexual act. There was a whole passage in there about that. And that's exactly what Madeleine Vriesendorp did. She made an animation of skyscrapers, the Chrysler Building and the Empire State Building having sex. You know, that's literally what happened. You know, and you know, I think that's the point about it, is that he used it as a kind of technique of animation, in a sense, that generated artwork, but it was animation. And the other thing, just to kind of say one thing finally, is that you know, I think he was obsessed with Narcissus as a kind of like looking into a mirror. You had mirrors, but Narcissus turns into stone. He dies, but then he gives life to the Narcissus flower. It's all about life and death and things. And he was obsessed by that. Dali was a super interesting guy. I mean, alongside his art, he wrote 2 amazing books. And as I was writing my camouflage book, I had to stop myself from kind of commenting on Dali, because Dali had been there first. And in many ways. And so I think that, you know, please have a look at this and think. And I think the real potential there is you've got incredible skills in Unreal, which is great. How do you harness this and bring these things to life? I think that's the kind of thing. They're static objects right now, but what Dali was talking about was something animated, you know, and how do you animate architecture? You know, his comment about the future of architecture being soft and furry, but I think he meant soft, furry, and animated. So I completely agree with that in there. He absolutely nailed it. So, I mean, maybe Marina, before you fall asleep, I could just ask you to kind of, if you want to say something.
No, I won't fall asleep because it's my brain is always working. It's like a kind of abstract machine working all the time. But what I can say about everything what you're saying is like what's happening in Delicious New York, for example, I remember the diagram of the inner working of the paranoid critical method with this tongue, with this structure. So in a way, what from my point of view, what Kohlhaas was trying to prove is that this idea that you can make like improbable conjectures, but generating by deliberated simulation. So I believe that in this way, what thing I can say about all the presentations is like, first of all, that we are in an uncomfortable field, not for architects. We are in an uncomfortable field because we are used to see architecture in a very, at least in Argentina, for example, where I am, in a very conservative way. So in the place that we are now is really uncomfortable for certain structures, and we are dealing with this. And I believe this is great. I mean, I believe this is an amazing moment, even when, and I should say something that Neil said before, but in a way that you shouldn't feel. You shouldn't feel afraid about all this that you are doing. You need to be more sure about the experimentation that you are doing. I believe that university is a place to experiment, because even you are going to build toilets to see something for the rest of your life if you want. But in a way, what you are doing here, it's something that usually you need to build this or to project this field, to put your ideas. And I believe that the difference between architects today, more after a COVID situation, is that what we are designing finally are mental space. So I believe this is incredible. That's why it's uncomfortable as well. It's uncomfortable even for someone to give a critique about what you are doing, because you don't have parameters in a way to critique what you are doing, guys. And I believe that in this way, it's a great challenge. It's a great challenge. And I believe that in a way we need to understand better, yes, for in a way the tools to work with this kind of mental space, which are the new tools, but also where are the new processes that are involved in these kind of things. Because finally, it's something that I saw in all the presentations in the two universities. This kind of, and maybe that's why some of you more in FIU they're more focused like in, it seems like artistic practices. But I believe that in a way, this is because art always been one step before architects. I mean, when we are trying to understand something, artists saw the same thing years before us. And I believe in that way, that's why we are trying to make these experiments more near to an artistic field. And I believe that this kind of or this kind of exercise of building mental spaces are I don't know, are like a projection to the future and a projection to the future of architecture, and we need to build this field. I mean, you need to think how you are going to project your profession. Because even I don't know, Neil was commenting before this critique about, okay, where are you going to get a job doing this? I mean, you have to show this in your portfolio. I assume that you don't have only this in your portfolio. I assume that you made a lot of designs, more than you are master student. So I assume that you have a lot of design in your portfolio already, even you presented your portfolio last week. So this is like one exploration. It's like, okay, I'm in the, I mean, you all guys we are all colleagues, no? You are always almost, some of you know, but most of you are like ending your career. So you have already like a lot of designs or a lot of different exercises that you did in the university and so on. But I believe that this is the moment when you, in a way, when you are doing like a master thesis, you stop and you see all what you did in the past, and you start to see, okay, how I am going to project myself in the future. I mean, how I'm going to project the discipline that I don't know what it is a discipline finally, but anyway, what you do in the future. And I believe that in this way, you need to be sure about what you're doing, more sure, even more confident about what you're doing, and just trying to find the way. Because maybe, I don't know, if all these pandemics are going to continue and we have to stay in our houses, maybe the architects of the future are going to be like architects who are going to build mental spaces and not don't matter spaces. And I know that I remember some. I don't know, but this kind of design, I remember Peter Eisman designed with like lasers, lights, and everybody was saying like, where is the matter in all this? And this is not about context, for example. This kind of design received a lot of critiques. And also last time we were talking about, I don't know, Libeskind and different studies of atmospheres and these kind of things that are more sensible things. But finally, all these experimentations were, were useful for architects to project the discipline in a different way, to project architecture in a different way, in a new way. And I believe that I agree with about this with Neil, even when sometimes I myself feel like, okay, what I'm doing, I mean, where is the brick? Where is the window? Where is the, no, I mean, I can control this, what I'm doing now. Even when I have even these kind of insecurities, because I'm also belong to a traditional conservative school of architecture, I believe that these kind of things open my mind to see new possibilities for the architectural field. And maybe we need to build a new way we need to rethink ourselves as architects through these kind of practices. So congratulations of all of you. Maybe some of you need to work harder to be more confident, just to be more confident about what you are doing. But finally, yes, that's my final words. So thank you very much. And congratulations, all of you. And congratulations, Daniel, students, amazing, amazing.
Maria, would you like to say something? Sorry, it's very late for you there.
Yeah, I absolutely joined the discussion. It's beautiful. And the last project, I think it was an interesting discussion on the aesthetics that I was very much interested in. Now, where do we drive? Now, Vadim was saying about the aesthetics of modernism, which was driven by tuberculosis partly. Now the aesthetics of the current reality is driven by the new kind of illness where we are. Do we really stay in this digital, and which really, like, which aesthetical language do we form within this digital? That's absolutely relevant topic, and it's true. What do we design now? I hope that, no, Marina, please, we don't stay any longer like that. I better take a flight, not to take a flight, I take a bicycle and I cycle to Miami and we do another cruise together. Yeah, so we would love to get over that, but yeah, let's see what's going to be happening in the reality, and what do we design, and in general with the tools that we have in the reality we live now, even beside the pandemic. I think we really design different type of architecture, and the role of the architect is evolving, is not diminished, it's just evolving. And I think that's yeah, the environment that we live in, it's even more important for us right now, and how ecological, how friendly, how beautiful it is. That's absolutely relevant topic that we need to discuss. So yeah, it has been a great discussion. Thank you so much for inviting us. I feel that I'm losing the power already now. And but thank you so much for inviting. That has been 2 great reviews. First of a group of students that was just mind-blowing. You guys bringing so relevant discussion on the table, so much of a great thoughts. And I think that you just need to be very brave with these topics and really believe in them, really look what's happening around. And yeah, it's true that there is not a lot of reference, but there are references, and jump into this field and let's keep in contact as well. We're also doing a lot of this kind of stuff, so let's write us, keep us updated on your work.
Yeah, Maria told yeah, Maria told all the good words, so I think I don't want to repeat her. This is great, and I also want to comment that I'm also learning, and Maria as well. So I think through this discussion we did a lot for our PhDs as well, and it's a good knowledge sharing. So for myself, it's a little bit bigger than just a review, because we're discussing, we're commenting each other, and it's a great just for improvement of overall knowledge in the community. And also it's interesting topic that Marina pointed that artists are a little bit faster with the concepts, and For myself, it's interesting because I'm not an architect. I'm a software engineer working in an urban data landscape, but I'm now doing a PhD in architecture. So yeah, and for myself, I'm kind of trying to share the knowledge of technologies, but took from you the knowledge of a space, which I'm liking. And I think it's also interesting for our communities how to maybe in the future, maybe like if as Neil talking always about like a future of architectural education. I think that maybe my dream will be make this architectural education more open to other people, like not with maybe artistic degree or maybe architectural background, because it can be beneficial for a field. I think if software engineers, for example, will be getting a degree in architecture.
No, I completely agree with that. I mean, maybe Daniel, do you want to say something? Because I'll say something for that one to FAU students later on. But maybe Daniel, do you want to say something quickly?
Yeah. So I think it was a great review, and I think it was also an amazing initiative to have reviews like this, and maybe we can continue this kind of ideas in the future. I think it's really important for us as architects to get rid of this kind of understanding of we are alone as architects and we are going to be the star architect and all the rest. Yeah, we should debarrass ourselves from this kind of understanding of we are the smart ones and the rest are not. Yeah, I think we should try to, as architects, we should try to find ways how to work together as much as possible. Yeah. I think I'm echoing now Wolf Briggs with this kind of swarm intelligence kind of thing. And I think, Neil, you are already working on a project like this, yeah? Like the DDES program, it's really literally like a global swarm in a way of trying to figure certain ideas out, and everything plays out real time in a way. So I think also here with architects and students, I think this will be something important for students to understand. Yeah, don't go into the world with the impression I'm going to be alone and I'm going to be just myself doing everything. Try to think of architecture as a sort of group game, because otherwise we cannot really compete with what's out there. Yeah, just by yourself you're not going to be able to compete. I think it's also it's very important for you to just some advice here, like. These technologies, they might be very challenging, and they have all of them, all VR, AR, AI, all this blockchain. Yeah, in 2 days, we are going to figure out that blockchain actually is a cool technology for architecture, who knows? But all these technologies, they are just insanely complex. So the question is, how do you keep up with that? Yeah, how do you keep up with all those technologies? And personally, I have this kind of way of thinking systems versus goals. Yeah, so a goal will be something like I'm aiming to be able to read everything that comes out and keep up with technology in that kind of way. And that will be an insane goal because you cannot do that. Yeah. So then what I'm doing, I'm saying, okay, I'm going to develop a system. So a system will look something like this. I'm going to surround myself with people that actually are interested in these kind of technologies. And then those people are going to be the ones that are going to bring that technology to me. Yeah. In the sense of I'm going to interact with those people and suddenly they're going to talk about the super interesting technology. And then, because they are talking about the technology, maybe I will go and explore a bit more there. Yeah. So like that, probably you can keep up in a way with this kind of speed of development and speed of the technology that it's happening right now. Yeah. So these are just a few, I think these are life actually advice, but yeah.
No, but I agree. I just want to, when you said in 2 days, I thought you were going to say in 2 days, tomorrow will be yesterday, which is what Wolf says the whole time. But I mean, tomorrow, today will be yesterday kind of thing. And I think that's important to know. I think, there are two game changers that happened, right, in the last few years, last 2 months almost. COVID is a game changer. The world will not be the same after this. AI is also a game changer. The world will not be the same after this. And I think a lot of things that we have come up to being brought up with, they don't be there anymore. We have to dynamically rethink what the world is going to, how we're going to operate in the world itself. And I just want to say one small thing, and that is that those who kind of follow the traditional model, I mean, that's you'll be dinosaurs soon. You've got to start really thinking. The most important thing you've got to do is to design your career ahead of you. And I said to my FAU students, but it's the same for the FAU students. You've got to design your career ahead of you. And to be honest, fortune favors the bold. I think the fact that Refik Anadol has actually, he's opened up a new marketplace, you know, an incredible way that didn't exist before. And he and a few others have opened that up. I think that's important, you know. And I think, you know, if you just follow in a kind of mindless way what's there before, you won't get anywhere. I'd like to start the story about one of my students in Nottingham years ago. There were two students. One was always kind of talking about Norman Foster, and he kind of was almost dressed like Norman Foster. He did drawings like Norman Foster. He produced buildings like it, and so on and so on. Loads of these things, right? He applied for a job at Norman Foster, and Norman Foster said, no, thanks. I can do that better than you, right? And meanwhile, I had a guy who was completely crazy. He did a rocking horse on a rooftop on Smithfield's Market, a rocking horse dispensing milkshakes. He got the job, right? You know, in the end, don't do the kind of lame things, because that's not going to be of interest to people. They can do it already. Try and think about the future's changing. The world is changing. You've got to do something interesting to survive. And that means not following the herd, but actually reinventing things. So I think we saw evidence of this today. There's one question Jonathan wanted to ask. Do you want to quickly put it in there?
Yeah, dialing in with what Professor Daniel was saying, and also following up with what you just said. I wanted to see if anyone is interested on making like a Reddit group or a collab group where we can sort of like make questions and I don't know, post our progress. Because I feel like the FIU students also have like a different approach, and I feel like the more you get involved and the more precedents that you have and more information that we absorb, the more diverse ideas we're gonna get. It's just like the AI, you know, the bigger the data set is, the more interesting the result is going to be. So I mean, I'm just trying to see if there's a way that we can make a community.
Yeah, there is already a community on Discord. If you go to the Digital Futures thing, there's a whole thing there with a section on AI. I would encourage everyone, you know, both FIU and FAU students. I know that some of the FIU students are part of that, but people are uploading information the whole time, right? There, and that's how you connect. So it's already existing kind of structure there, and people, really interesting stuff going on. Much of the stuff I see there, I put on the FIU site, but you should just engage directly with Discord. Just go to digitalfutures.world. It'll give you the link to Discord. I think that's the way to do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna open it real quick. You said digitalfutures.discord?
Yeah, Discord. Yeah, digitalfutures.world. You go there and it'll give you your the link to that thing. So, I mean, just to finally sort of say, I think it's really I just really appreciate Daniel's contribution and energy. I want to thank him especially. He gave a workshop to FIU students, just a 3-week workshop, but it's really inspired them. And I want you FAU students to know that that how lucky you are to have Daniel there. I mean, it's really incredible. Lydia's saying maybe we could create a joint Discord channel with both classes as well. We could do that. Yeah, why not? Yeah, but there is already one there there's 1,500 people at part of it, so it's a lot of people who have joined it. And but also just hook into these things. On a Sunday morning we have this stuff on DDES. You can all lock into that. The Digital Futures things on a Saturday also are incredible. So now, you know, we've broken down all these kind of barriers, right? There's this platform there, and we're in a new world now. It's a new world. The names of the game have changed, and you've got to adapt to survive. Anyway, look, I think we should wrap things up because this is very late in Moscow. And just I want to thank the crazy Russian guys. I mean, I've always inspired by that. The only thing I'd say to Maria, it's kind of like you said, get on a bicycle, come down to Miami. I think the way the Russians do it, they get in a kind of a barge and they start swimming backwards, like Rem Koolhaas style. Eventually, they make it across to the.
You know, I just recently was in the village, like 100 kilometers from St. Petersburg, and I saw the guy who modified his bicycle. He attached the motor and the how it's called, Vadim, Sanki, how it's called?
It's called
sliders.
Sanki.
Yeah, the slides which are kind of going with the snow. So he basically made an electric snow machine which to drive, I don't know, to the city or wherever. And I was remembering, Neil, about you when you were sending us this video about the Russian cyber farm. You know, when in winter with -20, these guys are doing some new cool stuff. So Russians are really, truly crazy, and we are there.
No, absolutely, absolutely. I just want to finish with one story. Sergei Sita. I don't know if you know this guy, but he was he came across to SAC a while back, and I was with him in Moscow, and it was snow. It was Snovom middle New Year. We were trudging through the snow, and we went back to his little Moscow little apartment, tiny place actually, and we had a loaf of bread and some of the kind of the caviar and a bottle of vodka, and we were talking about Deleuze, right? And what was really interesting about this thing is we got 2/3 of the way through the bottle of vodka, and suddenly Deleuze made complete sense, you know, and then we drank some more and then we lost it again. But I tell my students, if you want to understand Deleuze, just go out and buy a bottle of Russian vodka and you understand all that. But no, I really appreciate the Russian contribution. As I say, I was brought up with Catherine Cook and Futomas, Inhook, all this kind of stuff, Besnin Brothers, whatever. That was the staple. That's what got me excited in architecture, frankly. So we have a great debt, not just to you, but also to your ancestors, these amazing, crazy Russians. So thank you.
Great job. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you very much for having us.
Spasibo.
Have a good day and good night.
Poka.
Thank you, everyone.
Paka, bye.
Paka.
So we're gonna have a recording of this and we'll send it around to you guys. Thank you. And we'll wait for the next thing. On Thursday, we've got some more reviews. And I think the main thing is going to be the end of the semester. And I hope that we somehow can find a way of hooking up and sharing this knowledge, because I think it's great to just to say finally, one final thing. We decided that because there was actually the very few places around the world we were doing AI, FIU and FAU, and so we coined this thing FAI, right? That's kind of a combination of FIU and FAI. FIU and FAU. That explains maybe the poster. But okay, thank you, Daniel. Thanks so much, and thank you all the.
Thank you, Neil.
We'll send you the link to the YouTube thing. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.